Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. There was also a high chance of attracting flower spirits. However, it was a pity that the violet flower tears were incredibly rare, as until now, he had only discovered a single one, while the Orc City had not found even one. At the same time, a single violet flower tear was worth 10,000 normal flower tears. By now, Xiaofu had collected 7 azure flower tears, and soon, he would be able to obtain a level 2 flower fairy's blessing. Afterwards, Xiaofu returned to the Great Ken village and took some people to the concealed valley to collect flower tears. At night, there was no moon in the sky. There were only a few dim stars in the sky, making the night seem quite dark. This time, they had collected another 830,000 flower tears, and another 8 pieces of epic rank equipment had disappeared. This time, one of them was the 7th ranked equipment, Sacred Heaven. This information made countless factions nervous and tense to the extreme, and Xiaofu also started to feel worried. Early in the morning the next day, Xiaofu headed to the Orc City to trade with Gunador again. This time, the Orcs had collected 1.3 million flower tears, allowing Xiaofu to finally rest at ease. Now, Xiaofu had a total of 5.6 million flower tears, which were worth 56 million flower tier points. It was just enough to exchange for the first ranked piece of epic rank equipment, Sky Demon. After traveling to Holy Light City, Xiaofu felt somewhat nervous. After choosing the option to buy Sky Demon, with his flower tier points, it immediately entered his king's ring. Suddenly, a half-orange and half-violet light shined from the stone steel as something that caused almost all of the factions to collapse with shock and terror happened. The top-ranked piece of epic rank equipment, Sky Demon, disappeared from the list. 93 Sky Demon domain. How is this possible? Countless faction leaders stared at where the Sky Demon had been. Now that even the top-ranked equipment had been claimed, what about the second and third? Would they still be able to obtain one of the top 10 pieces of epic rank equipment? Hurry and get those flower tears as quickly as possible. Get them at any cost. I don't care if you have to buy them or take them by force, just get them. Countless leaders yelled as their eyes became bloodshot. Now that the top-ranked piece of equipment, Sky Demon, had disappeared, they had all suffered a massive blow to their hearts. The shock was much greater than the 7th ranked equipment, Sacred Heaven, being claimed. When Sacred Heaven had disappeared, all of the factions had felt incredibly tense. This told them that the top 10 pieces of equipment were no longer safe, and anyone could claim them at any moment. Now that the top-ranked piece of equipment, Sky Demon, had disappeared, what this meant was that all of the remaining pieces of epic rank equipment could be claimed at any second. This made all of the leaders feel as if their hearts were on fire. Most of the player factions guessed that a super powerful system governmental faction had acted. However, all of the lords of the main cities were incredibly shocked. They all wanted one of the 3 fragmented legendary rank weapons, and none of them had thought that the top-ranked piece of equipment, Sky Demon, would suddenly disappear. As such, they all quickly acted. CG, Bi Wushan, Ji Shenming, and Liu Yi all wanted to possess Sky Demon because swords were the symbol of a king. China's 5,000-year-old history was filled with swords, and the top-ranked piece of equipment was not only a sword but also a fragmented legendary rank piece of equipment. They had all envisioned themselves wielding this sword, and it would have opened the path of kings for them, helping them establish their empires. However, now, Sky Demon had been claimed by someone else, and they all been given a massive blow. Their confident expressions disappeared, and their faces became incredibly pale. However, they were soon dealt even bigger blows. Because of what Xiaofu had done, the system governmental factions had all quickly acted. Dragon Soul, Demigod, Vast Sun, 8th Mountain, and Jin, which were all in the top 6, quickly disappeared. This not only made the 4 legatees' faces become even paler, but all of the leaders of the player factions felt horrified as well. Right now, only the 8th ranked piece of equipment, Lightning Fang, the 9th ranked piece of equipment, Frozen Soul, and the 10th ranked piece of equipment, Spirit Tree, remained out of the top 10 pieces of epic rank equipment. An even more intense competition erupted over the last 3 epic rank weapons. Of course, Xiaofu did not know about any of this. After obtaining Sky Demon, he was incredibly excited and happy, and he immediately returned to the Great Kin village. When Zhao Fu's subordinates heard that Zhao Fu had obtained Sky Demon, they all felt ecstatic. Zhao Fu took out Sky Demon. It was a pure black sword, and it was about 1 meter in length. The edge of the blade seemed to give off a demonic light that wanted to devour people, and there was a picture of a savage demon on the sword hilt and blade. The hilt seemed to be covered with black scales, and it felt icy cold when held in one's hand. The entire sword had a demonic feeling, giving off an evil, cold, murderous aura. Suddenly, Sky Demon started to hum as it violently trembled. In the next moment, it broke free from Zhao Fu's hand and stabbed into the ground. Following this, large amounts of demonic chi streamed into the ground, and the ground started to turn black as if it was stained by ink. The darkness quickly spread until it covered the surrounding 10-meter radius area. A figure slowly appeared and stood on the hilt of the sword. She slowly opened her large, black wings, revealing her appearance. She was a female demon and was quite tall. Her jet black hair fell to her waist, and she had the horns of a sheep on her head. Her face was quite beautiful, and it was to the point that it made one feel suffocated when looking at her. She had a pair of fangs, and her blood-red eyes gave off a cold air as she looked at Zhao Fu. Her voice contained a trace of arrogance as she said, "Human, you think you're good enough to wield me?" When Zhao Fu saw this demon, he remembered Sky Demon's description. It had been forged from a Sky Demon's corpse, which was most likely the demon in front of him. More accurately speaking, the being in front of him was the sword spirit. She used to be a Sky Demon, but she was killed by some entity. Not only was her corpse forged into a weapon, but her soul was also sealed into the weapon, turning her into a sword spirit. Zhao Fu did not like her arrogant tone and the fact that she was standing so high up and was looking down at him while she spoke. Zhao Fu remained expressionless and coldly harumphed as he stepped forwards, and a black domain filled with dragon inscriptions burst forth from his body. Zhao Fu released his king's domain, which covered 30 meters, completely suppressing the Sky Demon domain that the Sky Demon had released. This caused the Sky Demon to become quite shocked, and just as she wanted to retaliate, Zhao Fu once again coldly harumphed. He released all of his might, and the domain expanded from 30 meters to 50 meters. The Sky Demon's domain completely collapsed, and it turned into wisps of demonic aura as it dissipated. The Sky Demon's face was quite pale, and her blood-red eyes stared at Zhao Fu as if she wanted to say something. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand towards the sword and closed it into a fist. The Sky Demon turned into a ray of black light and shot back into the sword, and a formless energy pulled the Sky Demon's sword into Zhao Fu's hand. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Zhao Fu's mind, "Humphrey, human, I never thought you would have obtained king's power. However, when I'm at the peak of my strength, I won't fear you." Zhao Fu sent his king's power into the sword until the Sky Demon became subdued. Now, Zhao Fu finally had the chance to look at its stats. Sky Demon, sword, grade, fragmented legendary, stats, strength plus 20, intelligence plus 15, constitution plus 10, agility plus 10, description, an extremely powerful demonic sword forged from a Sky Demon's corpse. The sword stats were incredibly close to legendary grade, and it was only lacking an opportunity. Zhao Fu's heart leapt when he thought of the General Soul. The General Soul was equivalent to 10 soldier souls, and fusing 10 General Souls could create a general armament. However, in terms of energy, a General Soul could not compare to 10 soldier souls. Zhao Fu decided that he would use his General Soul to raise the Sky Demon's sword to legendary grade. After making the decision, he took out the General Soul and chose to fuse it with the Sky Demon's sword. As the General Soul slowly fused with the Sky Demon's sword, the Sky Demon's sword started to float in the air and flash with violet and orange light. As the light covered the sword, it seemed to go through some sort of change. Suddenly, wind and clouds swirled as golden clouds appeared in the sky. The violet light coming from the Sky Demon's sword dimmed before completely disappearing, and it was replaced by an ancient orange light. The golden clouds in the sky seemed to extend for hundreds of kilometers, and rainbow light streamed down from the heavens, which was accompanied by heavenly music. The scene was truly beautiful and awe-inspiring. The Sky Demon's sword in the air finished its evolution and slowly floated down. Creating epic rank equipment resulted in abnormal signs, and this abnormal sign was caused by the Sky Demon's sword rising to legendary grade. Zhao Fu caught the Sky Demon's sword as it floated down. Its aura seemed a bit more murderous, and it now felt better in Zhao Fu's grip. Suddenly, a voice sounded out in his mind, "Owner. I still want more." 94 Holy Light grew. Zhao Fu was quite surprised when he heard the Sky Demon's tone change so quickly. However, he still refused, saying, "I don't have any more." Humphrey. What a stingy human. This Sky Demon's attitude changed incredibly quickly and Zhao Fu was left speechless. After saying this, the Sky Demon fell silent, and Zhao Fu looked at its stats again. Sky Demon sword, grade, legendary, Stats: Strength plus 30, Intelligence plus 25, Constitution plus 20, Agility plus 20. Description: an extremely powerful demonic sword forged from a sky demon's corpse. Each of the 4 stats had been increased by 10 points, and there seemed to be some special power within it that could not be displayed by the system's numbers. For equipment with equipment spirits, one had to rely on the equipment spirit to release the special power. Some equipment, such as the Sky Demon Sword, allowed the user to wield high-tier powers. Zhao Fu tightly gripped the Sky Demon Sword, and large amounts of demonic chi flowed out from it as he flicked his hand. Whoosh! A ray of black sword light flashed, and a 5-meter-long gash appeared in the ground, with traces of demonic chi rising up from it. This was Sky Demon's power, which was many times more powerful than a normal demon's power. After looking at the Sky Demon Sword stats, Zhao Fu put it away within his king's ring. He felt quite content after obtaining the Sky Demon Sword, and it solved the problem of him lacking a suitable weapon. Moreover, after the latest transaction with the orcs, Zhao Fu now had 10 azure flower tears. He combined them to form an azure orb, which he used to obtain the level 2 flower fairy's blessing. As for the violet flower tears, Zhao Fu now had 3 drops. Because of how rare they were, Zhao Fu was not sure if he would be able to collect 10 before the end of the 10,000 flower festival. Once the 10,000 flower festival ended, all of the flower tears would disappear. Now that he had obtained the weapon that he wanted, Zhao Fu started looking at the other items. It was already the 4th day, and the 10,000 flower festival would end in another 3 days. As such, he could most likely obtain a few more items. Zhao Fu went to Holy Light City and looked at the exchange stone steel. He was surprised to find that the top 10 pieces of epic ranked equipment had all suddenly disappeared. Just what had happened? Of course, Zhao Fu did not know about the panic that he had caused after purchasing the Sky Demon Sword. Zhao Fu started looking at the other items. There were almost no city creation stones left because there were not many to begin with. As such, he started to look through the skills, medicinal pills, and special items. In the end, he found a few useful things. However, it was a pity that he had already used up all of the flower tears he had, and he could only look at the items for now. After going through the remaining items, Zhao Fu was about to leave when he saw a youth wearing a set of armor leading a large group of players to the exchange stone steel. The players all made way for him and started to discuss in low voices, saying, "I wonder how the Holy Light Group's harvest has been this time. I heard Liu Nanmi took them into the inner regions of the Forest of Horrors." Holy Light Group? It was the largest player faction in Holy Light City. Zhao Fu glanced over and felt that the youth in the lead was quite interesting. He was giving off faint ripples of holy light energy, but Zhao Fu understood that everyone had their own fortuitous encounters, so he did not take it to heart. In the end, Zhao Fu decided to remain in the crowd and spectate. When Zhao Fu was wearing his cloak, apart from those who knew him well, it was very difficult to recognize him. After all, Zhao Fu wasn't the only one wearing a cloak. In the Heaven Awakened world, one's appearance and voice did not change. If someone offended a person in the Heaven Awakened world, the offended party could easily find the offender in the real world from his or her appearance and voice. As such, many people wanted to avoid trouble by wearing cloaks. Liu Anmi walked to the exchange stone steel to exchange flower tears for flower tear points, while the Holy Light Group stood behind him. At this moment, a spectating player curiously asked someone from the Holy Light Group, "Bro, I heard that the Holy Light Group went into the inner regions of the Forest of Horrors, and I respect you all a lot. Can I ask how many flower tears you guys collected?" The person who was asked had a pleased smile on his face and replied, "But of course, the Holy Light Group is the strongest faction in Holy Light City. This is how many flower tears we've obtained." After saying this, the person smiled and raised one finger. Seeing this, the player who had asked was quite surprised and asked in shock, 10,000 flower tears? Hearing this, the person from the Holy Light Group laughed and replied, "No, 100,000 flower tears." "What?" The people around them were greatly dismayed and revealed expressions of shock as the person who had originally asked said, "The Holy Light Group obtained that many flower tears? I'd already be overjoyed if I had 100 flower tears." Hearing the discussions around them, a look of pride appeared on the Holy Light Group's members' faces. Everyone else looked at them with admiration, and someone immediately asked, "Captain Liu, is the Holy Light Group still accepting people?" By now, Liu Nanmi had finished at the exchange stone steel and smiled as he replied, "The Holy Light Group will always be accepting anyone who can pass our test. I want to join." "Me too. Please take me, Holy Light Group." Countless people shouted out, and the scene became quite lively and raucous. Zhao Fu smiled. To him, who had already spent more than 5 million flower tears, 100,000 flower tears was nothing. However, to normal people, it was already an astronomical figure. Those who heard that the Holy Light group had obtained 100,000 flower tears were given a big fright, but if they heard that Zhao Fu had obtained more than 5 million flower tears, they would have been shocked to death. Currently, Zhao Fu didn't plan to establish a player faction because it was quite difficult to manage. No one wished to be bound by rigorous rules, and loyalty would be quite low. No one would be willing to be completely loyal and make great sacrifices for him, and when danger came, they would be the first to turn tail and run. What's more, if players died, they would respawn at another place. If Zhao Fu spent a lot of time and resources nurturing an elite and he or she died, all of that would have been a waste. As such, the large families' factions very rarely recruited players. Rather, they nurtured people who were completely loyal to them. It was much better to spend resources on those who they could count on rather than those who were there to leech resources. Even though the large families did not have many people, in terms of battle strength, player factions might not be able to win against the large families' factions. As such, the player factions with foresight would not accept just anyone. The resource consumption would be too great, and nurturing those without loyalty or ability would simply be a waste of their time. As such, only by developing a strict test, allowing only those with value to join, and then slowly developing their sense of belonging would they be truly loyal. Zhao Fu knew this very well, and because he had many things to take care of, he didn't plan, at least for now, to establish a player faction. Perhaps in the future would consider it. 95 Underworld Nightmare. Afterwards, Zhao Fu returned to the Great Qin village to take care of other matters. It was the 5th day of the 10,000 Flower Festival, and he once again went to the Orc City to carry out a transaction. After obtaining 1.1 million flower tears from the Orc and combining them with the 100,000 or so flower tears that his own people had collected, Zhao Fu went to the exchange stone steel and converted them all into flower tear points before using them to purchase something Zhao Fu had previously had his eye on. 100 Origin Pill, Pill Recipe, Grade, Secret Silver Rank, Stage 2, Required Ingredients, 100 Origin Grass, Dried 5 Root, and Bear's Oisia. Effects, can increase cultivation speed by 400%. The 100 Origin Pill recipe cost 12 million flower tier points, and Zhao Fu once again spent all of the flower tier points he had. However, this was worth it because the 100 Origin Pills were twice as effective as the Little Spirit Pills. At the same time, the 100 Origin Pills' main ingredient was the 100 Origin Grass, a Stage 2 medicinal grass. It would be more difficult to find than the Little Spirit Grass, so finding it would require some luck. Zhao Fu also obtained another 2 violet flower tears, increasing the total to 5 so far. There were only 2 days until the 10,000 flower festival ended, and Zhao Fu started to worry that he would not be able to collect enough violet flower tears in time. Time gradually passed, and soon, it was the 6th day of the 10,000 flower festival. Now, all of the weapons on the epic rankings had been claimed. Countless factions had gone mad over the 37 pieces of epic rank equipment, and those who had obtained one were naturally quite happy, while those who had not felt incredibly depressed. Most of the epic rank equipment had most likely been obtained by the system's factions, and only a couple of them were purchased by player factions. To be able to obtain the top-ranked piece of equipment, Zhao Fu was definitely the biggest winner. On the 6th day, Zhao Fu obtained another 1.2 million flower tears from the orcs, and he decided to use these flower tears to buy 3 items. 2 of them were medicinal pills, while the other was a material. Clearsky Gold, Grade, Gold, Description, a type of ordinary dark gold rank material that can be used to forge dark gold rank equipment. Compared to directly exchanging for dark gold rank equipment, exchanging flower tier points for materials was far more cost-effective. Road was about to make a breakthrough and would be able to forge dark gold rank equipment soon, so Zhao Fu was not worried. When Zhao Fu thought about dark gold rank equipment, Zhao Fu couldn't help but think of Gong Sumlin and wonder how she was doing. The 2 medicinal pills were, Blood-Rising Pill, Grade, Gold, Stage 4, Description, a medicinal pill that can upgrade a beast's bloodline. Note, humans or humanoid creatures cannot use this pill. Of course, these 2 medicinal pills were for the Grey Wolf King, Little Grey, and the Black Forest Horse King, Little Black. The dark gold rank material cost 500,000 flower tier points and the blood-rising pills cost 350,000 flower tier points each, resulting in Zhao Fu once again spending all of the flower tier points he had. As for the violet flower tears, Zhao Fu had only received 1 today, bringing him to a total of 6. With only 1 day remaining, it seemed that he would need some extraordinary luck on the last day if he wanted to collect 10 of them. After returning to the Great Qin village, Zhao Fu called Little Grey and Little Black over. Zhao Fu had promised them that he would help them become more powerful, and as a king, he couldn't break his word. After they came over, he gave them each a blood-rising pill. Little Grey and Little Black definitely had bloodlines because they were not just chief-class creatures. Just from the differences between them and ordinary grey wolves and black forest horses, Zhao Fu could tell that there was something special about them. After Little Gray and Little Black devoured their blood-raising pills, changes started to happen within their bodies. Nay. Little Black became quite frantic, and it began galloping about as green fire started to rise up from its body. The green fire continuously increased until it completely covered Little Black, and it continued to whinny in pain within the flames. Awoo. After Little Gray devoured the blood-raising pill, it terrifyingly howled as silver light started to stream out from its body. It raised its head and howled in pain as the gray on its body slowly receded. Their voices seemed as if they could cause rocks to shatter, and as they screamed in pain, all of the gray wolves and black forest horses in the surrounding 10-kilometer radius area started to howl and scream along with their kings. The Great Kin village suddenly became filled with howls and whinnies, giving Lisi a big fright. He quickly ran out to where Little Gray and Little Black were, and he saw the astonishing changes that they were going through. Lisi was just about to say something to Xiaofu when Xiaofu raised a hand. Lisi understood and respectfully retreated to one side. Xiaofu stood with a calm expression as he watched the changes that Little Gray and Little Black were going through. Even though Xiaofu knew that they were going through a lot of pain, this transformation was something that they had desired. Within the green flames, Little Black gave off a terrifying surge of power. Its body did not change much, but the short, black horn on its head rapidly grew until it was about 30 centimeters long, and it gave off a cold light. A while later, the green flames around Little Black's body slowly died down, and Little Black's transformation finished. Now, there were some more changes to its appearance. Apart from its black horn, its green eyes now looked like two balls of green flames, and they gave off an eerie feeling. Its body was even darker than before, and there were 4 small balls of flames around its 4 hooves. The aura around Little Black's body was also many times more powerful and dangerous. Following this, Little Gray's body gave off large amounts of silver light until it covered the 10-meter radius area around Little Gray. Silver motes of light filled the area, making the scene look quite beautiful. The tuft of silver fur on Little Gray's head suddenly shined like a flame, and the grayness in Little Gray's fur disappeared before being replaced by a white silver color. Finally, Little Gray also finished its transformation. Its body was now 3 times bigger than before, and it was now as big as a cart. All of its fur was now silver-colored and felt quite soft. Its eyes had also become silver, and its aura became more powerful and mysterious. After Little Gray and Little Black completed their transformations, the normal gray wolves and black forest horses calmed down. Little Gray and Little Black rushed over to Xiaofu and started to lick him to express how excited and happy they were. Xiaofu laughed and stroked their heads as he looked at their stats. Apart from their stats greatly increasing, he found that Little Black had awakened a bloodline called Underworld Nightmare, and had obtained Underworld Nightmare's power. Little Gray had awakened a bloodline called Star Moon, and had obtained Star Moon's power. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Seeing the shocking changes to Little Gray and Little Black, Lisi walked over and smiled as he congratulated Xiaofu. Xiaofu smiled and nodded. Little Gray and Little Black continued to affectionately rub their heads against Xiaofu, and Xiaofu patted them on the head before telling them to go and play. Xiaofu went to take care of other matters, and soon, it reached the 7th day, the final day of the 10,000 Flower Festival. 96 flower tears on the last day. Xiaofu's luck seemed to be looking up. His people had found 2 violet flower tears in the morning, bringing him to 8 drops in total. Also, because the festival ended at 12 a.m. the next day, Xiaofu did not go to the Orc City in the morning, and he instead decided to at 9 p.m. Now that he had 8 violet flower tears, just to be safe, Xiaofu decided to see if anyone was selling violet flower tears to safeguard against not finding any more by the end of the day. He walked around Holy Light City but didn't find anything, so he went to Soldier Forest. After wandering around, he saw many people surrounding a street stall that had its goods laid out on the ground. The stall piqued Xiaofu's curiosity, so he walked over. He was delighted to find that the owner of the stall was selling a violet flower tear. Of course, countless people wanted violet flower tears because a single one was worth 10,000 normal flower tears. The reason it hadn't been sold yet was because it cost too much. The owner wanted 3 million silver coins for it, which was 300 million copper coins or $3 billion in the real world. This was simply a ridiculous price. After all, normal flower tears were worth, at most, 20 silver coins, so a violet flower tear should only be worth 200,000 silver coins. However, even if the rarity of the violet flower tear made it worth much more than 200,000 silver coins, it should not be worth 3 million silver coins. Because this was the final day of the festival, if he could not collect N violet flower tears, he would only be able to use the violet flower tears American Samoa 10000 normal flower tears. If this violet flower tear was sold on the first day, it might have been sold for 500,000 silver coins because it may have been possible to collect 10. However, now that the festival was drawing to a close and many people had given up, It was only worth around 300,000 silver coins. The owner of this stall had been extraordinarily lucky. He went with a large team to collect flower tears, but instead of finding any flower tears, he was chased by someone who tried to kill him. In the end, he fell down a mountain slope and found this violet flower tear. After making some inquiries, he heard that most large factions only had pink flower tears and hadn't even seen azure flower tears, much less violet flower tears, which were even rarer. He realized how rare violet flower tears were, which was why he dared to ask for such a high price. Zhao Fu went up and asked if the person was willing to sell it for 300,000 silver coins, but he was immediately rejected. He then offered 500,000 silver coins, but the owner of the stall adamantly refused to accept anything below 3 million silver coins. Zhao Fu continued to try to bargain with the owner of the stall, causing everyone around him to be shocked. Even a normal faction would not be able to spend so much money, and if it wasn't for his tone, they would have thought that he was from a powerful system faction. Since the owner of the stall was so stubborn, Zhao Fu didn't try to continue negotiating. Zhao Fu had already made great concessions, and he was not willing to spend 3 million silver coins. After all, even though he made a lot of money, he also had great expenditures. It would take him at least half a month to save up 3 million silver coins. Many of the people nearby excitedly went over to Zhao Fu and said that they were offering high rates for converting Heaven Awaken world currency to real-world currency. However, Zhao Fu had no interest in real-world currency because money in the real world would become completely worthless when the Heaven Awaken world devoured the real world. Now that Zhao Fu had 8 violet flower tears and was only missing 2 more, he planned to go to the Orc City to see if they had collected any. If all else failed, he would have to accept being screwed over by the high price because it would be too much of a pity to give up after collecting so many. Following this, Zhao Fu went to the Orc City. Gunador was felt quite surprised when Zhao Fu had not come to trade in the morning, but when he remembered that the 10,000 flower festival ended at the end of the day, he realized that Zhao Fu would most likely come at night. Seeing Zhao Fu come now, he was quite surprised. "Esteemed guest, have you come to trade?" Gunador asked as he welcomed Zhao Fu into the tent. Zhao Fu lightly shook his head as he replied, "Respected Vice Lord, not right now. Because the 10,000 flower festival is ending at the end of the day, I will come at 9 p.m. I am here now to ask if your people have collected any violet flower tears." Gunador realized what this was about. The orcs were not interested in the flower fairy's blessing because they did not like flowers, so they did not care about the differences between the flower tears. After listening to Zhao Fu, Gunador took out a spatial ring, retrieved the violet flower tear, and handed it to Zhao Fu as he said, "Esteemed guest, these are very rare, so we've only found one so far." Zhao Fu was quite delighted and accepted the violet flower tear. Now, he had 9 violet flower tears and only needed 1 more. Zhao Fu thought about it and thanked Gunador before arranging a time at night and going back to Soldier Forest. Now that he only required 1 more violet flower tear, he had to take the loss. Even though Zhao Fu really didn't want to go through with it, he had no other choice. It had been incredibly difficult to gather these 9 violet flower tears, and without a 10th, he would not be able to obtain the level 3 flower fairy's blessing. This caused Zhao Fu's heart to feel quite uncomfortable. However, after returning to Soldier Forest, the only thing Zhao Fu found was the stall owner's corpse. The stall owner had died quite pitifully. He had been hacked to death by many swords and sabers. Players' bodies would only disappear after 1 day in the Heaven Awaken world, so Zhao Fu was able to see the corpse when he returned. Only after asking around did Zhao Fu find out that not long after he had left, a group of people had come over right after the patrolling guards went by and risked their lives to kill the stall owner. In the Heaven Awaken world, anyone who killed someone else would obtain everything that the victim had on him. Following this, even though the group of people was chased down by the guards, a few of them were able to escape with the violet flower tear. Hearing this, Zhao Fu sighed. As long as the benefit was great enough, there were no such things as safety and security to those who possessed valuables. This sort of thing was not unexpected. After all, even if the violet flower tear was worth only 200,000 silver coins, that would be $200 million in the real world, which was why some people would risk everything to take it. Of course, normal shops had their own guards, who could massacre a group of players instantly. However, this sort of street stall was not as safe. Now that the only violet flower tear he had found for sale had been stolen, Zhao Fu started to worry about the final violet flower tear, and time continued to gradually pass. At the 9 p.m., Zhao Fu's own people had collected 160,000 flower tears, but there were no violet flower tears. Following this, Zhao Fu went to the Orc City, which was his last hope. This time, the Orc City had collected 1.7 million flower tears, but the orcs had not collected any violet flower tears. This caused Zhao Fu's heart to plummet. Now, there were only 3 hours left until the end of the festival. Zhao Fu quickly went to Holy Light City and walked around. He was called over to the Westfall restaurant by He Xianru, and upon seeing him, He Xianru smiled and stretched out her hand. Within it was a violet flower tier. 97 Dream Woven Palace Dress. How do you have a violet flower tier? Zhao Fu asked as he received the violet flower tier from He Xianru with a delighted expression on his face. He Xianru lightly laughed. I took a walk outside of the city. Even though He Xianru had made it sound quite simple, Zhao Fu understood how difficult this would have been. He put the violet flower tier into his king's ring and said sincerely, "Thank you." He Xianru looked quite surprised as she replied, "Your Majesty, there's no need to be so courteous. Everything I've done is my duty as a subject." Zhao Fu lightly shook his head as he replied, "That's not the path of emperors that I believe in. I understand that my own power is limited and that an empire cannot lack people like you." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, He Xianru respectfully bowed and did not say anything. Zhao Fu quickly returned to the Great Qin village, combined the 10 violet flower tiers, and chose to combine them. Just like before, the violet orb slowly rose from Zhao Fu's hands and floated into the sky. It turned into the image of a beautiful girl, but the difference was that the girl no longer looked illusory. Instead, it looked quite real. What's more, there seemed to be intelligence in her eyes, and they did not look dead like before. Just like last time, the girl lightly laughed and spread out her hands, causing countless flower petals to descend from the sky, creating an incredibly beautiful scene. Following this, a violet light spread out. However, this time, the girl's body did not disappear. It instead slowly floated down from the air and came in front of Zhao Fu before softly hugging him. This caused Zhao Fu to feel quite stunned. However, he could feel that this girl seemed to be alive. He could feel her breath and smell a faint flowery fragrance from her. Zhao Fu did not do anything, and in the next second, the girl's body turned into motes of light before dispersing. System announcements sounded out within Zhao Fu's mind, telling him that he had obtained a level 3 Flower Fairy's Blessing and a Flower's Embrace. Flower's Embrace, Effectiveness, Permanent. Description: the Flower Fairy's Embrace is the most wonderful blessing. This blessing will increase your charm towards females, and it will make it easier for spirits to like you. Zhao Fu never expected to receive such a blessing after using the violet flower tiers. However, it did not seem very useful to him. If a playboy had obtained it, it would have been like giving wings to a tiger, but it seemed like a waste for Zhao Fu to have it. After obtaining the level 3 Flower Fairy's Blessing, Zhao Fu traveled to Holy Light City, as he still had 1.8 million flower tiers to spend. It was now 11 p.m., and there was only 1 hour left until the 10,000 Flower Festival finished. However, the streets were still quite lively, and there were still lights everywhere. Zhao Fu went to the exchange stone steel and looked at the remaining items. He first exchanged for 3 dark gold rank materials, spending 1.5 million flower tiers. He continued looking and found a detailed map of the Heaven Awakened world. The map was quite large, and it had roughly every region. It was definitely quite useful, but it was also expensive. It cost 2.5 million flower tier points, which was 250,000 flower tiers. Alright. Zhao Fu understood the value of the map, so he chose to buy it. His eyes continued to pass over item after item until they fell on a dress. The dress was violet-colored, simple, and unadorned, but it still looked quite beautiful and gave off a mysterious feeling. Dream Woven Palace Dress, Grade, Silver, Stats, Intelligent +3, Agility +2, Constitution +1, Description, a dress woven from fantasy spider silk. The dress also has some illusion and recovery properties. No wonder this dress seemed so beautiful, it was made from fantasy spider silk. Fantasy-type materials were quite rare, and after he looked at his remaining 50,000 flower tiers, Zhao Fu decided to buy it since there was not much else that he could spend those flower tiers on. Zhao Fu bought it with his remaining points, and he decided to give it to He Xianru. After all, she had helped him quite a lot this time. He headed to the Westfall restaurant and presented the Dream Woven Palace dress to her, making her surprised. Because of Zhao Fu's personality, she had never thought that he would buy her a dress. However, she quickly accepted it and thanked him for it. Following this, Zhao Fu went out of the Heaven Awakened world. Because he did not have his own intelligence network, he could only collect information about the various factions through the Heaven Awakened world forum. Only then would he be able to gauge their strength and not be a frog at the bottom of the well. Zhao Fu opened up the Heaven Awakened world forum and started to look through it. The top thread right now was about the owners of the 37 pieces of epic rank equipment. This greatly piqued Zhao Fu's interest, so he clicked on it and started reading. Number 1, Sky Demon, obtained by an unknown faction. My guess, it was probably one of the most powerful system factions. Even though we don't know who it belongs to, it will definitely become a great obstacle for players, so please be careful. Number 2, Dragon Soul, obtained by an unknown faction. My guess, it definitely belongs to one of the most powerful system factions because it disappeared only a few minutes after Sky Demon disappeared. Number 3, Demigod, obtained by an unknown faction. My guess, it definitely belongs to one of the most powerful system factions, but the faction should be weaker than the above two factions. It's still an existence that player factions can only look up at. The top 5 pieces of equipment were all obtained by unknown factions, but the 6th ranked piece of equipment, Jin, was confirmed to have been obtained by one of the system's factions, Gazing City. After reading the guess on Sky Demon, Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh at it will become a great obstacle for players, so please be careful. He knew his own strength very well, and he had only obtained Sky Demon through much luck and fortune. If he had been a few minutes late, the Sky Demon sword definitely would have been taken by the 2nd-ranked faction. It seemed that apart from Zhao Fu, none of the factions that had obtained one of the top 6 pieces equipment were player factions. However, the 7th-ranked piece of equipment, Sacred Heaven, which was the first equipment to be claimed, was actually taken by a player. The player was the descendant of the famous King Arthur of the Western world, Tina Pendragon. This sent alarm bells to countless factions, especially to China, which was supposedly the most powerful country so far. A powerful force apart from China had already appeared. The following 3 pieces of equipment, Lightning Fang, Frozen Soul, and Spirit Tree, were respectively claimed by Great Xian, Great Zhu, and Great Shang. 98 Ancient Fallen Clans. The 11th ranked piece of equipment was obtained by the Roman Empire's legatee, the descendant of Augustus Caesar. The 12th ranked piece of equipment was obtained by Great Han, and the 13th ranked piece of equipment was obtained by Pharaoh Akhenaten's descendant. The next 7 pieces of equipment on the rankings were all obtained by system factions, while the 21st ranked piece of equipment was obtained by Great Tang. All of this information caused Zhao Fu to be quite surprised and intrigued. The 22nd ranked piece of equipment was obtained by Oda Nobunaga's descendant, the 23rd ranked piece of equipment was obtained by the Zoroastrian Empire, and the 24th ranked piece of equipment was obtained by ancient India. The remaining pieces of equipment were all obtained by the system's factions. It was clear how lucky Zhao Fu had been to obtain the top-ranked piece of equipment, Sky Demon, and it was also clear how intense the competition was. Moreover, epic rank equipment contained massive amounts of power, and they were the symbols of the powerful. Even if one had 100,000 pieces of dark gold rank equipment, one might not have a single piece of epic rank equipment. It was evident just how rare epic rank equipment was, and it could not be viewed as merely a step up from dark gold rank equipment. After looking through this information, apart from the Chinese factions, the one that Zhao Fu paid the most attention to was King Arthur's descendant. It was completely unexpected that she would obtain Sacred Heaven so quickly, and Zhao Fu had a premonition that she would become one of his greatest enemies. Sitting on his chair, Zhao Fu sank into deep thought before slowly breathing out, looking at the Heaven Awakened world for him again to see if there was anything else. Soon, Zhao Fu found a grave matter, which was that some of the ancient fallen clans had been revived. Ancient fallen clans referred to clans that had died out. Even though they still had some descendants here and there, the clan or family itself had perished and no longer existed in the real world. For example, in China, there were the 9 Li clan led by Qiu, who fought against the Yellow Emperor, the Spring and Autumn periods Yi clan in the east, Man clan in the south, Rong clan in the west, and Yi clan in the north, the Han dynasty's Zhengnu clan, Takhara clan, Xianbai clan, etc. These clans did not have players entering the Heaven Awakened world, but they were instead revived within the Heaven Awakened world as indigenous resident villages of the Heaven Awakened world. They were also different compared to normal indigenous resident villages. Not only did they have a bloodline, but they also had their own history, culture, and traditions. Their appearance was not very favorable to the Chinese players, and there were often reports of places being attacked by the Zhengnu clan, Liao people, or Jin people. After looking at that forum thread, Zhao Fu felt a headache coming on. This world was simply too chaotic, and based on the current situation, the future would be filled with rivers of blood, mountains of corpses, and the death of countless heroes. The ancient fallen clans had the same starting points as players, so they did not have anything above towns, though this might change in the future. However, while players could come back to life after they died, the ancient fallen clans people would die a true death. In other words, once the entire clan fell, it would be exterminated forever. The Heaven Awakened world was most likely giving these clans a final chance. If they grasped this chance, they would be able to continue existing, and if they couldn't, then they would be completely exterminated. After looking through these things, Zhao Fu headed back into the Heaven Awakened world with some worries on his mind. Now that the 10,000 Flower Festival had ended, everything returned to normal. Zhao Fu reorganized the 4 exploration teams and sent them off in different directions to explore. At the same time, he ordered them to keep an eye out for any ancient fallen clans around the Great Qin village. Even though the Heaven Awakened world was quite chaotic, there were many opportunities within it. Now, the Great Kin village could attack human indigenous resident villages, outlander villages, and the ancient fallen clan villages. Holy Light City's business had returned to normal. Before, because of the 10,000 Flower Festival, there were a countless number of people heading outside of the city to look for flower tears, so all businesses had taken a big hit. After the festival had concluded, business started to return to normal. Zhao Fu felt that there was not much else for him to do because there was nothing else that required his personal attention. Everyone had their own things to do, so Zhao Fu was quite bored. Thus, he decided to do some town planning for the Great Kin village. In actuality, Zhao Fu had left this to Li Si, and he had done quite well. The Great Kin village was split into 4 regions, north, south, east, and west, just like the system main cities, and they were further divided into the residential district, business district, etc. Everything was orderly and well planned. The planning and building of the Great Kin village did not require Zhao Fu to personally act, as his people had already done a good job. They might be able to sell some special products after intermediate teleportation channels have been researched and the road to the outside world was opened up. Zhao Fu thought of a unique fruit in the Forest of Horrors, which was the Black Forest fruit. They were about as big as plums, and they had black skin and red flesh. The taste was quite good, and since his territory was so large, it would be a waste not to grow any. Black Forest fruits could be sold to the outside world as special products and would earn them a decent amount of money, so Zhao Fu started to order some people to plant many Black Forest trees. Time continued to pass, and soon, a few days had passed. On this day, Beiqi came to report that his cultivation had formally broken through to stage 1. This delighted Zhao Fu, as the Great Kin village finally had someone who was at stage 1. At the same time, Zhao Fu opened up Beiqi's stats page with a curious expression on his face and had a look. Name, Beiqi grade, SSS title, God of Killing, profession, stage 1 general, achievement points, commoner, 68 out of 200, race, human age, 24, 110, loyalty, 100 stats, strength, 38, intelligence, 22, constitution: 29, agility, 25 cultivation, tier 1 level 0 cultivation technique, Great Kin mantra skills, chi/, basic sword technique. Equipment, ice, star slashing sword. After looking through Beiqi's stats, Zhao Fu found that apart from the changes in his stats, his profession had become stage 1 general and his lifespan had increased by 10 years from 100 years to 110 years. Zhao Fu did not pay attention to all of this. He first looked at the difference between the stage 1 general profession and the original general profession. Stage 1 general, C+ grade military, description, a profession obtained through a general leveling up, effect, can train the generals, unique military profession. Unique military profession, unnamed, D grade military, description, soldiers personally trained by a stage 1 general. They can be a historical military profession or a new military profession. Current limit, 100 people. Effect, receives a skill based on the profession. Zhao Fu was quite delighted, as any of his generals who reached stage 1 would be able to train their own military profession. What's more, the unique military profession was D grade, which meant that it was not weaker than the Outlanders' special professions. 99 Iron Eagle elite soldiers. Even though stage 1 generals could only have 100 people with their unique military profession, as they became stronger, they would be able to train more people with that profession. There were 2 types of unique military professions. One was creating a new profession, while the other was choosing a historical profession, such as Great Kin's famed Iron Eagle elite soldiers. Developing a new profession or choosing a historical profession had their own advantages. Developing a new profession meant that one could adapt to one's circumstances and focus on one's advantages. In other words, developing a new profession meant that one would have a profession that was most suited to one's current situation. On the other hand, historical professions have been tempered by history and refined through bloody battles, so they would be quite powerful. Zhao Fu decided not to make this decision by himself, and he asked, Beiqi, what do you think? Beiqi was not in a hurry to reply. He thought to himself for a while before replying, Your Majesty, I think that it's best to go with a military profession that I'm familiar with, rather than creating a new profession. Zhao Fu nodded and asked him about the unique military profession. Iron Eagle elite soldier, D grade military, description, Great Kin's most elite soldiers, who not only possess extraordinary swordsmanship but are also proficient in cavalry and infantry battles. Effect, receives skills, stage 2 sword technique, and horsemanship. Since stage 1 generals could train soldiers with unique military professions, the number of generals became quite important. No wonder the general profession could only be unlocked upon raising one's village to a town. Moreover, after reaching stage 1, every step that increased Beiqi's cultivation would increase all of his stats by +2. Zhao Fu's cultivation was only at tier 0 level 7, and it was still quite far away from stage 1. His talent at cultivation was quite lacking, but after obtaining King's power and Fate's power, his cultivation speed had already greatly increased. If it wasn't for the King's power and Fate's power, Zhao Fu was sure that his cultivation would still only be at Tier 0 level 5. Of course, the strength of a faction did not depend on the Lord's personal strength but the faction's overall strength. Apart from Beiqi, the person with the highest cultivation was Old Logue. Back when Zhao Fu had attacked Logue village, Old Logue was already at Tier 0 level 6, and now, he was at the peak of Tier 0 level 9, only a single step away from stage 1. He was slightly faster than Zhongdu, who was SS grade and joined later than him. Zhao Fu wondered what sort of military profession Old Logue would unlock in the future, and he hoped that it would be a magic-type profession. Currently, low-grade magic skills were becoming more and more useless, so Zhao Fu didn't waste money buying low-grade skills like Fireball. After all, they could be easily blocked by the shields that people use now. The main cities sold high-grade magic skills, but there were not many of them, making them not as useful. Zhao Fu allowed Beiqi to pick all of the people who he wanted to train for the Iron Eagle elite soldiers, and soon, the exploration teams, who had been out for a few days, returned as well. They brought with them 2 bronze rank city creation stones, and Zhao Fu now had 32 villages under his control. They also reported that they had found an advanced Outlander village. This Outlander village was different to the ones Zhao Fu had found before. The Outlanders this time looked like rats. Zhao Fu was quite interested and gathered his army. After traveling for a little more than a day, he arrived at the Outlander village. These Outlanders were indeed different. They were about 1.6 meters tall and had humanoid bodies, however, they had rat heads, rat fur, and rat tails. What made Zhao Fu especially surprised was that the Outlander village seemed to be built next to a historical remnant. The historical remnant looked like a palace, and it was built against a mountain. The stone materials used were a white color, and the structure had mostly collapsed, with only a few sections remaining. The historical remnant looked quite ancient and seemed to be from a long time ago. Zhao Fu was quite delighted, as historical remnants often contain massive benefits. For example, the underground passage and the region of bones could be said to be historical remnants, and now that they had found another one, Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel excited. However, even without doing anything, the rat people, the rat folk, had discovered Zhao Fu's forces. This was because the rat folk were incredibly sensitive to changes in their environment. After all, when rats felt the wind blow or the grass move, they would immediately run. The rat folk in the village, who were originally laughing and chatting, suddenly looked serious, and the rat folk outside quickly rushed into the village. When Zhao Fu saw that they had been discovered, he smiled and rode Little Black forwards, leading the 10 king's undead cavalrymen behind him and a large number of soldiers and skeletons. Seeing so many enemies, the rat folk within the village immediately started to panic, and they started to speak in their language, worry etched onto their faces. There were roughly 6,000 rat folk in the village, and there seemed to be 2 types of military units, rat folk with machetes and rat folk with bows and arrows. The village was built right next to the massive historical remnant, and just the walls alone were around 10 meters tall. What's more, there did not seem to be any doors, only a 2-meter wide hole. It had been completely filled up, making it quite difficult for Zhao Fu to attack. "Your Majesty, what should we do?" Zhongde asked as he cupped his fists respectfully. This time, because Beiqi was training his Iron Eagle elite soldiers, he had remained in the Great Ken village and had not come with them. Zhao Fu ordered to surround them. After all, even if Zhao Fu's soldiers attacked, they would not be able to enter. As such, they could only surround them for now. Since the rat folk didn't seem to be a farming race, they would run out of food sooner or later. However, Zhao Fu's soldiers might have to wait a while. Hearing this, Zhongde surrounded the rat folk village with 4,000 soldiers. The skeletons did not do anything because they did not possess intelligence, while the 10 king's undead cavalrymen only accepted orders from Zhao Fu and no one else. Seeing that they had been surrounded, the rat folk chittered to themselves as they looked around warily, seeming to make plans. Suddenly, Zhao Fu thought of something and called Zhongde back. He said something to Zhongde and told Little Grey to go along with Zhongde. Within the rat folk village, a few elderly rat folk who had white whiskers chittered to each other, and one of them said in their language, "We've been surrounded by humans, what should we do?" Another elderly rat folk replied in a raspy voice, "Even though we've stocked up on food, if these humans continue their encirclement, we'll run out of food sooner or later. Right now, we can only fight with those humans and show them how powerful we are," another elderly rat folk said resolutely. "Absolutely not. That human commands many different races, including orcs, and he has many types of professions within his army. They have sufficient food, and that human can even command those damned undead. 100 sneak attack if we charge out, They'll definitely send the undead at us to reduce our strength and then use their elite troops to wipe us out. We'll definitely lose, the elderly rat folk who had spoken first rebutted. What do you think we should do then? Asked the one who had wanted to fight. Suddenly, one of the elderly rat folk who had not spoken yet finally said, in the beginning, didn't we dig 3 tunnels to use as contingencies? Right now, we have 2 options, use those tunnels to slip away. No. Before he could finish speaking, he was cut off by the others. One of them said, if we have to escape, we have to take the city creation stone with us. However, choosing to relocate will cause too great of a change, and that human will definitely notice. We also can't leave the city creation stone behind. Although we've guarded this historical remnant for so long, we've only unlocked a small part of it. Do you really want to give all of it away? The rat folk who had suggested escaping through the tunnels sighed as he said, looks like we'll have to use the tunnels at night and use our special forces to deal a heavy blow to the human army. All of the other rat folk nodded. Right now, there was nothing else that they could do. The sun gradually dipped below the horizon, and a red sunset glow covered the land. Soon, the stars started to shine in the sky. As night completely fell, sparkling stars appeared in the sky, but there was no moon. However, because of the stars, it did not seem too dark. Zhao Fu's soldiers started to light torches and cook dinner. There didn't seem to be any wariness within the army, and it was if they didn't take the rat folk seriously at all. In fact, some soldiers even took out wine and started to drink. This caused the rat folk sentries on the walls to become quite furious, and they thought to themselves, we'll show these humans our might soon. The night deepened, and soon, it was 12 a.m. On the face of things, it looked that there were only a few teams patrolling around Zhao Fu's camp, while everyone else had gone into their tents to sleep. The rat folk felt that their opportunity had arrived, and they started to execute their plan. A team of rats passed through the 3 tunnels and arrived outside the village, with Zhao Fu's army between them and the village. There were roughly 2,000 rat folk in this team, while the rat folk on the walls silently lowered ropes. Following this, the rat folk on the walls descended from the ropes and positioned themselves on the other side of Zhao Fu's army. This pincer attack was perfect, and there were no flaws with the plan. If Zhao Fu's forces were attacked on 2 sides, they would fall into great danger and would most likely be sent running. The 2,000 rat folk behind Zhao Fu's forces crept out of the tunnels and rushed towards Zhao Fu's camp, when suddenly, swish, swish, swish. The sound of the air being torn sounded out, causing the rat folk to yell, ambush. The rat folk immediately scattered, but most of them were still covered by the rain of arrows. A countless number of rat folk was shot to death by the chaotically falling arrows. Zhongde came out of hiding and laughed. His Majesty was indeed right, the rat folk are just like rats and like to dig holes. Luckily, Little Grey's nose is better than a dog's, and it discovered these 3 secret tunnels. Whoa! Little Grey happily howled at Zhongde and bared its teeth, looking as if it was going to bite him. Zhongde looked quite awkward and quickly said, alright, I won't compare your nose to a dog's nose anymore. Whoa! Little Grey continued to howl with displeasure. Zhongde thought about it and realized something, and he said helplessly, I won't call you Little Grey either, I'll call you Grey Wolf King. To Little Grey, the name Little Grey could only be used by Zhao Fu, and everyone else could only call it Grey Wolf King. Only then did Little Grey lie on the ground with a satisfied look on its face, and Zhongde turned his gaze back to the battlefield. He saw tens of abnormally agile figures dodge past the dense rain of arrows and escape. Their attire was quite strange, and it looked like they were wearing hoods. Since most of the rat folk had been killed, he didn't order his subordinates to continue shooting arrows. Instead, he took some soldiers to chase after those 10 rat folk who had escaped. 1 hour later, the rat folk in front of the walls were still anxiously waiting, wondering what was going on. It was already an hour past the planned time, and it seemed like the group of 2,000 rat folk had not made even a single move. Within the rat folk village, the rat folk elders paced about anxiously within the village hall, wondering what had happened to the team of rat folk soldiers. Within their hearts, they felt a trace of uneasiness. What? Zhao Fu's expression darkened as he looked at Zhongde's kneeling figure and Little Grey, who looked quite innocent, lying down next to him. After a while, Zhao Fu let out a breath and asked, speak. With 1,500 men, how did you fail to catch some rat folk, with even 50 people being injured? Zhongde breathed out before reporting, Your Majesty, I carried out the ambush as you ordered, and everything went quite smoothly. However, there were tens of rat folk who were abnormally agile, and they were able to dodge all of the arrows. They escaped, and of course, I gave the order to chase them down. However, after running into the forest, they were like fish that had returned to the sea, and they disappeared without a trace. However, relying on the Grey Wolf King's nose, we were able to follow them. However, we didn't expect them to set an ambush. Of course, we used Your Majesty's tactics, But unexpectedly, 50 of our brothers were still injured. Despite this, we were able to kill 20 or so of the rat folk, but we were unable to find any of the other ones. I've already ordered people to hide near the tunnels. As soon as they appear, we'll kill them immediately. Oh? The rat folk are that strong? Zhao Fu said in surprise. It wasn't that he didn't believe Zhongdu, but he simply didn't expect a few tens of rat folk to be so powerful. Your Majesty, I brought back a few corpses, and you can take a look yourself, Zhongdu said. Zhao Fu nodded, and a few soldiers brought in a few rat folk corpses. Zhao Fu had a look and found that they were indeed different compared to normal rat folk. They wore black cloaks with hoods, which were large enough to cover their appearances. Underneath the cloaks were tight-fitting clothes that did not restrict their movements, and there was a short sword tied to each of their hands. There were also mechanisms on their arms that could extend and retract the short swords. Zhao Fu used the corpse examination skill to look at the corpses, but he found that their grades were all quite average. However, he could not tell what profession they had. 101 working in the dark to serve the lie. These rat folk seemed essentially the same as normal rat folk, and Zhao Fu could not see anything special about them. Normal rat folk were not very strong, and compared to the Great Kin soldiers, who had all sorts of stat bonuses from the Great Kin village and could almost fight orcs one-on-one, it should not have been a problem for them to deal with rat folk. From their attire and weapons, it seemed that these rat folk were so powerful because of their profession, which was definitely linked to the historical remnant. Zhao Fu's interest in the historical remnant grew greater and greater, and he looked at Zhongdu kneeling figure as he thought to himself and said, "Rise." Zhongdu let out a sigh of relief. He had been fully prepared to be punished by Zhao Fu, and he didn't expect Zhao Fu to not even blame him, much less not punish him. If this matter really was Zhongdu's fault, Zhao Fu definitely would have punished him. However, Zhongdu had no faults to speak of, so why would Zhao Fu punish him? As the saying went, planning is with man, but accomplishing is with heaven. No matter how detailed and well thought out a plan was, unexpected things could still happen, so Zhao Fu did not blame Zhongdu. Following this, a few captive rat folk were brought over to Zhao Fu, and he forced them to capitulate before taking them to convince the rest of the rat folk to surrender. You should know by now that your 2,000 soldiers have been killed by my forces. Now, you have less than 4,000 soldiers and will not be able to withstand my attack. Look at how many different professions we have and how fairly all of the different races are treated. As long as you surrender to me, I won't mistreat you at all. Zhao Fu shouted as the rat folk loudly interpreted. Even though this never worked, it was something that Zhao Fu was determined to do each time, as the best-case scenario was always obtaining a village without sacrificing anyone. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the rat folk started to panic. They finally realized why the team of 2,000 rat folk had not acted. It was because they had all been killed. With only 4,000 rat folk left, how could they stop the humans? This news quickly reached the few elderly rat folk, and they all heavily sighed, the bad feeling that they had turned out to true. Now that they've found our tunnels, we won't even be able to escape. Even if we continue to defend, we won't be able to last for long. What do you all say we should do? One of the elderly rat folk asked. How about we surrender? We've definitely lost, and just holding out like this isn't a solution, another elderly rat folk said gloomily. Absolutely not. The elderly rat folk who had advocated for battle before yelled. What do we do then, if we don't surrender? The rat folk who wanted to surrender asked somewhat angrily. The other rat folk paused and thought, and he suddenly had an idea. He said, we still have a chance. Hearing his words, the other elderly rat folk quickly asked, what is it? The elderly rat folk who had been advocating battle said, as long as we can capture their leader, the enemy will do as we say. We can also kill their leader, making them like a headless dragon. They won't be able to sustain the attack against our village and we'll have to leave. What should we do then? Should we send out all of our special soldiers to assassinate their leader? One of the other rat folk asked. That might not work. Even though our special soldiers are quite powerful, we've already alerted the enemy of their strength. The enemy leader must be incredibly wary right now, so it'll be difficult for our soldiers to make a move, the rat folk with the raspy voice said. Hearing this, the other elderly rat folk nodded. Suddenly, one of the elderly rat folk realized something and said, isn't the enemy leader trying to get us to surrender? We can pretend to surrender and have our special soldiers prepare an ambush. This plan received all of the other elderly rat folk's approval. Following this, they went on top of the wall and shouted down to Zhao Fu, respected lord. We're willing to surrender, but we want to talk with you about the details of our surrender. Please ask your soldiers to retreat a bit. We would like to talk with you by yourself, and neither side will bring any soldiers. Without even thinking about it, Zhao Fu could tell that the rat folk were plotting something with his surrender. However, after thinking about it, Zhao Fu agreed and told his soldiers to retreat. Zhang De understood the danger of this because he had suffered at the hands of the special rat folk. They were incredibly stealthy and could launch incredibly sudden attacks. He couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty, it's too dangerous, please don't go. I'll go in your place." Zhao Fu lightly shook his head and said, "There's no need, I know what I'm doing." Zhang De did not say anything else because he trusted Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was his king, so he took all of the soldiers and retreated 5 kilometers. However, he still made preparations to save Zhao Fu if necessary. It was midnight right now, so everything was quite dark. There was a bonfire beside Zhao Fu, and the tall flames illuminated the surrounding 20-meter radius area. Zhao Fu stood next to the bonfire as Zhang De led the soldiers and retreated. When the elderly rat folk saw that Zhao Fu had agreed to their request, they felt ecstatic and started to carry out the plan. A while later, Zhao Fu saw the main entrance, which was a massive tunnel, slowly become unblocked, and a few elderly rat folk walked out. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. From the information that he had gleaned from the surrendered rat folk, these elderly rat folk were in charge of managing the village. At a hidden region, a countless number of black figures used ropes to descend from the walls before blending into the night and slowly moving towards Zhao Fu. The elderly rat folk slowly walked towards Zhao Fu until they were 10 meters away from him. They smiled and looked incredibly harmless, and it was as if they really were going to surrender. "Respected Lord, where are you from?" The elderly rat folk wanted to make Zhao Fu let his guard down and attack when he wasn't expecting it. However, Zhao Fu did not care about this at all, and he looked around himself as he coldly laughed and said, "What are you all still waiting for?" Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the elderly rat folk were shocked as their expressions changed, and they yelled in a cold, savage voice, "Kill this human!" Following this, countless rat folk in black hooded cloaks appeared around Zhao Fu. There were roughly 200 of them, and their hoods hid their appearances, making them seem quite mysterious. They flicked their wrists, and the 2 short swords on their arms extended outwards. These were called hidden blades. Their movements were incredibly agile, containing a trace of elegance, and they turned into countless black blurs that streaked towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's smile became cold as he drew the sky demon sword, which gave off a cold, evil, murderous aura, and he slashed with it. In that instant, his king's domain was also released to the fullest, covering the surrounding 50-meter radius area. 102 Nothing is true, everything is permitted within the king's domain. Everything seemed to move many times slower to Zhao Fu. However, even despite this, the rat folk were still abnormally fast, and they reached Zhao Fu in an instant. They slashed out with their hands, and their hidden blades shined with a cold light as they swept towards Zhao Fu's neck. Luckily, Zhao Fu was not the same person as before. Even though these rat folk were powerful, they were on a completely different level compared to Zhao Fu. Just as the first rat folk appeared in front of Zhao Fu, he raised the sky demon's sword in his hands and slashed downwards as fast as lightning. As a sword light flashed, large amounts of blood spurted out from the rat folk's chest, splitting him from the shoulder to the abdomen. His corpse and guts fell to the ground, dyeing it red. Following this, the second rat folk appeared to Zhao Fu's right. Zhao Fu gripped his sword and swung to the right, another sword light flashed, and the second rat folk was also cleaved in two, the 2 halves of its body and its organs falling to the ground. A third rat folk appeared behind Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu whirled around in the blink of an eye, instantly stabbing into the rat folk's heart. In just an instant, the sky demon's sword's terrifying energy completely blasted open the rat folk's chest. Then came a fourth, a fifth, a sixth. Underneath their hoods, their eyes were incredibly determined and revealed no fear. Despite facing death, they bravely ran forwards and didn't cry out even upon death. This was something that they would carry to the grave. They still remembered the sentence that sounded when they placed their hands on that stone stele, "I am an assassin." As long as they could kill their target, they could ignore all else. Right now, only by killing Zhao Fu could the rat folk village be saved and return to normal. Only then would every rat folk's life become better. This was something that they were determined to do, which was why they did not fear death. The rat folk assassins were extremely fast, and their methods were quite crafty and devious. They aimed for his vitals, whether they were Zhao Fu's eyes, neck, or heart. It was impossible to see their movements with the naked eye, one could only see streaks of black with 2 cold white lights. However, as soon as the rat folk assassins appeared around Zhao Fu, they would be instantly killed by him. However, the rat folk assassins were incredibly strong, and they were like ghosts that could slip past through any gap. If Zhao Fu lost focus for even a split second, he would be dealt a fatal blow, causing all of his hairs to stand on end. At this moment, a rat folk assassin appeared in front of Zhao Fu, and his hidden blade glinted as it stabbed towards Zhao Fu's heart, forcing him to turn his body to the side. However, the moment he turned, another rat folk assassin appeared to his right and slashed his hidden blade towards Zhao Fu's throat. Zhao Fu could only raise his foot and kick outwards, sending the rat folk assassin flying right before his blade made it to his neck. However, in the next instant, yet another rat folk assassin appeared behind Zhao Fu, thrusting his hidden blade towards the back of Zhao Fu's head. Just as it was about to succeed, Zhao Fu quickly spun around, sending black sword chi out and blasting that rat folk assassin away. Under the effects of the powerful sword chi, the rat folk's body was slashed into a countless number of pieces. The rat folk were abnormally powerful, and even though Zhao Fu looked like he was in an incredibly dangerous situation, the rat folk could barely harm him. After all, as soon as they came close, there was only be a single result waiting for them: death. Blood continuously spurted into the air, and lives were continuously lost. Soon, there were only 30 of the original 200 rat folk assassins remaining. The ground was littered with a countless number of broken corpses, dyeing the ground completely red. It was a completely hellish scene, and a strong stench of blood and gore filled the air. The elderly rat folk had never expected Zhao Fu to be so powerful, and by now, Zhang De had almost led the army to where Zhao Fu was. Seeing that their plan had failed, the elderly rat folk ordered 10 rat folk assassins to stall Zhao Fu while the other 20 rat folk assassins escorted the elderly rat folk back into the village. Zhao Fu calmly stood his ground. He looked at the 10 rat folk assassins who had surrounded him, and they all attacked him from different directions. He slashed out with his sword, and a black, crescent-shaped arc of sword light swept out. It passed through the 10 rat folk assassins' bodies, causing them to fly backwards and cough up a mouthful of blood. Their internal organs were completely obliterated, and they were dead by the time they hit the ground. Zhao Fu continued to stand there calmly, and fresh blood was dripping off of the Sky Demon's sword. Suddenly, all of the blood on the ground was sucked towards the Sky Demon's sword by an invisible force. The Sky Demon's sword rapidly absorbed all of the blood and cheerfully hummed, as if it reveled in this massacre. "Owner! Hurry! Continue! I want more!" Zhao Fu heard a voice that was faintly panting, and he was speechless. He looked at the escaping elderly rat folk and slowly raised the Sky Demon's sword, pointing it towards them. An image of a demon with massive wings burst forth from the sword and flew towards the 30 escaping rat folk. The image was incredibly fast, and it shot past the 30 rat folk in an instant. Immediately, all of the rat folk stopped moving, and their bodies started to wither until they became dry corpses and fell to the ground. This was Sky Demon's Feast, a skill that summoned a massive image of the Sky Demon that could devour all fleshly essence, which would be absorbed by the sword. This was one of the Sky Demon's sword's many special abilities, and it was one of the most powerful aspects about an legendary rank weapon. "Master! Hurry! I want more! It's not enough!" Zhao Fu once again heard the Sky Demon's voice, and he put it back into the king's ring. Immediately, he heard the Sky Demon's angry voice say, "Humphrey, human, I won't like you if you keep acting like this." Zhao Fu did not pay the Sky Demon much mind. After all, its attitude tended to change quite quickly. By now, Zhang Du and the soldiers had arrived. He saw everything that had happened and arrived quite quickly, but he still kneeled and said, "Your Majesty. This subordinate deserves death for arriving late." Zhang Du looked at the corpses on the ground that he had dealt with. When had a king ever fought at the front while the subjects were at the back? As such, Zhang Du also brought the other soldiers to beg for forgiveness. "All right, everyone rise." Zhao Fu did not care about this too much. Following this, Zhao Fu ordered his soldiers to surround the rat folk village again. Before, the elderly rat folk had wanted to kill Zhao Fu, making it so that the army would become a headless dragon. However, who would have thought that Zhao Fu would be the one alive while the other died? Without any leaders, the rat folk village fell into chaos. The rat folk started to panic as they looked at the soldiers surrounding their village. Zhao Fu once again asked them to surrender, and as expected, all of the rat folk decided to surrender. Following this, Zhao Fu went into the rat folk village and went to the entrance of the historical remnant. There was a white stone seal that was 2 meters tall and had been eroded by the passage of time. The surface was quite uneven, and there were some words carved on it. Even though Zhao Fu could not read the words, upon looking at them, he could still understand what they meant. "We work in the dark to serve the light. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. Under our hidden blades, all are equal." 103 Assassin. After looking at this stone stele, Zhao Fu entered the historical remnant. There were already torches lit within the historical remnant, so it wasn't too dark inside. The rat folk must have explored at least part of it already, and the assassin profession was most likely from here. Zhao Fu continued to advance and arrived in a large hall. The hall was 30 meters wide, the ground was made from glossy marble, and there were paintings on the ceiling. The paintings delegendated people living happily in blissful days, and the people had joyous smiles on their faces. The only thing in the hall was a stone stele in the middle. The stone stele looked like a profession-changed stone stele, but it was different compared to the one Zhao Fu had seen before. This stone stele was white and had 6 sides. Zhao Fu walked over and looked at it. "Assassin, order, juvenile, B-grade military, description, an assassin who worships the light and aims to create a wonderful world, effect, receives skill, assassination technique. This was most likely the assassin profession that the rat folk assassins had. B-grade professions were quite powerful, and even though Zhao Fu had SS-grade King's undead cavalry, there were only 10 of them, while many people could change their professions to the assassin profession. What's more, it was quite useful. In the future, he would be relying on them for intelligence and assassination tasks, and their names would become famous together with great kin, causing countless people to shiver at their names. Zhao Fu looked forwards and saw a tightly shut pair of large doors. It seemed that the rat folk had not explored past this area, and Zhao Fu walked over to the doors to open them. However, a wave of energy from the doors pushed Zhao Fu away, and a system announcement told him that only those with the assassin profession could open these doors. Zhao Fu thought about it for a second before returning to the profession change stone steel and placing his hand on it. Right now, Zhao Fu had the king profession and the demon priest profession. However, these were both fairly special professions. The king profession did not count as a military profession and the other was a religious profession. Of course, Zhao Fu did not believe in or worship Kerr. Zhao Fu wondered if he could obtain the assassin profession and decided to test it out. However, he did so primarily so that he could open those doors. After placing his hand on the stone steel, a system announcement sounded out in his head. Would you like to become an assassin? Zhao Fu apprehensively chose yes, following which the stone steel gave off a faint light. The scene before Zhao Fu's eyes blurred as he appeared in another place. This place was quite similar to the hall that Zhao Fu had been in, but it was quite dim. It also gave off a mysterious and dignified feeling. Apart from this, there was now a person in front of Zhao Fu. This person's attire was similar to what the rat folk assassins from before wore, and he also wore the hood that covered his facial features. The clothes he wore below the waist were also quite tight, but they would not restrict his movements. From the shape of his body, he seemed to be a man. He stood there silently as if he didn't exist, and his icy eyes stared at Zhao Fu from under the hood. Zhao Fu stood there calmly and looked back at the man while wondering what was going on. He remembered choosing to accept the profession before appearing at this place. The man continued to stare at Zhao Fu when the pendant on his chest suddenly gave off a faint white light, and he slowly said with a slightly hoarse voice, "Preserve the light in your heart, remember that you are an assassin. We work in the dark to serve the light, nothing is true, everything is permitted, under our hidden blades, all are equal." After the man spoke that final sentence, the scene before Zhao Fu's eyes blurred and he returned to the hall that he was in before, as a system announcement sounded out, "Profession change successful." This profession was not simple at all, and Zhao Fu decided that he needed to examine it closely. Zhao Fu was surprised that he had to be judged before he could obtain the profession, which was different to all of the other professions. Zhao Fu looked at his assassin profession. He obtained not only stat bonuses but also many skills: stealth, blur, assassination technique, ghost form, knife throwing, and hidden blade control. Of course, with Zhao Fu's status, he wouldn't be using the profession to carry out assassinations or intelligence gathering. However, it would still be useful to him because it allowed him to see what was on the other side of those doors. Zhao Fu stood in front of the doors and pushed them open. This time, the doors did not reject him, and he was able to open them easily. Behind the doors was a dim passageway. Zhao Fu thought about it for a second and ordered his soldiers to prepare for him the black hooded clothes and the 2 hidden blades. Zhao Fu guessed that since the doors required the assassin profession to open them, what lay beyond them was related to the profession, so he had to make sufficient preparations. "Your Majesty, do you want some of us to come with you? It might be very dangerous inside." Zhao Fu's trusted subordinates asked with worried expressions on their faces. Zhao Fu shook his head and replied, "No need. It might be quite dangerous inside, but because it could be a type of legacy trial, there shouldn't be any fatal dangers inside. Don't worry too much." Hearing this, Zhao Fu's subordinates retreated to one side. After making preparations, Zhao Fu stepped into the passageway, and the doors slowly closed behind him. Zhao Fu did not move when he entered. Instead, he observed his surroundings before finally walking forwards after not finding anything. His surroundings were quite quiet, and the only sound he could hear was his own breathing. Combined with the dim environment, the atmosphere was quite frightening. Zhao Fu followed the passageway until he arrived in a strange region. The region was incredibly big, and it seemed like a forest. It was still quite dim in this forest, and the sky was a gray-white color, while the grass and trees were a deathly gray color. The ground was covered with rotten and withered leaves, and the entire region was filled with the aura of death. Zhao Fu looked around for a moment, planning what to do, when a large tree in front of him seemed to come to life, whipping its branches towards him. This was simply too unexpected, and Zhao Fu quickly tried to jump backwards. However, the branches were simply too big, and it was impossible for Zhao Fu to fully evade them. As such, he quickly crossed his arms and unleashed his king's domain, forming a 2-meter-wide black protective shield that was covered with dragon inscriptions, but he was still sent flying backwards. After landing on the ground, Zhao Fu tried to go another way, but when he came near the forest, the large trees once again came to life and started to attack Zhao Fu. Luckily, he was prepared this time and managed to evade them. This happened a few times, making it impossible for him to enter the forest. Zhao Fu could only stand still and think to himself for a moment. If he wanted to advance, he would have to pass through this forest, but with the trees attacking him, it was impossible for him to enter the forest. He must have overlooked something. Suddenly, a realization flashed in Zhao Fu's mind as he smiled with understanding. He marveled at his momentary stupidity and thought back to the words that the man had said to him when he obtained his profession: "Preserve the light in your heart, remember that you are an assassin." Before, he had been thinking as a normal person, rather than as an assassin. Now that he was an assassin, he should be thinking as an assassin did. First, in order to enter a place as an assassin, he would have to suppress his breathing and his aura. Zhao Fu used stealth to hide his aura, and even his breathing was barely detectable. After he suppressed his aura and breathing, he slowly approached the large tree. 104 Underworld Demon. This time, the large tree did not attack, and Zhao Fu inwardly let out a sigh of relief. The forest was quite large, and because he had to use stealth the entire time, he couldn't relax, or the trees would start to attack him. This was quite difficult, as using stealth required a lot of his concentration. However, if Zhao Fu wanted to advance, this was necessary. Zhao Fu carefully crept forwards, his mind fully alert. Soon, Zhao Fu quickly hid behind a large tree because he had discovered a monster ahead. The monster had a human-like body, was 2 meters tall, and had gray-white skin. Its arms were quite long, and it was to the point that they were trailing on the ground. Its hands were like claws, and the monster did not have a face, only a pair of large ears. Upon seeing this monster, Zhao Fu quickly ducked behind a tree. It did not seem to notice Zhao Fu, and after a while, it finally left. Following this, Zhao Fu continued onwards. However, he saw another monster like the one from before. However, this one did not have a pair of large ears, and it instead had a large eye on its face. The monster turned its head, and Zhao Fu was given a big fright. He had been discovered. In the next second, the monster disappeared and reappeared in front of Zhao Fu. It raised its right claw and vigorously slashed downwards at Zhao Fu. So fast. Zhao Fu marveled inwardly. He immediately activated the mechanisms attached to his hands, causing the 2 hidden blades to extend outwards, and Zhao Fu crossed his arms in front of his body. Bang! A massive force smashed into his arms, making him slide back by 5 or 6 meters. It had to be known that Zhao Fu's stats were comparable to that of a stage 2 guards, but because his cultivation was lacking, he was still forced backwards. It was evident how powerful this monster was. No wonder the rat folk had been unable to get past this area. It would have been impossible for them to win against this monster. Facing this monster, Zhao Fu had no choice but to use his king's power. He sent his king's power into the hidden blades, and the silver-white blades looked as if they had been dyed black, with dragon inscriptions moving along the surfaces of the blades. This time, it was Zhao Fu's turn to attack. He leaned forwards as his legs explosively pushed off from the ground. Bang! The ground cracked as Zhao Fu's body turned into a black blur and shot towards the monster. The monster stood its ground calmly when it saw Zhao Fu rush at it. When Zhao Fu came within 2 meters of it, the monster swept its right arm out as fast as lightning, and its sharp claws gave off 5 rays of light that seemed to be able to crush rocks. Zhao Fu raised the hidden blade on his left hand and blocked the monster's claw as he stabbed the hidden blade on his right hand towards the monster. The monster was able to react incredibly quickly, and it stretched out its other hand and grabbed onto Zhao Fu's right arm. Zhao Fu was greatly shocked, and in the next moment, the monster threw Zhao Fu like he was a sandbag. Bang! Zhao Fu was thrown 10 or so meters away and crashed into a large cry. The tree trunk trembled, and quite a few leaves fell from the tree. Cough! As Zhao Fu fell to the ground, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The monster was incredibly strong, and if he wasn't careful, he would be heavily injured. Zhao Fu took out a healing pill and ate it before standing up. At this moment, the monster's large eye was staring at Zhao Fu without a trace of emotion. Following this, the monster's body vanished and appeared before Zhao Fu, its claw reaching towards Zhao Fu as if it wanted to dig out his heart. Zhao Fu quickly leaped to the side and avoided its claw. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as its claw stabbed half a meter deep into the tree trunk. Right after dodging the claws, Zhao Fu saw an opportunity and slashed out with his hidden blade towards the monster. However, in the next second, the monster whipped its other claw towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's hidden blade was unable to connect with the monster at all, and his entire body was sent flying again. After hitting the ground, Zhao Fu felt as if his body was going to collapse, and he thought to himself, How is this monster so strong and so fast? However, Zhao Fu suddenly realized that he had forgotten something, and he thought to himself, I'm an assassin. Assassins were extremely fast and incredibly agile, and Zhao Fu had not used the strengths of his profession at all. At this moment, the monster once again appeared in front of where Zhao Fu was and raised its arms, slamming them down on Zhao Fu, who was on the ground. Zhao Fu immediately activated ghost form, which was a skill that could allow his body to become abnormally agile. When the monster's claws were about to hit him, Zhao Fu's body performed a strange twist as he narrowly avoided the monster's attack, and he quickly flipped to his feet from the ground. In the next second, Zhao Fu immediately used blur, and he quickly ran and leapt around the monster. The monster looked around with its single eye to track Zhao Fu's movements. Suddenly, a black blur flashed near the monster. However, when it tried to grab the monster, it caught nothing. Zhao Fu appeared at the other side of the monster's body, but it was able to react incredibly quickly, swinging its other claw towards Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu bent backwards as lively as a snake and dodged the attack. As he swung back up, his hidden blade slashed across the monster's waist, leaving a 15-centimeter wide injury. Roar! The monster howled in pain. It turned its body and tried to claw Zhao Fu, but Zhao Fu's body had already turned into a blur and reappeared 5 meters away. This was the first time that Zhao Fu had been able to hit the monster, and he was quite happy. However, his expression became serious because he saw that the wound he had created healed in just seconds, and it was to the point that there was not even a scar left. After the wound closed, the monster once again rushed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu decided to use the assassin profession's speed and agility to its fullest by choosing to evade and dodge instead of meeting the monster head-on. At the same time, Zhao Fu gradually discovered the monster's openings. Every time it attacked, it would leave openings on both sides of its waist. Zhao Fu could take advantage of this and continuously injure the monster, but no matter how much he injured it, it would be able to quickly recover, and its strength did not seem to go down at all. There was almost no way to defeat this monster, and Zhao Fu could only think like an assassin. He realized that he had been making a mistake. Assassins existed to assassinate their targets, and this required them to kill in a single blow. Often, assassins would only have a single chance, and once they missed it, the opportunity would not present itself again. Normally, the lethal areas were the heart and the head, and this monster's weaknesses were most likely those two places as well. After coming to this realization, Zhao Fu started to face off against the monster again. He first left a few injuries on the monster's stomach and waist area, causing it to roar angrily and attack Zhao Fu wildly. Its claws glinted with light, and anyone who was hit by them would have been reduced to scraps. Zhao Fu quickly dodged, his heart incredibly calm without a trace of panic. He did not continue attacking because he had completely immersed himself in the identity of an assassin. Only that way would his heart fully fuse with the assassin profession. As the monster madly rained down attacks, Zhao Fu continuously dodged. Suddenly, Zhao Fu's eyes flashed as he ducked under one of the monster's swipes, leaned forwards, stretched out his right hand, and used the assassination technique. His hidden blade flashed with a dark light as it stabbed forwards. Kai! The sound of the hidden blade piercing into flesh sounded out as the hidden blade pierced the monster's heart. At that moment, both parties stopped moving. 105-12 statues after piercing through the monster's heart, Zhao Fu instantly withdrew his hidden blade and retreated. The monster's corpse powerlessly fell to the ground before turning into gray air, leaving behind a gray, 5-centimeter-long, rhombus-shaped crystal. When the monster finally died, Zhao Fu let out a breath and looked at the gray crystal on the ground. He walked over with a curious expression on his face and looked at it. Underworld Demon Crystal can be fused with a piece of equipment, giving it Underworld Demon's power. Underworld Demon's power was most likely that monster's power, so that monster was most likely an underworld demon. Zhao Fu wondered what sort of creature it was. At the same time, he didn't know what would happen if he fused the underworld demon crystal into a piece of equipment. Right now, Zhao Fu's hidden blades and clothes were still bronze rank, so fusing the underworld demon crystal into them would be a waste. Of course, Zhao Fu had other higher grade equipment, but Zhao Fu felt that the underworld demon crystal was more suited to assassin equipment. Just as he was about to leave, the underworld demon with a large pair of ears, drawn over from the previous battle, charged over. This underworld demon did not have eyes, and it relied solely on its hearing. Its pair of large ears could catch all traces of sound, and if one could find a way to deal with it, it would be quite easy to deal with. However, if one could not find a method to deal with it, this underworld demon would be even more troublesome than the underworld demon with the eye. After appearing, the underworld demon immediately leaped at Zhao Fu, and he did not even have the chance to hide. The underworld demon swiped its claws at Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu's body turned into countless black blurs as he dodged the attack. In actuality, this was quite useful to Zhao Fu. It would take some time for Zhao Fu to become accustomed to fighting on the front lines from watching from the back lines. Even though he had gained immense power, he lacked the means to use this power. In other words, he lacked battle experience. His king's power was also something that could only be developed through battle. Zhao Fu quickly dodged, as this underworld demon attacked even faster than the previous one. Despite his speed and agility, there were many occasions where he was almost hit. Zhao Fu knew that he couldn't continue like this, and he suddenly remembered his knife-throwing skill. Throwing knives were leaf-shaped knives that were roughly as long as a dagger. The blade was quite thin and incredibly sharp, and it could deal a great amount of damage. This was one of the long-range abilities that Assassin Order had. Zhao Fu had prepared some throwing knives beforehand, and he immediately retreated 10 or so meters before taking out 2 throwing knives. He flicked his wrists, sending the 2 throwing knives towards the underworld demon. They were incredibly fast, and they looked like 2 rays of white light as they traveled towards the underworld demon. The sound that they gave off was quite quiet, but because the underworld demon had astonishing hearing, it was able to knock the 2 throwing knives away with its claws. Zhao Fu wasn't disappointed when he saw this because he had found a way to deal with the underworld demon. Upon realizing this method, a smile appeared on his lips. Because Zhao Fu's face was covered by his hood, his smile looked quite mysterious and somewhat dashing. This time, it was Zhao Fu who attacked first. He used the throwing knives to continuously attack the underworld demon from different places, and all of them were knocked away by it. Following this, Zhao Fu threw another 2 throwing knives, but this time, after he threw them, he moved extremely quickly and suppressed his aura as he followed right behind the 2 throwing knives. Bang! Bang! The underworld demon waved its arms, and its steel-like claws once again knocked the 2 throwing knives away. By now, Zhao Fu was right in front of the underworld demon, and he slashed his hidden blade towards it. The underworld demon finally noticed Zhao Fu and tried to grab him with its claws. However, just as the hidden blade and the claws were about to clash, Zhao Fu suddenly stopped attacking and dodged to the side. The instant that the underworld demon's claws missed, Zhao Fu left a gash on the underworld demon's side. This caused it to roar with fury, and it raised its claws before smashing them down on Zhao Fu. Bang! The underworld demon's claws crashed onto the ground, leaving a large crater, but by now, Zhao Fu was already behind the underworld demon. He stabbed out, his hidden blade giving off a black light as it stabbed into the underworld demon's heart. The underworld demon's body immediately dissipated, turning into gray air, and an underworld demon crystal fell to the ground. Zhao Fu picked up the crystal and continued onwards. 7 days later, Zhao Fu arrived at the end of the forest. Over the 7 days, Zhao Fu had killed 459 underworld demons, and he had correspondingly obtained 459 underworld demon crystals. It seemed that underworld demon crystals were guaranteed drops from underworld demons, and they were not as rare as soldier souls. As such, Zhao Fu fused 2 underworld demon crystals into his hidden blades, causing their stats to change. Hidden blade, grade, blue, stats, strength +1, agility +1, description, a normal hidden blade that has been strengthened by an underworld demon's power. The assassin skills used with this hidden blade will be strengthened, and the hidden blade has received a small armor-piercing effect. Before, the hidden blades did not have any stats, but now, the 2 hidden blades had 2 points of stats. The assassin skills used with the hidden blades were buffed, and the blades received a small armor-piercing effect. Even if someone was wearing armor, the hidden blades could still pierce through them, so these 2 hidden blades had now become perfect assassination tools. After these 7 days, Zhao Fu had finally arrived at the end of the forest, which meant that Zhao Fu was about to pass the trial. There were 2 large doors at the end of the forest that were like the ones that Zhao Fu had entered to arrive in this space. However, there were 50 or so underworld demons guarding them. It would be quite difficult for Zhao Fu to deal with 50 underworld demons at once, so he thought about what to do. The goal wasn't to kill the underworld demons but to pass through here. As such, he made some faint noises in the forest and lured over only the underworld demons with ears. Now, there were only 20 or so underworld demons with big eyes in front of the doors. Zhao Fu didn't hide anymore, and he directly rushed over. After the rigorous training that he had gone through over the past 7 days, Zhao Fu seemed to have become a different person in terms of both strength and mental state. Under his hood, Zhao Fu was shrouded with a mysterious and icy aura, and he rushed over like a black shadow. Of course, the 20 or so underworld demons immediately noticed him and rushed towards him. Kai. Just as they started fighting, Zhao Fu tilted his head and dodged one of the underworld demon's claws before stabbing the hidden blade on his right hand into its heart. Everything had happened extremely quickly, and now, Zhao Fu's movements were all incredibly smooth and proficient. Zhao Fu did not even bother to look at the underworld demon he had just killed before turning and plunging his other hidden blade into another underworld demon's heart. These underworld demons, which had been a big problem for Zhao Fu in the past, were no longer a problem. After quickly killing these underworld demons, he put away the crystals that they had dropped. Zhao Fu slowly opened the pair of doors at the end of the forest before arriving in another hall. This hall was the same as the hall from before, but the difference was that apart from there being a profession change stone steel at the center, there were also 12 stages around it with 12 statues and 12 sets of equipment. 106 equipment sets. The 12 statues on the stages were all wearing clothes similar to what Zhao Fu was wearing, making it impossible to see their facial features. Based on the shapes of their bodies, there were males and females, young and old. Of course, Zhao Fu did not recognize these statues, but these 12 people were all undoubtedly experts, as even their statues gave off a sense of suppression. Zhao Fu looked at the 12 sets of equipment at the feet of the 12 statues. The sets had a ring, 2 hidden blades, and a set of clothes. The 3 pieces of equipment were all gray, but despite this, each equipment set looked quite extraordinary. The rings had exquisite patterns and inscriptions on them, the hidden blades gave off a light that made one feel a chill, and the clothes felt incredibly mysterious. Zhao Fu walked over to one of the equipment sets and had a look. Underworld Shadows Ring, Battle, Grade, Gold, Stats, all stats +4, Description, one of the pieces of the Battle Wielder's equipment set. This piece of equipment is a piece of legacy equipment that can evolve with its owner. It contains hidden power from its last owner. When all 3 pieces of the equipment set are equipped, the owner can obtain the last owner's legacy. Underworld Shadows Sword, Battle, Grade, Gold, Stats, Strength +12, Agility +7, Description, one of the pieces of the Battle Wielder's equipment set. This piece of equipment is a piece of legacy equipment that can evolve with its owner. It contains hidden power from its last owner. When all 3 pieces of the equipment set are equipped, the owner can obtain the last owner's legacy. Underworld Shadows Clothes, Battle, Grade, Gold, Stats, Strength +6, Agility +7, Constitution +6, Description, one of the pieces of the Battle Wielder's equipment set. This piece of equipment is a legacy piece of equipment that can evolve with its owner. It contains hidden power from its last owner. When all 3 pieces of the equipment set are equipped, the owner can obtain the last owner's legacy. After taking a look, Zhao Fu found that these 12 equipment sets were not ordinary at all. Not only were they pieces of legacy equipment, but they could also grow stronger as their owners grew stronger. They would be worth a lot from just this alone. What was even more important was that the owner could obtain the previous owner's legacy. Zhao Fu guessed that the owners of these pieces of equipment were all supremely strong existences, and these 12 statues were statues of them. The other 11 equipment sets were the Soul Equipment Set, War Equipment Set, Kill Equipment Set, Light Equipment Set, Fantasy Illusion Set, Corrosion Equipment Set, Darkness Equipment Set, Blood Equipment Set, Terror Equipment Set, Tree Equipment Set, and Void Equipment Set. These 12 equipment sets all contained the power of legacies, so Zhao Fu put all of them away. Now, after Zhao Fu left, he would be able to create an assassin organization. After obtaining these things, Zhao Fu was confident that the assassin organization that he created would become one of the most powerful assassin organizations in the world. Its name would resound under the heavens, and it would become one of the most feared organizations in the world. Zhao Fu did not choose any of these 12 equipment sets to use for himself because he wanted to give these 12 equipment sets to the heads of the organization. Zhao Fu felt that the equipment set for the true leader would be further on. Zhao Fu then went to take a look at the profession change stone steel at the center of the hall. It was also for Assassin, Order, but it was different than the one from before. Assassin, Order, Mature, a grade military, Description, an assassin who worships the light and aims to create a wonderful world, Effect, receives skill, Level 1 assassination technique. The main changes were that Juvenile had become mature and B grade had become a grade. The skill did not change, but it was strengthened. Zhao Fu guessed that this profession was also a profession that could become stronger. Perhaps after the next trial, the profession would be S grade, and it would go from mature to perfect. There might even be ultimate in the future. In other words, this assassin profession might be a terrifying SSS grade military profession. This caused Zhao Fu's heart to tremble with excitement. Zhao Fu placed his hand on the profession change stone steel, and the scene before his eyes blurred as he appeared in a dim space. There was also a person standing in front of him. This person's aura was many times stronger than the first person who had appeared to him. 473 underworld demons killed in total. Trial passed. A cold voice said. Following this, Zhao Fu was returned to the place where he was before, and his assassin profession became A grade. After looking at his skills, he felt quite satisfied. After pushing open another set of doors, Zhao Fu continued onwards. He was soon blocked by a blood-red barrier, and when he tried to push through it, He was stopped. After thinking about it, he said, "We work in the dark to serve the light. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. Under our hidden blades, all are equal." This time, Zhao Fu was able to pass through the blood-red barrier. After coming out, he found himself in a strange place. He was in the middle of the ruins, and the sky was blood-red. His surroundings were deathly quiet, but there was a dense feeling of blood and killing intent. What made Zhao Fu's heart sink was that all of the powers within him had been sealed, including his king's power, bringing him to the state of a normal person. At the same time, Zhao Fu received a message to kill all the people here while surviving. As such, Zhao Fu started to cautiously proceed. 3 days later, Zhao Fu's body was covered with injuries, making him look like a person made of blood. His breathing was ragged as he weakly pushed open the doors to exit this region. He arrived at a hall, and after looking around, he was somewhat disappointed because there was almost nothing in here. Could it be that his guess had been wrong? Only after walking forwards did he notice a gray ring on the profession change stone steel. Assassin Lord's Ring, grade, epic rank, stats, strength +12, agility +20, constitution +6, description, increases one's assassin skills by 200%, and all damage from assassin skills towards you are reduced by 60%. Bonus skills, detection domain, all creatures that come within 100 meters of you will be detected by you. Master Servant power, this ring and the 12 legacy equipment sets have a master-servant relationship, and you can use their power. After seeing this ring, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that his guess had been correct. The ring stats were quite powerful, and he would be able to try the 12 different sets powers. Right now, he needed to recuperate, as he had suffered heavy injuries. Zhao Fu had the king's ring on the index finger of his right hand and the assassin lord's ring on the middle finger of his right hand. Following this, Zhao Fu placed his hand on the profession change stone steel, which upgraded his profession into S grade, and the title became Assassin, Order, Perfect. Zhao Fu understood what he had experienced over these past 3 days, and he did not want to go on. As such, he walked to the passage on one of the other walls and left the historical remnant. 107 Great Ken's 10 departments. After arriving outside, everyone who had been waiting for him let out a sigh of relief. After all, Zhao Fu had been inside for 10 days, and they couldn't help but worry. When they saw Zhao Fu finally come out, they could put their minds at ease. Seeing how bloody Zhao Fu was, Bei Qi quickly went over to support Zhao Fu and asked worriedly, "Your Majesty, how were you injured so heavily?" By now, Zhao Fu's injuries had stabilized, but he was still relatively weak. He smiled and gave a simple description of the things within the historical remnant, causing everyone to be astonished. After returning to the Great Qin village, Zhao Fu made a full recovery after 1 or 2 days. He then returned to the Ratfolk village and had a look around. The Ratfolk village was a fine gold-grade village, and now, Zhao Fu had 5 fine gold-grade villages. Following this, Zhao Fu went to the Ratfolk barracks and found 3 profession change stone steels. Ratfolk soldier, F+ grade military, description, soldiers among Ratfolk, effect, receives, attack saber technique. Ratfolk archer, E grade military, description, archers among Ratfolk, effect, receives, precise archery. These 2 military professions were quite ordinary, and Zhao Fu did not pay them much attention. However, Zhao Fu was quite curious about the 3rd profession. Scout, D grade military, description, Ratfolk who are extremely sensitive to their surroundings, effect, receives, detection. After seeing this profession, Zhao Fu realized that this was how they had been discovered earlier. This profession would be quite important in future battles. Zhao Fu decided to leave 2,000 Ratfolk in the village and took the other 2,000 to the Great Qin village. It wouldn't be too dangerous for them to be here considering how difficult it was to attack the place and the teleportation channel that was built. Over at the bronze concentrate mine, Zhao Fu took back 500 soldiers, as the surrounding 100-kilometer radius area was now under the Great Qin village's control, so there was no need to be as worried as before. Moreover, after such a long time, Zhao Fu's total population had reached a bit over 27,000 people, so Zhao Fu decided to increase his army to 6,000 soldiers. At the same time, the Great Qin village now had 110,000 experience point and was 40,000 experience point away from becoming a town. Zhao Fu was also 200 achievement points away from becoming a second-ranked baron. Since the Great Qin village was about to become a town, they couldn't continue developing like it was a village. The first thing for them to do was to build proper walls, which required them to excavate rocks. For the next few days, Zhao Fu and Bei Qi took a look at the surrounding mountains and found a good material for the walls. The material was called white steel rock, and it contained some metallic properties. As such, it was tougher than normal rocks and would be good for building walls. They also drew a detailed town map and made precise plans. That way, there wouldn't be any problems with the future development of the Great Qin village. Right now, The Great Qin village was placed in the middle of many bronze-grade villages. There were also 4 important villages to the north, south, east, and west of the Great Qin village, which protected the Great Qin village. These villages were all fine gold-grade villages and had decent potential. In the future, Zhao Fu would also use this sort of development strategy to defend the Great Qin village. After all, the Great Qin village was the foundation of everything, so he needed to give it absolute protection. The Great Qin village was something absolutely necessary for reviving the Great Qin Empire in the future, so it held an incredibly high position in Zhao Fu's heart. Of course, Zhao Fu would not personally take charge of the construction, he left this to the gnomes and dwarves. The dwarves were knowledgeable about construction and the gnomes were proficient in engineering, so they would work quite well together. Zhao Fu also realized that because the Great Qin village would become a town soon, they would also need to make changes to the management structure. After discussing with Beiqi and Li Si, Zhao Fu decided to create a few departments. The first was the construction department, which would be in charge of all construction and maintenance. The second was the residential department. Zhao Fu had almost 30,000 villagers, and he needed a comprehensive census register. A census register was not just to keep records of residents, but it would also help them better manage the people. Therefore, a nation had to have a census register. The third was the research department, which would be in charge of research and development. The fourth was the agricultural department. Right now, arable land was essentially under military control, so no one owned the land. The agricultural department would not only be in charge of crops but also the management of medicinal plants, fruits, and vegetables. The fifth was the animal department, which would be in charge of animals. The department would be in charge of raising and feeding war horses and breeding livestock. Not all creatures were spawned by the system in the Heaven Awakened world, so some kinds of livestock have to be bred. The sixth was the equipment department, which would be in charge of managing and creating military equipment. The seventh was the medicine department. This department was not only in charge of refining medicinal pills but also responsible for creating medicine and healing the injured. The eighth was the military department, which would oversee all military matters. This would be managed by Beiqi, and as the Great Qin village developed, Beiqi would return to his role as chief commander. The ninth was internal affairs department, which would manage the various matters within the villages. This was similar to the executive branch in most governments, and the department would be managed by Li Si. Li Si had been the prime minister of the Qin Empire, so he was quite suitable for this role. The 10th would not be disclosed to the public, the night department, which only the high-ranking members of the Great Qin village would know about. The night department would be the assassin organization, and its full name was Eternal Night. Zhao Fu wanted it to be a shadow that would forever stay out of sight and be an eternal night that would strike fear into countless people. Currently, Eternal Night already had 150 people. These 150 people had gone through various tests set by Zhao Fu, and they had finally passed the initial trial in the historical remnant. However, most of these people only had the B-grade juvenile assassin profession. Only 5 of them obtained the A-grade mature assassin profession. These people were the creme of the crop. Only after they passed did Zhao Fu find out that the only requirement to pass was to kill 3 underworld demons. They were not like Zhao Fu, who had powerful legacies and powers. They all relied on their own strength and received heavy injuries to kill 3 underworld demons. This greatly shocked Zhao Fu. Out of these 5 people, 4 of them were male and 1 of them was female, and Zhao Fu already knew 3 of them. 108 underworld equipment say among the 3 people who Zhao Fu knew, Wang Ergu and Go Binglin was a part of that group. He had asked them to have a go, as Wang Ergu had a nimble mind and Go Binglin was an attentive and thorough person. Eternal Night would not merely carry out assassinations. It would also do intelligence gathering as well, so it needed all sorts of people. Zhao Fu had high hopes for Wang Ergu and Go Binglin, so he asked them to try. Both of them had not disappointed Zhao Fu, and they had almost risked their lives to finally kill 3 underworld demons, obtaining the A-grade assassin profession. They were both quite proud and joyful that they had killed 3 underworld demons, which were all incredibly powerful beings. Only those who had fought against the underworld demons would understand how terrifying they were. Only by giving it their all and even putting their lives on the line had these 5 people risen above the other 140 or so people. Of course, they had been filled with pride when they finished. However, when they saw the rankings for the number of underworld demons killed, they were shocked to see that the top-ranked person had killed over 400 underworld demons. Even a single underworld demon could almost kill them, and if they had to kill over 400 underworld demons, there wouldn't even be a speck of them left afterwards. What shocked them even more was that the top-ranked person was Zhao Fu, their majesty. Now, none of them felt prideful, and they instead humbly lowered their heads and no longer thought about this matter. The 5 of them respectfully half-knelt on the ground, while Zhao Fu sat on a chair above and smiled as he looked at them. He glanced past Wang Ergu and Go Binglin, and his gaze fell on the last person who he knew and said, Liu Mai, were you really so bored that you went and tried as well? Liu Mai glared at Zhao Fu and said unhappily, Your Majesty, why can't I try? I always thought that I was suited to be an assassin. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing that Zhao Fu had started laughing, Liu Mai felt quite displeased, but because she couldn't do anything about it, she continued to glare at him. Zhao Fu finally stopped laughing after a bit. Indeed, Liu Mai had the skill to pass the trials, and because she was acknowledged by the stone steel, she did possess some talent. Zhao Fu did not mind her glare and looked at the remaining two people. One was a skinny youth, while the other was a normal-looking middle-aged man. The youth was called Ling Hongfei and the middle-aged man was called Qi. As Zhao Fu looked at them, both of them respectfully lowered their heads. They were not like the other three people, who Zhao Fu had valued from the beginning. They were ordinary people who had grasped this opportunity, and now that they had been summoned by Zhao Fu, it most likely meant that they would be valued by Zhao Fu in the future. As such, they couldn't help but feel somewhat excited and nervous. After looking at the 5 people, Zhao Fu took out the 12 legacy equipment sets and said, Since you've passed the trial, I'll give you a corresponding reward. These are 12 legacy equipment sets, and each contains its own special power. Pick a set based on your preferences, but make sure you think about it carefully, as it may be with you for life. The 5 of them earnestly nodded and looked at the 12 sets of equipment in front of them. They couldn't help but touch the equipment sets and feel the auras that they gave off. In the end, Go Binglan chose the soul equipment set. Because Zhao Fu possessed the Assassin Lord's Ring, he had some understanding of the 12 powers that the equipment sets possessed. The soul equipment set possessed a mental type legacy. Liu Mai chose the fantasy equipment set, which possessed an illusion type legacy. Wang Ergu chose the corrosion equipment set, which had a poison type legacy that could corrode bodies. Ling Hongfei chose the darkness equipment set, which had a ghost type legacy and would give him powers similar to those of the undead. Zhi chose the tree equipment set, which had a healing type legacy and would aid in recovery and healing. These 5 legacies were all decent, but the most powerful were the war equipment set, kill equipment set, blood equipment set, and battle equipment set. These 4 legacies all focused on killing and fighting, so their legacies' powers were quite monstrous. However, despite those 4 equipment sets being the most powerful, none of the 5 people chose them. Of course, Zhao Fu would not force them because he knew the importance of choosing something that suited oneself. The 5 of them put the equipment sets on, after which each of the equipment sets gave off large amounts of gray aura that entered their bodies. Their auras changed, and they obtained not only increased stats but also a special legacy power. Zhao Fu left things at that. He had given them the opportunity, and it would now depend on their own efforts and luck to see how they would use those powers. After this, there were not many other matters for Zhao Fu to take care of, so he went to take a look at the construction of the Great Qin village's walls. The next day, a golden light flashed at the origin, and the Great Qin village spawned an S-grade villager. Li Si quickly took him to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu saw that the new villager was a refined-looking middle-aged man who was wearing scholar's robes, and he looked at his stats. Name, Menghan grade, S title, non-profession, learn teacher, achievement points, commoner, 0 out of 200, race, human age, 32, 100, loyalty, 80 stats, strength, 6, intelligence, 10, constitution, 6, agility, 7 cultivation, stage 0 cultivation technique, non-skill, teaching and educating, equipment, scholar's robes learned teacher. Zhao Fu softly said after looking at Menghan's stats. Hearing this, Menghan respectfully cupped his hands together as he said, Your Majesty, this subordinate is indeed a teacher. Zhao Fu thought for a moment and felt that it was time for the Great Qin village to build an academy and to invite a few teachers to teach the children. Zhao Fu was not opposed to the Confucians, who promoted learning, and he quite often agreed with their ideology. Moreover, learning and studying were not merely about reading and writing words but about broadening one's perspectives and making one more cultured. However, Zhao Fu was opposed to studying for the sake of studying. For example, the 8-legged essay of the Ming dynasty, a type of essay that had to be mastered to pass the imperial examinations, completely constricted people's thinking. Thus, China started to fall behind, and by the end of the Qing dynasty, almost any nation could bully China. Even until now, it was one of the greatest humiliations of China's history. Zhao Fu decided that an academy was absolutely necessary because he couldn't just depend on finding and spawning talents. He would also have to develop talents. 109 Soldier Alliance in the real world, no matter if it was a country or a company, they would always be competing over talented people. Moreover, it was often stressed that science, technology, and education were essential to the development of a country. Even though the heaven-awakened world was in chaotic times, people still needed to learn and study. The civil and the military made up for the shortcomings of the other, and only by developing both would one's faction become stronger. In the future, Zhao Fu would welcome any Confucians to join his faction, but he would not reject the 100 schools of thought and place the Confucians on a pedestal. Zhao Fu was adamant that all schools of thought had their own uses and applications, and one could not only focus on Confucianism. At the same time, with such great competition, any faction would welcome any of the 100 school of thought's people. However, Zhao Fu knew that he had to proceed carefully. He was still much too weak, and in the real world, anyone could easily crush him and put him to death. As such, he had to be cautious in all things. Following this, Zhao Fu chatted with Meng Han about a few things that he wanted to be taught, before ordering people to start constructing an academy and to start gathering some important books. After he set all of this into motion, Zhao Fu had a look at the time, and when he saw that there wasn't anything else for him to do, he returned to the real world. After coming back to the real world, Zhao Fu ate some food before opening up the Heaven Awaken World Forum. At this moment, a familiar woman's voice sounded out from outside his door. Zhao Fu opened the door with a curious look on his face and saw Wu Qingnian, who had now changed into casual clothes, but she still gave off an exceptional aura. He asked, "Why are you here?" Wu Qingnian lightly smiled and replied, "What, you don't welcome me?" Zhao Fu shook his head and stepped out of the way, and Wu Qingnian walked in. After looking around, she sat on a sofa and asked, "Zhao Fu, you're in the Heaven Awaken world as well, right?" Zhao Fu's heart slightly tightened, but his expression did not change. After all, almost everyone had a Heaven Awaken stone, so it was not so strange. He nodded. "Where are you?" Wu Qingnian curiously asked. Zhao Fu had to think before answering this question. If he gave too much away, he might find himself in trouble, but if he lied about being somewhere else and was exposed, that would also bring him problems. As such, he decided to say that he was in the Forest of Horrors, as he had never shown his face in public. "I'm at the Forest of Horrors." Wu Qingnian felt somewhat disappointed and said, "You're so far away from me." "That's right, I have a friend, Dong Junhe, who established quite a big faction in the Forest of Horrors. It's called Soldier Alliance. Do you want me to introduce you to him?" "Soldier Alliance? Dong Junhe?" Zhao Fu never thought that she would have friends in the Forest of Horrors. Soldier Alliance was the largest player faction in Soldier Forest, and Dong Junhe was the leader and founder of Soldier Alliance. Zhao Fu had been keeping an eye out on the other various factions, so he knew some things about it. Zhao Fu thought about it before refusing. "Thanks, but there's no need. I'm used to being by myself." "Alright." Wu Qingnian did not insist, and she changed the topic, saying, "Then in the future, when the regions are all connected, you should come to where I am." Zhao Fu felt quite perplexed and asked, "Why?" Wu Qingnian lightly smiled as she said flirtatiously, "Because I fancy you." Zhao Fu stood there in silence, not knowing what to say. Wu Qingnian felt quite frustrated and explained, "I fancy your potential, alright? If you join me, I'll provide you with many benefits." "I don't need anything," Zhao Fu calmly replied without his expression changing at all. Wu Qingnian stared into Zhao Fu's eyes with her beautiful eyes as she asked, "Really? Are you really not interested in money, beautiful women, or power?" Zhao Fu replied. "Then what about me? Are you interested in me? I might just take you as my wife." Wu Qingnian suddenly walked up to Zhao Fu and put a finger under Zhao Fu's chin as she smiled. She gave off an indescribably domineering air and spoke in a way that could cause many girls to go crazy. However, Zhao Fu grabbed her hand and gave off the majestic might of an emperor as he said, "Even if I become interested in you, it'll be me taking you as my wife." Zhao Fu suddenly returned to his normal demeanor as he lightly chuckled and let go of Wu Qingnian's hand, his emperor's aura completely gone. Wu Qingnian had initially been given a great fright, and she wondered if she had imagined it. She had just made a joke, and when she heard what Zhao Fu said, she couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, a voice said from the other side of the door, "Big Miss Wu, time is up." Wu Qingnian stopped laughing, and her confident and domineering aura returned as she said, "Zhao Fu, I welcome you at any time." Zhao Fu nodded. Following this, Wu Qingnian left. On the way, she remembered Zhao Fu's words, and she couldn't help but smile. She was interested in Zhao Fu's strength and believed that his potential was limitless. However, she did not believe that Zhao Fu would be able to take her as his wife because she believed that there was not a man in this world who was worthy of her. As such, Wu Qingnian couldn't help but laugh and shake her head, casting that matter aside. When Zhao Fu saw that Wu Qingnian had left, he let out a sigh of relief. He had accidentally let out his emperor's might before, but he had been able to cover it up quickly. Following this, Zhao Fu scrolled through the Heaven Awaken World Forum, but because he didn't find anything, he returned to the Heaven Awaken World. After returning, someone came to report that Old Log had broken through to Stage 1, becoming a Stage 1 general. Now, the Great Qin village had 2 people at Stage 1. Zhao Fu called Old Log over to him and started to discuss the unique military profession with him. 110 Midland Continent. Even though Old Log was an outlander, Zhao Fu did not discriminate between races. No matter if it was before, now, or in the future, he would view all races as equal, so he treated Old Log quite well. Zhao Fu called Old Log over, and Zhao Fu saw that Old Log looked a bit younger than before. Perhaps this was the effect of having 10 years added to his lifespan. After chatting with Old Log, Zhao Fu found that after he had become a Stage 1 general, he could choose from 3 types of unique military professions. The first was to develop a new profession. Because Old Log's profession was demon priest, it was possible for his profession to have demon's power, though it was likely to be quite weak. The second was to choose the Iron Eagle elite soldiers as well, because it was not just Bei Chi's unique military profession but a Great Kin's unique military profession. All of Great Kin's generals could choose to develop this profession. The third was for Old Log to choose a goblin profession to make his unique military profession, such as Goblin Warrior. Zhao Fu asked if Old Log could train a magic-type military profession, but Old Log replied that this wasn't possible. If Old Log had an elemental mage profession, it would have been possible for him to develop such a profession. However, Old Log's profession was demon priest, which was a religious profession, so he could not develop a magic-type profession. After listening to Old Log's explanation, Zhao Fu felt somewhat disappointed, and he asked, "Old Log, which one will you choose?" Old Log took this matter very seriously because he could not change his mind once he made his decision. After thinking about it, he saluted Zhao Fu before replying, "Your Majesty, I choose the Goblin Warriors as my unique military profession." Zhao Fu was quite surprised, as neither Bei Chi nor Old Log had chosen to develop a new profession. Developing one's own profession required a lot of time and effort, and it would be quite weak in the early stages. Professions that had already been established had their own skills and strengths, but developing one's own profession carried a lot of uncertainty. However, a profession developed by a Stage 1 general would not necessarily be weaker than a historical or race profession in the long term. They all had their own advantages, and since Bei Chi and Old Log had made their decisions after much consideration, Zhao Fu did not try to interfere with their decisions. Zhao Fu nodded and replied, "All right, go and take care of this matter then." Old Log respectfully cupped his fists. He had only just broken through, and after stabilizing his cultivation, he had immediately come to meet with Zhao Fu. There were now many things for him to take care of. Not too long after Old Log left, Bei Shan happily came over and reported, "Your Majesty, we've finished researching intermediate teleportation channels." Hearing this, Zhao Fu was delighted. Intermediate teleportation channels could transport people a maximum of 5,000 kilometers away and transport 50 people at once. With intermediate teleportation channels, Zhao Fu could put into motion his plan of opening up routes to other regions. He told Bei Shan to research advanced teleportation channels before asking some soldiers to call Bei Chi over. He spread the map of the Heaven Awaken world that he had obtained from the 10,000 Flower Festival on the table and looked at where the Forest of Horrors was. In the map, the Heaven Awaken world was split into 4 main continents, which were separated by the ocean that contained a countless number of islands. The largest continent was incredibly big and was larger than any 2 of the other continents combined. This continent was labeled as Midland Continent, which was where China was. The other 3 continents were Westwinder Continent, which was where most of Europe was, South Wild Continent, which was where most of Africa was, and North Balik Island, which was where America and some other countries were. There were also a countless number of islands in the east, which were labeled as Eastern Island Region. These were all countries with smaller populations. This was where the various countries in the real world were in the Heaven Awaken world. After obtaining this map, Zhao Fu had used the information he had obtained from the Heaven Awaken World Forum to roughly figure out where all of the countries were located in the Heaven Awaken world. First, Midland Continent. Midland Continent was at the center of the map, and it was the continent with the most countries in it. At the center of Midland Continent was the most powerful country in the continent. It was like a massive dragon, while the countries around it were like starving ferocious beasts that were unable to shake the massive dragon. This powerful country was China. In ancient times, China was the center of civilization, and now, it was at the center of Midland Continent, becoming the center of the Heaven Awaken world. With China's massive population and countless ancient legacies, there was no other country that could vie for this position. Right from the beginning, Zhao Fu knew that China would definitely be the largest battle region in this world. For now, Zhao Fu focused on the area surrounding the Forest of Horrors. Zhao Fu found where the Forest of Horrors was on the map. It was to the side of the area that China occupied in Midland Continent. During the few days after Zhao Fu entered the Heaven Awaken world, he, Bei Chi, and Li Si all decided to go to Vietnam as soon as possible, so as to leave the region that China was in for now. Vietnam was about 7 regions away from the Forest of Horrors. In the real world, Vietnam was not a very big country, and now that it was in Zhao Fu's sights, That was just bad luck. Of course, all of this was thinking far into the future. Zhao Fu first looked at the 4 regions around the Forest of Horrors. They were Red Plum Plains, 100 Bamboo, Little Valley, and East Green. Zhao Fu then looked at where the Great Qin Village was within the Forest of Horrors, and he found that the region closest to the Great Qin Village was Little Valley. By now, Bai Qi had arrived and saw Zhao Fu seriously looking down at the map. He understood why Zhao Fu had summoned him because he had heard about the scholars successfully researching intermediate teleportation channels. It was mainly because of Bai Shan. Whenever he researched something, he would run around yelling about it, so the news always traveled quite quickly. Bai Qi cupped his hands respectfully and greeted Zhao Fu, "Your Majesty." Zhao Fu looked up and saw that Bai Qi had arrived, and Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Bai Qi, it's time to set the plans we made a long time ago into motion." Bai Qi smiled as he replied, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Alright, let's skip all of the formalities. Have a look at this map. In the future, what areas should be used as the Great Qin Village's foundation and what areas should be used as barriers?" Zhao Fu asked. Bai Qi walked over and looked at the map before discussing with Zhao Fu the Great Qin Village's future plans. 111 Void Energy. After discussing it for a few hours, they had mostly planned out the path forwards for the Great Qin Village. Moreover, they would continue this discussion in the future, as it was not complete yet. Following this, Zhao Fu started preparing to open up routes to the outside world. Because intermediate teleportation channels could only take 50 people at once, Zhao Fu decided to bring 15 infantrymen, 15 shield bearers, and 10 archers. Because horses also counted as people, Zhao Fu did not bring any cavalry. For the remaining 10 people, Zhao Fu decided to bring 5 scholars, who were responsible for quickly building teleportation channels, as well as Zhao Fu himself, Bai Qi, Daisy, Doke, and Gatli, a Nork who Zhao Fu had decided to nurture. He was the one who Zhao Fu had given the dark gold rank shield to. After these preparations were completed, Zhao Fu used the teleportation channel like how he had when he was finding the Orc City before, and he used it to travel northwards. This was because Little Valley, which was closest to the Great Qin Village, was in that direction. The scenery in front of them blurred as they appeared about 5,000 kilometers away. Just like before, they found a hidden region to construct a teleportation channel before repeating this another 20 or so times. System announcement. The region ahead is a boundary and possesses void energy, and it cannot be passed through using a teleportation channel. The space between regions was a 5,000-kilometer wide void zone, and teleportation channels could not be used within void zones. All spatial skills were restricted as well, so one would have to physically travel between regions. Because Zhao Fu had been preparing for this for a long time, he had asked Holy Light City's Internal Affairs Minister, Qin Nan, about this already. This was why most factions had to remain within their own respective regions. If there weren't any void zones, anyone could use a basic teleportation channel to travel 100 or so times to reach the outside world. Moreover, there were many ferocious wild beasts at boundaries, and if one was unlucky, one could encounter magic beasts that were stage 2 or above. Be careful, everyone, Zhao Fu reminded them as he briefly explained to everyone the dangers here. After listening to this, everyone understood the dangers in front of them, and their expressions became serious. No one dared to be careless, as this concerned their lives. Following this, after everyone made sufficient preparations, they advanced to the Forest of Horrors boundary. As they walked, they saw that there were less and less of those large, strangely shaped trees, and the area became more and more empty. Everyone advanced carefully, and in the beginning, they did not encounter anything. At noon, Zhao Fu told his party to stop and to prepare for lunch. If they had to walk the all 5,000 kilometers like this, they definitely wouldn't make it by the end of the month. Moreover, even if Zhao Fu and his party walked for a month and reached the Little Valley, they wouldn't be able to return using a teleportation channel. They would have to walk there and then walk back. Zhao Fu had long since considered this problem, and he had never even thought about walking there. That would take too much time and effort, and taking a long walk would be the only thing they would accomplish. There was an item that would solve this problem. At the boundary of regions, there was a type of beast called the Void Beast. By killing Void Beasts, one could obtain an item called a Void Crystal, which could allow one to use teleportation channels to cross boundaries. This was what Zhao Fu had envisioned. However, Void Beasts were quite rare, and finding one required a certain degree of luck. It was hard to say how long it would take to find one, so Zhao Fu was not in a rush. After everyone ate, they continued onwards, and the day went by quite peacefully. The second day, just as the sun rose over the horizon, the party continued onwards. Luckily, their luck was better than yesterday, and not too long after they started walking, they heard a massive roar from the forest ahead of them. Soon, a massive beast appeared in front of the party. It was a giant bear that was 3 meters tall, and its back was covered by a metallic material. Zhao Fu decided to call this bear an ironback demon bear. The ironback demon bear gave off powerful energy ripples, and it was definitely well past stage 1 in terms of cultivation. It was also more powerful than a chief-grade beast, so it was most likely a lord-grade beast. Killing this level of creature could drop dark gold rank materials and even dark gold rank city creation stones. Right after it appeared, the ironback demon bear immediately started charging at Zhao Fu's party. Zhao Fu's soldiers quickly got into formation, and the shield bearers raised their shields as the archers knocked arrows onto their bows. Fire! Bei Qi ordered as the archers released their arrows. Sounds of the air being torn could be heard as the arrows instantly reached the ironback demon bear. However, the bear swiped the arrows with its paw and an invisible energy pulsed out, sending the arrows flying away. What's more, as they were knocked away, many of them were broken into fragments. Seeing this, Bei Qi, Daisy, Doke, and Gatli walked forwards. They could tell that the ironback demon bear was not something that ordinary soldiers could fight against. Right now, the soldier with the highest cultivation was only at Tier 0 level 7, and most were only around Tier 0 level 5. Most of the soldiers that Zhao Fu had brought this time were at Tier 0 level 5 or Tier 0 level 6, and they could only deal with normal Stage 1 creatures. However, against the Lord Great Ironback Demon Bear, they would not be able to take even a single hit. As such, in order to reduce casualties, Bei Qi led the other 3 people out. Bei Qi's cultivation had already reached Tier 1 level 0, Doke and Daisy's cultivation was at Tier 0 level 9, and Gatli's cultivation was at Tier 0 level 8. With high-grade equipment, they would be able to contend against with the Ironback Demon Bear. Bei Qi was the main force, and he clashed with the Ironback Demon Bear while the others supported him. After a few exchanges, the Ironback Demon Bear was injured a few times by Bei Qi's sword. Bei Qi's star-slashing sword was quite close to epic rank, so it could easily tear through the Ironback Demon Bear's defenses. Because of the bear's thick fur and hide, normal arrows could not pierce through its defenses at all. The injured Ironback Demon Bear was now fully enraged, and it madly attacked Bei Qi. Bei Qi also attacked with his full strength, meeting the bear blow for blow. Suddenly, the Ironback Demon Bear opened its mouth, condensed 6 energy bombs, and sent them flying towards Bei Qi. Bei Qi quickly dodged them, and each energy bomb that hit the ground created a 2-meter-wide crater. Even though it was quite difficult, Bei Qi managed to dodge all of the Ironback Demon Bear's attacks. At this moment, just as the Ironback Demon Bear wanted to continue attacking Bei Qi, the other 3 people acted. 112 wielders power in terms of strength, Bei Qi was slightly weaker than the Ironback Demon Bear, but with the other 3 helping him, the situation was in his favor. With all of the Ironback Demon Bear's focus on Bei Qi, Doke stabbed out with his spear and pierced the bear's side. The Ironback Demon Bear was forced to shift its attention from Bei Qi to Doke. Of course, Doke could not contend with the Ironback Demon Bear, and he was forced to continuously dodge its attacks. However, Gatli raised the golden shield and blocked a few hits for Doke while distracting the Ironback Demon Bear as well. Daisy constantly cast magic spells, sending wooden spikes flying towards the Ironback Demon Bear. Their teamwork was quite good, so Zhao Fu did not act, allowing them to take on this challenge themselves. He stood behind the serious soldiers, who had formed a defensive formation to protect him. When Bei Qi saw the Ironback Demon Bear's attention shift to Doke, Bei Qi quickly ran over to its side and slashed with his sword, leaving a 30-centimeter-long gash on its side. Roar! The Ironback Demon Bear roared in fury and turned to bite Bei Qi. Bei Qi quickly leaped to the side, but the bear immediately swiped with its paw, sending 5 wind blades towards him. Bei Qi dodged to the left and to the right, avoiding 4 of the wind blades. When the 5th wind blade came near him, he raised his sword and slashed downwards, sending a ray of sword light at it. As it collided with a wind blade, an explosion sounded out, and the 2 attacks cancelled each other out. At this moment, Doke stabbed his spear towards the Ironback Demon Bear's anus. Because the Ironback Demon Bear's entire back was covered with a metallic material, it would be impossible to injure it from there. As such, the Ironback Demon Bear had 3 weak areas: its head, midsection, and anus. When it was attacking Bei Qi, it left its backside exposed, so Doke planned to use his 2-meter-long spear to stab through its anus. However, the Ironback Demon Bear turned around, so Doke stabbed its right buttock instead. Roar! The Ironback Demon Bear once again howled in fury and turned to attack Doke. Seeing this, Bei Qi rushed up. Right now, he was using a tactic where he would immediately retreat if the enemy advanced, while he would immediately advance if the enemy retreated. Even though the Ironback Demon Bear was quite powerful, it was at a disadvantage due to the cooperation between Bei Qi and the others. This was the power of working as a team. Roar! As the Ironback Demon Bear roared, it stood up on its hind legs. It gave off a powerful aura of suppression and struck fear into the hearts of those around it. Suddenly, The ironback demon bear raised its paws high and slammed them down onto the ground, causing it to crack. At the same time, shockwaves rippled out, forcing Beichi, Gatli, and Doke back by 7 or 8 steps. In the next moment, what surprised everyone was that the ironback demon bear chose to run. The Little Gray and Little Black, who were chief grade, already possessed high intelligence, and as a lord grade existence, the ironback demon bear definitely possessed great intelligence as well. It knew that continuing to fight wouldn't benefit itself, so it chose to run. The chiefs or lords of herds would find it difficult to run away, as it had a herd to look after. However, chiefs or lords that lived by themselves did not have to worry about that. The ironback demon bear was quite fast, and it ran 10 or so meters in the blink of an eye. However, at this moment, a white ray of light shot towards the ironback demon bear's anus. The bear was fully focused on running, and it did not notice the white light. However, as it came near, it split into 7 white rings of light, and by the time the ironback demon bear noticed, it was too late. In that instant, it felt a massive force slam into its anus. Boom. Daisy's full-force holy ring light sent the ironback demon bear flying 10 or so meters, and it crashed through many trees before falling to the ground. Its anus was completely obliterated, and it looked incredibly wretched. Its face was contorted in pain, and it also had a slightly complicated look. Seeing this, Doke couldn't help but laugh, and everyone turned to look at Daisy, who was filled with a saintly aura. Daisy felt quite helpless. She hadn't aimed there on purpose. Because the ironback demon bear was escaping, that was the most likely place for the holy ring light to hit. Roar. The ironback demon bear's furious roar seemed to sound out throughout the entire forest, shaking trees to the point that their leaves fell. The ironback demon bear stood up and gave off an incredibly powerful aura, causing the air to freeze. The ground around the bear could not withstand this aura, and the ground started to crack. The ironback demon bear's body rapidly enlarged until it was 7 meters tall. Its hair stood on end, and its eyes became blood red. It had entered a berserk state. This was a power that Lord-grade creatures had. Its aura weighed down on the normal soldiers, making them feel as if there was a heavy rock pressing down on them, and it was difficult for them to breathe. Suddenly, the ironback demon bear started to attack. It opened its mouth as 30 or so energy bombs condensed and flew towards Beichi and the others. Bang! 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 A chain of explosions sounded out as craters formed on the ground. Even though Beichi and the others quickly dodged, there were simply too many energy bombs to dodge. As such, they were forced to block some of them. The energy from the explosions was quite great, injuring the 4 of them, and they fell to the ground with blood leaking out of their lips. Boom! 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 The ironback demon bear walked over, and it gave off an incredibly powerful aura. Wherever it stepped, the ground sank down, leaving behind deep paw prints. Beichi and the others wretchedly crawled up from the ground. Just as they were preparing to block the berserk ironback demon bear, a calm but unquestionable voice said, "Get back." Hearing this, Beichi and the others retreated without hesitation. Zhao Fu appeared behind them without them noticing, and because Zhao Fu was worried about his appearance being exposed, he always wore his black cloak except when within the Great Qin village. The berserk ironback demon bear watched the cloaked person, who had been standing behind others, come out and walk up to it, and when it felt the person's weak aura, the berserk bear did not think much about it before walking towards Zhao Fu. Every time it took a step, the ground shook, and the aura it gave off was like that of a small mountain. Facing this monstrous aura, Zhao Fu did not move at all, and he held the Sky Demon's sword, which gave off an evil aura. Battle Wielder's Power. Soul Wielder's Power. Ki Wielder's Power. Following this, Zhao Fu said 12 names, and the gray ring on Zhao Fu's right hand flashed with a strange light. The Assassin Lord's ring could use all 12 equipment sets' power, and even though 4 of them already had owners, Zhao Fu could use some of their power. 113 warding talisman rays of light were added to the Sky Demon's sword, and every ray of light contained a different power. Apart from this, Zhao Fu also used his king's power and the sword Sky Demon's power, causing demonic chi to stream out from the sword. The ironback demon bear moved incredibly quickly, bringing with it a monstrous aura. It reached Zhao Fu in the blink of an eye, but Zhao Fu still didn't move. To the berserk bear, he looked like a twig. The ironback demon bear showed no mercy and raised its paws, which seemed like they could destroy mountains, and swung them towards Zhao Fu. If they hit, Zhao Fu would be turned into meat paste. Zhao Fu continued to stand still, and just as the paws were about to connect with his body, making everyone feel incredibly worried, he smiled and waved his hand. Shing! The Sky Demon's sword hummed as it transformed into a black arc of light, sweeping through the air. The ironback demon bear's movements and expression instantly froze, and time seemed to stop around them as everything went silent. The gigantic bear's head flew about 10 or so meters away, and large amounts of blood spurted out from the ironback demon bear's headless neck, making it rain with blood. Bang! A heavy sound rang out as the ironback demon bear's headless corpse fell to the ground. Everyone's jaws dropped, and they stared at Xiaofu. They knew that their majesty was no longer the same majesty as before, but no one expected him to be so powerful that he could kill the berserk ironback demon bear in a single strike. Even when it died, the ironback demon bear never expected that the black-cloaked figure, who seemed to be protected by everyone else, could be so powerful. With just a single strike, Xiaofu annihilated the ironback demon beast, and it wasn't even able to think about defending. He was undoubtedly the Great Ken village's ultimate boss. This sword strike had seemed very casual, but it contained all of Xiaofu's strength. The ironback demon bear's blood seemed to be collected by an unseen force and streamed into the sky demon sword, causing the ironback demon bear's body to wither. You can have its fleshly essence, but don't touch the items. Xiaofu lowered his head and said to the sky demon sword. Dark gold rank materials could be used to forge dark gold rank equipment, so Xiaofu didn't want to waste them. Don't worry, I know. The sky demon sword happily devoured the ironback demon bear's fleshly essence. A lord-grade creature was great nourishment for it, and it seemed very cooperative with Xiaofu. Hearing this, Xiaofu was satisfied, and he thought of the underworld demon crystals that he had collected. He had many of them, so he decided to give the sky demon sword a few to strengthen it. He asked, I have many underworld demon crystals, do you want some? Those great crystals in the spatial ring? Their energy is too strong and hard to digest, and it rejects my power. I thought that they would be good and devoured some, but they made me uncomfortable for a few days. The sky demon said unhappily. The sky demon said this casually, but Xiaofu frowned as he asked, You're able to move around within the spatial ring and devour things? Hearing this, the sky demon laughed. Human, you look down on us sky demons too much. You should know that we sky demons are a high-grade race within the demon abyss. Why wouldn't I be able to do such a small thing? Xiaofu's expression immediately became cold as he said, Did I give you permission to devour those underworld demon crystals? Only then did the sky demon realize that it had slipped up, and it abruptly stopped speaking. However, it could tell that Xiaofu was quite angry with it, so it said, Human, don't be so stingy. Weren't they just a few crappy crystals? Hearing what it said, a thought surfaced in Xiaofu's mind, should I reforge the sky demon sword? The sky demon sword was connected to Xiaofu and could tell what he was thinking, and it quickly cried out, Human. You want to reforge me? Xiaofu did not try to hide this and replied, That's right. I want to reforge you because you're not very obedient. As a sword spirit, if the sky demon sword was reforged, it would impact it greatly. What made the sky demon sword even more scared was that from Xiaofu's tone, he seemed to want to erase it as a sword spirit, so it quickly said, Human. No, owner. Owner, I'll listen to you in the future, alright? Of course, Xiaofu didn't believe it, as he knew how quickly its attitude could change. Please believe me. Owner, I'll be completely obedient in the future. The sky demon squeezed out a few tears, and it looked extremely apologetic. These acting skills made Xiaofu speechless, so he replied, Alright, it'll have to depend on your behavior in the future. In actuality, that was just him thinking to himself, and he did not actually plan to do so because he did not have anyone who could reforge the sky demon sword. If anything went wrong, the person might accidentally destroy the sword. Hearing Xiaofu's words, the sky demon let out a breath before saying, Owner, can you please not put me in the spatial ring in the future? It's so boring in there, please help me make a sheath. Xiaofu agreed. Wearing the sky demon sword by his side and hiding it within his cloak would be better, he wouldn't have to worry about it being discovered, and he would be able to use it in places where spatial rings were unusable. Following this, Xiaofu looked over at the items that the ironback demon bear dropped. Apart from a large pile of gold coins, it dropped 4 items. The first item was a cube that glowed with a golden light. Xiaofu was quite familiar with this sort of item, and he was quite surprised by his luck. This was a dark gold rank city creation stone. City creation stone, grade, gold, description. After using it, one can create a dark gold grade village. The village will give off a might that will make it so that most wild beasts will not dare to approach it. The second item was a round orb. The orb was white-colored and was roughly as big as a pebble. It seemed quite special, and Xiaofu looked at its description. Soul crystal, ironback demon bear, the soul crystal of a powerful creature that can summon the specific creature. The creature's strength will be 80% of what it was before, and it can only be used once. This item was quite interesting, and it was the first time that Xiaofu had seen such a thing. Indeed, the Heaven Awakened world was incredibly vast and contained many mysterious and hidden things. It was possible to find something new almost every day. Xiaofu turned to look at the third item, which was an innate orb. True energy bomb, grade, C grade, description. This skill condenses pure energy into a bomb. It was only a C grade skill, and compared to the first two items, this item wasn't as great. After looking at it, Xiaofu gave it to Daisy to learn. Xiaofu then looked at the fourth item. It was a snow-white talisman, and strange runes were drawn on it with black ink, giving off a mysterious feeling. Monster Warding Talisman, an extremely powerful type of evil warding talisman that can cause all monsters within 1,000 kilometers to retreat. Duration, 7 days. 114 Undead Catastrophe. These Eastern talismans were quite rare. In actuality, the Heaven Awakened world was filled with things from civilizations all over the world, so it wasn't very strange. Rather, Xiaofu just hadn't seen this sort of thing many times. The Monster Warding Talisman didn't seem very useful, and it was to the point that it didn't seem as valuable as the C-grade skill. However, after thinking about it, Xiaofu realized that it could be incredibly powerful in certain scenarios. For example, when there were undead catastrophes, this talisman would be very useful against them. A single talisman would be able to clear out 1,000 kilometers, which would be incredibly effective. Xiaofu put all of these things and the withered bear corpse into the king's ring. Currently, Road was able to forge dark gold rank equipment, though he wasn't very proficient. It took him a long time, roughly half a month, to forge a piece of dark gold rank equipment. Xiaofu couldn't help but think about Gong Sunlin. She had exceptional talent at forging, and even Road, who was S-grade and had a profession bonus, could not compare to her. Back then, it took her a week to forge a piece of dark gold rank equipment, and it seemed like it had been her first time. And yet, she was twice as fast as Road, making Xiaofu astounded at her talent. Following this, Xiaofu and his party rested for a while so that Beiqi and the others could recover from their injuries. They only received some light injuries, so they were fine after resting for a bit. 2 hours later, they continued onwards. They encountered a few more ferocious beasts, but none of them were able to threaten Xiaofu's party. 3 days later, the party was resting in an empty area. Xiaofu took out his map and looked at where they were. They were near the center of the void zone, and now, their task was not to continue onwards but to capture a void beast. However, void beasts were quite rare, and he didn't know if they could catch one. As such, Xiaofu decided to use a method that he had heard from Ken Nan to lure void beasts. The method was to use a stage 1 spirit fruit called the Rainbow Demon Fruit. It was about as big as a fist and was red and white. It was said that void beasts like to especially eat this fruit, so it was likely that void beasts would be lured by the fruit. This was something that Ken Nan had heard from someone else, so he could not guarantee if it would work. Xiaofu had no other ideas, so he spent a lot of money and bought 12 rainbow demon fruits to try it out. Because he didn't know if this method would succeed, he looked for void beasts while setting traps. Of course, the traps could not be ordinary traps, or they would not be able to catch the void beasts. Xiaofu had his people forge 12 cages from bronze concentrate. The cages were about 2 meters wide, and each bar was as thick as a person's middle finger and could withstand a large force. Beiqi, where do you think we should put the 12 traps? Xiaofu did not know much about void beasts, and Ken Nan wasn't able to tell him much about the void beasts. As such, he discussed with Beiqi where they should place the traps. Moreover, they needed to find places by themselves because even though the map drew the large regions of the Heaven Awakened world, it did not have each region in detail. Moreover, rainbow demon fruits were stage 1 spirit fruits, so they would attract other beasts as well. As such, they also had to take this into consideration when deciding where to place the traps. Beiqi did not have much of an idea either. In the end, Xiaofu and Beiqi decided that splitting up would increase their chances of catching a void beast, and each of them took 6 rainbow demon fruits each. They decided to regroup here in 3 days. Xiaofu only took with him 6 ordinary soldiers, and everyone else went with Beiqi. Xiaofu took so little people because of his confidence in his strength, and he was more worried about Beiqi and the others. Following this, Xiaofu and Beiqi walked in opposite directions with their groups. After splitting up, Xiaofu found a region covered with thorns and thistles. There were very few creatures around here, so Xiaofu decided that this would be a good place to set up a trap. An hour later, Xiaofu and his soldiers finished setting up the first trap, and they used some grasses to cover it up. After setting up the first trap, Xiaofu found a large tree and set up the second trap at the top of the tree, and he set the third trap on a rocky hill. He then found a variety of other places to set up the 4th, 5th, and 6th traps. Now, he had to rely on his luck. Now that the traps were all set up, Xiaofu took his 6 soldiers to look for void beasts. However, it was much more dangerous within the void zone than outside, and soon, Xiaofu and his party ran into a few relatively powerful magic beasts. Luckily, these magic beasts weren't very strong compared to Xiaofu. Onwards. Suddenly, A monkey's laughter started to sound out in the trees above their heads. Zhao Fu seemed to have entered the territory of a tribe of monkeys. The monkeys were twice as big as normal monkeys and had black fur. However, there was a patch of white fur on their chests, so Zhao Fu decided to call them white fur monkeys. The white fur monkey's strength was comparable to a human at Tier 0 Level 4 or Tier 0 Level 5, and the 10 or so white fur monkeys that discovered Zhao Fu's party loudly shouted. Following this, the entire mountain ridge erupted with monkeys' voices, and it seemed like there were at least thousands of them. Upon realizing this, Zhao Fu decided to retreat for now. However, even though Zhao Fu wanted to retreat, the monkeys didn't want to let him go. 60 or so white fur monkeys jumped down from the trees, picked up rocks, and threw them at Zhao Fu's party. With their strength, the rocks that they threw contained a lot of force, and anyone hit by them would be knocked unconscious. Seeing this, Zhao Fu stretched out his hand, and a 3-meter wide black screen covered with dragon inscriptions expanded out, blocking the rocks. Following this, Zhao Fu casually threw a few hellfire balls, scaring the group of monkeys into retreating. However, Zhao Fu didn't dare to remain there for long because there were more and more white fur monkeys heading his way. Following this, Zhao Fu took his people and somewhat wretchedly ran away from there. It was now in the afternoon, and as the sun descended, the sky gradually darkened. Seeing this, Zhao Fu had an idea. He told his soldiers to remain where they were and rest, while he went to scout out the white fur monkeys' territory. Because there were so many white fur monkeys, there was definitely a den there. Perhaps there would be some sort of treasure. For example, monkeys like to brew monkey wine, and the white fur monkeys might know how to brew it. This piqued Zhao Fu's curiosity, and he decided to take a look at night. Even though there were thousands of white fur monkeys, this was not a problem to Zhao Fu, as he was an assassin. 115 assassination time gradually passed, and even though there was no moon tonight, there were many stars sparkling in the sky. As such, even though it was not very bright, it was not completely dark either. Around 1 a.m. at night, everything became deathly silent, and Zhao Fu started to venture into the white fur monkeys' territory. Zhao Fu passed through the mountain ridge like a ghost, and soon, he arrived at where 10 or so white fur monkeys were standing guard. By now, all of the white fur monkeys were gone, and there were footprints, rocks, and branches everywhere. It was likely that many white fur monkeys arrived with rocks and branches after Zhao Fu's party left. However, after finding out that Zhao Fu and his people had left, they threw these things down and left. Zhao Fu followed the tracks left behind by the white fur monkeys and continued onwards. On the way, Zhao Fu did not encounter a single white fur monkey, as they had most likely all gone home to sleep. Of course, these animals would not be like humans and have patrols enforced by military discipline. While humans would keep watch and have patrols that rotated through the night, most beasts would not do this due to their lack of intelligence and discipline. Zhao Fu passed by some bushes and jumped onto a large tree. He had now arrived at the white fur monkey's den. Ahead of him, there was a countless number of sleeping white fur monkeys on the ground and on the trees. They were gathered quite densely, and there were 8,000 to 10,000 of them. Seeing this, Zhao Fu couldn't help but become wary. Even though Zhao Fu was confident in his strength and he could deal with a few hundred white fur monkeys, the number of monkeys here would be enough to exhaust him to death. After all, enough ants would be able to bring down an elephant. The surroundings were filled with normal white fur monkeys, while at the center, in a relatively empty area, there was a nest made of grass with 10 or so monkeys laying down. One of the white fur monkeys was about 2 meters tall and had black fur, but the white fur on its chest looked like a human's face, which was quite horrifying. Apart from this, it also had 2 tails, and at their ends, there were spikes that gave off an icy light. The white fur monkey king was definitely a lord-grade creature, but Zhao Fu was not surprised at this. After all, it would be impossible for it to lead so many monkeys without being lord-grade. However, what made Zhao Fu quite surprised was that the den was quite special. This den was similar to normal dens in that the stage was made of brick, but there wasn't a statue floating above it. Instead, there was a silver clay-like item. It gave off a silver light and changed into different shapes, but it did not have a fixed shape, making it seem quite mysterious. Zhao Fu had never seen such a thing before, but he was sure that it was quite special. After observing the den from a distance, he did not find anything else that was special about the den, so he looked to the side. Beside the den, Zhao Fu discovered a 3-meter-tall tree. There were white fruits that were as big as lychees, and they gave off a strange luster. They definitely weren't normal fruits, they were most likely spirit fruits, and their stage was definitely quite high as well. Zhao Fu continued to look around, but he did not discover anything else, nor did he smell any wine. It seemed that the white fur monkeys did not know how to brew monkey wine. Now, it was time for him to act. After going through the various trials in the assassin historical remnant, Zhao Fu's stealth had reached an extremely proficient state. Without leaking even a trace of his aura of making a sound, Zhao Fu passed by the normal monkeys like a ghost and reached the empty space in the middle. The monkeys lying around here were gathered quite densely, and they were stronger than the monkeys on the outside. Zhao Fu carefully stepped over monkey after monkey, and the slumbering monkeys didn't know that an outsider was amongst them. After a while, Zhao Fu successfully reached the middle. Now, Zhao Fu became especially careful for fear of waking up the white fur monkey king. Suddenly, when Zhao Fu reached this place, he smelled a striking odor. He looked over and saw that this odor came from a pool of white fluid, and he also discovered that there were 10 or so female monkeys sleeping at the white fur monkey king's side. These female monkeys were a bit bigger than the normal monkeys, and they had thick arms and legs and large chests and bottoms. To a monkey, these 10 female monkeys would definitely be beauties that normal monkeys wouldn't ever be able to mate with. Seeing this scene, Zhao Fu guessed that the white fur monkey king had mated with all 10 females, causing him to shake his head and think to himself, "What a stud." Following this, Zhao Fu went to the spirit tree, and he wanted to see what sort of spirit fruit the white fruit was. However, as soon as he touched one, it started to lightly ring like a bell. Zhao Fu's body immediately erupted with cold sweat. Fortunately, he was able to react quickly, and he quickly pulled his hand away from the fruit. Because it had only rung lightly, no monkeys were woken up. Zhao Fu turned and looked around, and he gave a sigh of relief after he saw that all of the monkeys were still sleeping. However, it seemed that the spirit fruit couldn't be touched, or he would wake up the sleeping white fur monkeys. Zhao Fu felt some disappointment when looking at the white spirit fruits, but he had no choice and could only sigh. Following this, Zhao Fu looked towards the strange den. However, without conquering the den, there was no way for him to look at its information, and if he tried to forcefully attack it, the den would protect itself by releasing an energy barrier that would take him a while to break through. As such, Zhao Fu could only look at it from afar. Zhao Fu was quite depressed that he couldn't touch the spirit fruits or the den, but he wasn't willing to just return like this. That would be too much of a waste of this opportunity. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu looked back at the white fur monkey king, who was completely spent after all of his battles and was deeply asleep. Zhao Fu decided to take a risk and do something that an assassin should do, which was to assassinate the white fur monkey king. This was an incredibly crazy idea because with the white fur monkey king's strength, it would be quite easy for him to be discovered. The consequence of being discovered could not be imagined, and this was even more so because Zhao Fu was at the very center of the den. Even though it was dangerous, Zhao Fu decided to try it. If he wanted to obtain great benefits, he would have to take great risks. Zhao Fu slowly and carefully approached the white fur monkey king. He could not rush, and the closer he came, the calmer he would have to be. Slowly, slowly. Zhao Fu stepped over a female monkey and a pool of white fluid. Aku. 116 Teleportation Talisman. Suddenly, one of the female monkeys sneezed. No matter how calm Zhao Fu was, he couldn't help but be given a great fright. All of his hairs stood on end, but it seemed that the sneeze didn't disturb the other white fur monkeys, who continued to sleep soundly. A wave of relief washed over Zhao Fu, and he finally came to the side of the sleeping white fur monkey king. This monkey was hugging a female monkey on either side and was snoring loudly. To a monkey, this fellow had reached the pinnacle of its life. Zhao Fu slowly brought out the sky demon sword, gathered all of his strength, and used the assassination technique. He stabbed out, and the sky demon sword turned into a black blur as it soundlessly buried itself into the white fur monkey king's heart, instantly obliterating it. Just like that, the white fur monkey king, who had been blissfully sleeping, was killed. Following this, Zhao Fu spun his sword and killed the two female monkeys by its side so that the white fur monkey king wouldn't be lonely on its journey to the Yellow Springs. After the white fur monkey king died, it dropped 3 items and a large pile of gold coins. Zhao Fu did not hesitate at all, and he immediately put the white fur monkey king and the 2 female monkeys' corpses, as well as the 3 items, into the king's ring to prevent the smell of blood from traveling. As for the pile of gold coins, Zhao Fu did not even bother to look at it. In the next moment, Zhao Fu rushed over to the den. Now that the lord had died, the den had no owner, so Zhao Fu could choose to conquer it. As such, Zhao Fu did not hesitate, nor did he spend any time looking at the den's information. He chose to conquer and relocate the den. At this moment, even though Zhao Fu had dealt with the blood from the white fur monkey king and the 2 female monkeys quite well, all of the white fur monkeys received a system announcement that their den had been conquered. In that instant, almost all of the white fur monkeys were shocked awake. Just as Zhao Fu put the silver clay into his king's ring and was about to pick all of the white spirit fruits, countless furious gazes fell on his body, and Zhao Fu felt a chill pass through his body. Zhao Fu didn't even think as he immediately tossed out a white orb. The white orb gave off large amounts of light in the air, and it seemed quite piercing in the darkness. Suddenly, a 7-meter-tall black bear descended from the sky. As it landed, the ground quaked. Zhao Fu had chosen to use the soul crystal that he had obtained not too long ago. When the massive iron-back demon bear landed in the center of the horde of monkeys, its powerful aura seemed to suppress everything around it, and it opened its mouth and sent 30 or so energy bombs towards the monkeys around it. Bang! 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 Explosions sounded out as each energy bomb sent countless white fur monkeys flying. If there weren't so many monkeys, they would have been scared witless and ran, but with nearly 10,000 white fur monkeys, there was nothing for them to be afraid of. The white fur monkeys furiously roared, and it was to the point that their roars could be heard in the surrounding 10-kilometer radius area. Following this, the monkeys started to charge at the iron-back demon bear. As the two sides clashed, Zhao Fu took advantage of this chaos to silently vanish and escaped. He returned to where the soldiers were resting and told them to quickly run, as the white fur monkeys had started to go berserk. The soldiers had heard the white fur monkeys' roars, and they had felt quite scared. They knew their majesty had gone off to do something, and when they saw him return safely, they let out sighs of relief. Following this, Zhao Fu led the soldiers and ran tens of kilometers away before finally stopping and resting. By now, the sun was slowly rising, and they had spent most of the night running. The soldiers caught a few wild rabbits and were roasting them, and Zhao Fu started to look through what he had gained. The white fur monkey king only dropped 3 items, which was quite a small amount considering that the iron-back demon bear dropped 4 items. The first item was something that Zhao Fu was familiar with. It was a white orb that was as big as a pebble. Indeed, it was a soul crystal. Soul crystal, white fur monkey king, the soul crystal of a powerful creature that can summon the specific creature. The creature's strength will be 80% of what it was before, and it can only be used once. Zhao Fu never expected that after using one, he would obtain another one. It was quite the coincidence. Following this, Zhao Fu looked at the second item, an innate orb. Sky-splitting roar, grade, B grade, description, releases a powerful sound wave attack. This skill probably counted as a special skill. Sound-type skills were different compared to normal skills, and because they were difficult to defend against, this skill was quite good. The third item was another talisman. This talisman was unlike the Owl Monster Warding talisman, as the paper it was made on was gold and the ink was white, but it also had mysterious runes on it. 10,000 kilometer teleportation talisman, a very mysterious high-grade talisman that can teleport the user anywhere within a 10,000 kilometer radius area, and ignores all spatial locks. After looking at the talisman's description, Zhao Fu was shocked. He knew that the talisman was quite powerful, as it could teleport him within a 10,000 kilometer radius area without a teleportation channel. What's more, it could even be used when there were spatial locks, which added to its value. Zhao Fu did some tests and found that it could even be used in void zones. However, this item was a consumable, and it could only be used once. Compared to the items that the iron-back demon bear dropped, these 3 items were quite lacking, and there wasn't a city creation stone. Perhaps Zhao Fu had used up all of his luck after killing the iron-back demon bear. Finally, Zhao Fu took out the silver clay. The clay looked quite soft, but it was actually quite hard, and Zhao Fu found that he could not mold it as he wished. It was most likely similar to the statues from dens, as it had also been floating above the round stage. Zhao Fu looked at its description. Universal den, grade, silver, description, a special den that any creature can conquer, and it will spawn creatures of the same race. After seeing this, Zhao Fu was quite shocked. This den was not restricted by a race, so any animal could conquer and spawn the same type of animal. This item was definitely incredibly precious, but Zhao Fu wasn't sure if it could really spawn any type of creature. For example, if Zhao Fu obtained a dragon and had to conquer this den, would it spawn dragons? If it could, Zhao Fu would laugh himself to death. It seemed that the risk he had taken had definitely paid off. Even though the items that the white fur monkey king dropped were quite lacking, he had obtained a special den, so Zhao Fu was quite content. His only regret was that he had not been able to obtain any of those white spirit fruits. 117 Not a cruel lord. At the same time, this den was an advanced den, so after choosing to conquer and relocate it, the Great Kin village received 6,000 or so experience point and Zhao Fu obtained 200 achievement points. However, because of the King's Rings effects, which granted 400% experience point and 200% achievement points, the Great Kin village obtained 24,000 experience point and Zhao Fu received 400 achievement points. After receiving these 400 achievement points, Zhao Fu's status rose to second-rank baron, which allowed him to purchase another lot of land in main cities and to hire 10 more Stage 1 guards. Rising to first-ranked baron required another 3,000 achievement points. Please enjoy, Your Majesty, one of the soldiers said as he respectfully handed over a roasted wild rabbit to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu nodded and put all of the items back into his king's ring before taking the rabbit and eating it. After they had all eaten their fill, they continued to explore. Apart from encountering some ferocious beasts, which Zhao Fu dealt with easily, They did not find anything. They were not able to find even a trace of a void beast. Just like that, the first day passed without any results, and the second day was the same. It was evident just how rare void beasts were. On the third day, Zhao Fu carried a bit of hope as he went to the 6 traps that they had set up before. The first trap had not been triggered, and the rainbow demon trap that was used as bait was still in the same state as before. Seeing this, Zhao Fu felt quite disappointed and ordered the soldiers to take down the trap. Because they were going to meet with Bei Chi's party today, there was no point in leaving the trap here. The second trap on the top of the tree had been triggered, but it had caught a white fur monkey. This made Zhao Fu feel even more disappointed because he could hear noises coming from the trap when he was below it. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment would be. Following this, they went to the third trap and found that it had also been triggered. However, it had caught a large rat. Not including its tail, its body was nearly 1 meter long. After looking at the rat's information, Zhao Fu found that it was just a normal cave rat. Most restaurants had a scallion fried rat dish, as did Zhao Fu's Westfall restaurant. The fourth and fifth traps had not been triggered, and the rainbow demon fruits that had served as bait were also in the same state as before. As such, Zhao Fu and his soldiers placed all of their hopes in the final trap. Zhao Fu placed the 6th trap near a creek, and after arriving, he was quite shocked by what he saw. The cage, which was forged from bronze concentrate, had been completely destroyed, and it had been reduced to scrap metal, while the rainbow demon fruit was gone. Zhao Fu walked over and found some scales on the ground. It must have been some incredibly strong beast that had easily destroyed the cage, but it definitely wasn't a void beast. After all, void beasts were not very strong, and they were only extremely fast. Zhao Fu looked around but didn't find anything, and he could only meet up with Bei Chi with a disappointed expression on his face. Bei Chi and his party had been waiting at the meeting point for a while, and after walking over, Zhao Fu found that there wasn't a look of joy on Bei Chi's face. He could guess what Bei Chi was going to say, but he couldn't help but ask, "Bei Chi, were you able to find anything?" Bei Chi sighed and shook his head, saying, "Your Majesty, we were unable to obtain anything. 4 of our traps were triggered, but they were triggered by void beasts, and we only have 2 rainbow demon fruits left." Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded. He had 3 rainbow demon fruits left, so they altogether had 5 remaining. Zhao Fu started to doubt whether rainbow demon fruits could really attract void beasts, but because he had no other way of luring them, he had to continue using this method. "Bei Chi, let's go deeper into the void zone. If we don't find anything, we can go somewhere else. After all, there are void zones in the boundaries leading to the other regions," Zhao Fu said. After all, they couldn't just sit around here and wait for a void beast to appear. Bei Chi nodded, showing his support of this, and everyone started to head further into the void zone. One day later, Zhao Fu and his party reached the depths of the void zone. Right now, everyone's expression was quite serious, and no one dared to be careless at all. They all spoke incredibly softly, as even normal creatures here had cultivated to Tier 0 Level 7. "Bei Chi, let's temporarily split up to see if we can find a void beast while also setting up some traps," Zhao Fu said. Zhao Fu decided to once again split up and explore. If they were unable to find anything this time, they would have to go to a different void zone. Zhao Fu only brought a few ordinary soldiers like before. It was quite dangerous here, and not too long after splitting up, they encountered 10 or so wind wolves. These wild wolves had massive bodies, and they were almost 2 meters long. They had azure-colored fur and cold, cruel-looking eyes. After discovering Zhao Fu's party, they immediately opened their mouths, sending 10 or so wind blades flying towards them. Zhao Fu stood at the front and expressionlessly watched the wind blades fly towards them. He raised his sword, sending a 10-meter-long arc of black light at them, causing the 10 or so wind blades to explode. They turned into a berserk gust of wind that blew around, sending countless leaves into the air. When the wind wolves saw that their wind blades were ineffective, the wind wolves shot towards Zhao Fu, while Zhao Fu stood his ground and watched them approach. His first strike pierced through the first wind wolf's throat, and the second stabbed through another wind wolf's throat. Zhao Fu's third strike chopped a wind wolf in half at its waist, and his fourth strike released a massive black sword light from the sky demon sword, which covered 5 wind wolves. After passing by them, the 5 wind wolves were reduced to blood and bloodied fragments, making the scene reek of blood. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and 8 wind wolves had died just like that. Zhao Fu hadn't moved from his original position, and the remaining wind wolves saw how powerful he was. They didn't dare to continue rushing at him, and they growled before running away wretchedly. Seeing the wolves turn and run, Zhao Fu did not chase after them. He picked up the 2 innate orbs that were dropped, and the sky demon sword devoured their fleshly essence in an instant, reducing them to withered corpses. The soldiers behind Zhao Fu were ashamed because it was not them protecting Zhao Fu, but Zhao Fu protecting them. When had there ever been a king who protected his soldiers? However, Zhao Fu did not mind this. He wasn't a cruel, ruthless lord, and he didn't feel any joy when his soldiers died for him. If they had the strength to deal with the wind wolves, he wouldn't have acted, so he could give them an opportunity to develop their battle power. However, these wind wolves' strength was at least at tier 0 level 8, and because there were many of them, these ordinary soldiers definitely would have died. Following this, Zhao Fu and his soldiers continued to explore, but they didn't find anything. They set up their traps before meeting up with Beiqi's party again. This time, many of the people in Beiqi's party had been injured, causing Zhao Fu to frown. However, after asking about this, Beiqi told him some good news. 118 claiming to be kings and emperors. The good news was not that they had caught a void beast or obtained information about void beasts, but that Beiqi had found a type of spirit grass. This spirit grass was somewhat blue, and it only had 2 leaves, which looked like willow leaves. The spirit grass was about 15 centimeters long, and it had many fur-like roots. This spirit grass was called 100 origin grass. Before, Zhao Fu had obtained a pill recipe for a medicinal pill called the 100 origin pill, and it was a stage 2 medicinal pill that could increase one's cultivation speed by 4 times. Its main ingredient was 100 origin grass. This time, Beiqi brought back 1,000 or so 100 origin grasses, and of course, Zhao Fu would not use them directly. Instead, he would take them back to the Great Qin village to plant. However, it would take some time for the 100 origin grasses' value to be displayed. After refining them into 100 origin pills, Zhao Fu's A-grade soldiers would be able to cultivate at 4 times their normal speed, and soon, he would have many stage 1 soldiers. That way, he would be able to reduce the gap between his force's strength and the system faction's force's strength. After all, the guards at the main cities started off at stage 1, and they could cultivate too. Adding on the massive amount of resources that the system factions had, their guards' cultivation speed would not be slow. If they did not make up for this gap early on, the gap would only grow greater and greater as time went by. It could be said that if players wanted to become the sovereigns of this world, the system factions were like an unscalable mountain. At most, players currently held an advantage in numbers, but they were weaker than the system factions in all other regards. At the same time, while the players developed, the system factions also developed. Perhaps some would even have the ambition to claim to be kings and emperors. Of course, right now, the system factions had various restrictions, so players needed to grasp this opportunity to develop as much as possible. Once these restrictions were gone, who knew what a system faction would do? For example, if the ruler of a main city did not like players and feared that the players would grow too powerful, they could massacre an entire city of players. However, from the look of things so far, it seemed that the relationship between system factions and players was quite good. However, conflict was bound to occur sooner or later, and Zhao Fu mentally prepared himself for this. Obtaining 1,000 or so 100 origin grasses made Zhao Fu feel happier, but they were still unable to find a single void beast. Beiqi had also set up 3 traps, and they would check all of the traps tomorrow. If the outcome was still the same as before, they would have to go somewhere else to look for void beasts. The weather was not very good that night, and dark clouds filled the sky. Bolts of lightning occasionally streaked down the night sky, and it rained continuously throughout the night. Luckily, Zhao Fu's party had prepared tents, which they used to escape the storm. Early the next day, because of the rainy night, the air was extremely pure and clear, and the sky was a beautiful blue color. The surrounding grasses, flowers, and trees all seemed to glimmer and sparkle after being washed by the rain. Zhao Fu got up bright and early, and he stood on a hill nearby to appreciate the scenery. Just as he was about to leave and check on the 5 traps, he saw a person riding on a donkey appear before him. This person was a man, and he looked 25 or 26 years old. He was quite handsome looking, was wearing white clothes, had a sword by his side, and gave off an elegant feeling. He lazily stretched and leaned against the donkey, which was walking quite shakily. The donkey he was riding on looked quite special. Even though it looked just like a normal donkey, Zhao Fu could tell from its eyes that it possessed great intelligence, and it was at least on the same level as Little Gray and Little Black. This person gave off a mysterious feeling, and it seemed like he should not be underestimated. As soon as Zhao Fu looked over, his gaze was stuck to him. Hello. At this moment, the man also discovered Zhao Fu standing on the hill, and he smiled as he waved at him. From this, Zhao Fu realized that he was a player. For a player to enter this place and survive by himself, he was definitely quite powerful. Since the other party had greeted him, Zhao Fu also smiled and greeted him back. The man lightly patted his donkey before coming over to Zhao Fu's side and asking with a smile, "I never thought I'd meet someone here. What is your name, sir?" Zhao Fu thought for a moment before replying, "I'm called Zhao Xin." Hearing Zhao Fu's name, the man nodded and introduced himself too, "I'm called Zhang Heng." "That's right, Do you know which way Little Valley is? I seem to be lost. Zhang Heng suddenly thought of something and asked. Hearing this, Zhao Fu did not hide anything as he pointed out, it's that way. Zhang Heng turned and looked before smiling and saying, many thanks. Zhao Fu shook his head, softly replying, not at all. Zhang Heng turned his donkey in the direction that Zhao Fu had pointed in and smiled before saying, see you next time. After saying this, he rode his donkey in the direction that Zhao Fu had pointed in. However, his words caused Zhao Fu to frown because he could tell the hidden intent in that man's words. He seemed very certain that they would meet again. Even though they had only exchanged a few sentences, Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel wary of him. He had given Zhao Fu a very mysterious and dangerous feeling, and it was the first time Zhao Fu had felt this before. Just as Zhang Heng left, a soldier came up and said, Your Majesty, breakfast has been prepared. Hearing this, Zhao Fu returned to the tent and talked to Beiqi about this. Beiqi's expression became serious as he said, someone was actually able to make Your Majesty feel that way? He must be an extraordinary person. Nearby, Zhang Heng was riding his donkey and slowly advancing when the donkey suddenly brayed a few times. Zhang Heng smiled and patted the donkey's head before saying, I know he's not simple, and he even has something from the school of yin yang that can hide his fate. Those things are very rare. But don't worry, we'll definitely meet in the future. Meeting Zhang Heng was like a brief interlude for Zhao Fu, and he told Beiqi about the meeting. However, they couldn't do anything about him. They could only be wary of Zhang Heng if they met him again in the future. Following this, Zhao Fu and his party went to look at the 5 traps. If they were unable to catch any void beasts, they would have to go to one of the 3 other places to try their luck. As they walked towards the first trap, they could hear that something seemed to be banging against the cage. Zhao Fu and his party walked over and found that it was another cave rat, causing him to sigh. Following this, they went to the second trap. There were also sounds coming from it, but it was a single-horned goat, which also wasn't a void beast. Zhao Fu and his party then went to the third trap. They didn't hear any noises coming from it as they walked, and they saw that the trap had not been triggered. The rainbow demon fruit was still there. There were only 2 traps left. When they were walking towards the 4th trap, they did not hear anything, and they saw that it had not been triggered. When they were walking towards the 5th trap, they still didn't hear any noise from in front of them. 119 blood contract. They had thought that the trap hadn't been triggered, but after walking up to the cage, they saw a little cat in the cage. The little cat had snow-white fur, which looked incredibly soft and made one want to reach over and touch it. It looked like a cute little pet, and because it was currently lying in the cage with its eyes shut, it seemed to be sleeping. However, what was different between this creature and a cat was that it had a rhombus-shaped crystal on its forehead, which was a void crystal. Evidently, this little cat was a void beast. Seeing this, Zhao Fu was delighted. After searching for so long, he had finally found one today. Everyone came over to the cage, and when the little cat heard this, it opened its pure white eyes. Seeing so many people standing around it, it became incredibly scared and started to run around the cage. However, it couldn't escape. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Seeing that they had finally caught a void beast, everyone smiled and congratulated Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu nodded and also smiled as he looked at the void beast trying to escape. He stretched his hand into the cage, and the void beast was pulled into his grasp. The void beast struggled vigorously within Zhao Fu's grasp and howled, and it felt a sense of danger. The black-cloaked person in front of it seemed to want to kill it, so it madly struggled. However, it did not have the strength to escape from the hand that was holding it. By now, Zhao Fu's other hand was around the void beast's neck, and he about to break the void beast's neck and take the void crystal. Feeling the large hand on its neck, the void beast knew that if the hand twisted, its life would be over. The void beast's eyes were filled with terror and despair, and tears poured out of its eyes. It looked at the black-cloaked figure with a pleading expression in the hopes that the person would spare it. The void beast looked a lot like a little cat and was extremely cute. If it fell into someone else's hands, that person would have definitely treasured it and treated it lovingly. Its teary eyes seemed to be able to move anyone. However, it was a pity that it had fallen into Zhao Fu's hands. Zhao Fu was a very rational person, and he would not let it go simply because it looked cute, as he needed its void crystal. Zhao Fu's hands started to twist, and the void beast struggled in despair as an aura of death enveloped it. Suddenly, Zhao Fu stopped because he suddenly remembered the universal den that he had obtained. The description had said that it could be conquered by any creature and that it would spawn that kind of creature. Perhaps it could even spawn void beasts. A single void crystal could only allow a single teleportation channel to connect with the outer world, which meant that this void crystal could only open up a single path. If Zhao Fu wanted to go to other places, he would need more void crystals. The more paths he wanted to open up, the more void crystals he needed. However, given how rare void beasts were, it would be incredibly difficult to obtain a large number of void crystals. However, if Zhao Fu was able to spawn void beasts using a den, the benefit Zhao Fu would gain would be massive. Zhao Fu put the void beast back into the cage and took out a piece of paper. This was similar to the life or death contract that Liu Mai had used. Back when Liu Mai had used a life or death contract, Zhao Fu had been quite interested in it, and since then, he had bought a few. Now, it was time to use one. Zhao Fu pricked his finger, allowing a drop of his blood to fall onto the contract. After absorbing his blood, the contract gave off a faint blood-red light before turning into countless blood-red motes of light that went into Zhao Fu's body and into the void beast's body. Seeing the motes of light come close, the void beast did not resist and closed its eyes. Contract complete. Zhao Fu opened the cage, but the void beast still had fear in its pure white eyes and looked at Zhao Fu pitifully. However, it did not try to run because it knew that it would not be able to escape with the contract complete. Zhao Fu smiled and picked it up. This time, Zhao Fu was much friendlier towards it, and he cuddled it in his arms. He gently stroked its head, trying to calm it down as much as possible. Let's go. Their goal was to catch a void beast, and now that they had caught one, there was no need for them to continue staying here. 3 days later, Zhao Fu's party returned to the Great Qin village. Over the past 10 or so days, the Great Qin village had been through some great changes. The first was that a lot of work had been done on the wall. Now, the east-facing and west-facing sides of the wall were almost complete. The wall was 10 meters high and a pure white color, giving it a feeling of purity and majesty. These walls were already on the level of city walls, and because there were no restrictions, Zhao Fu could build his walls however he liked. Of course, these walls were not the final form of the Great Qin village's city walls. As the Great Qin village developed, these walls would also be upgraded. As the Great Qin village's 10 departments started working, the Great Qin village became much more ordered than before, and it was easier to manage. Everything, including everything from streets to houses, was cleaner and more orderly than before. The Great Qin village was now only 2,000 or so experience point away from leveling up to a town, which was not much. Perhaps it would even happen today. Apart from the development of the village, Zhang De had also risen to a stage 1 general, and he had started to train his unique military profession. Zhang De did not choose the Great Qin village's Iron Eagle elite soldiers, and he instead trained his own unique military profession called the Tiger Saber Corps. The Tiger Saber Corps used sabers and were adept in both infantry and cavalry battles. The development of the Tiger Saber Corps would be left completely to Zhang De. What surprised Zhao Fu was that Li Si had already broken through to stage 1. Zhao Fu had always treated Li Si as an internal affairs minister, and aside from talking with him about governmental matters, Zhao Fu had never asked him about his cultivation. Now that he had heard that Li Si had broken through to stage 1, he was stunned. In actuality, Li Si's grade was quite high, SS grade, and he had been by Zhao Fu's side since the creation of the Great Qin village. Li Si was not a general, so he did not unlock a unique military profession. However, he unlocked an ability that allowed him to foster and train people in managing internal affairs. Generals could conquer lands and maintain order. Even though they had exceptional fighting abilities and were quite powerful, they could not be used for governance. As for ministers, they did not have any fighting abilities, but their ability to govern couldn't be matched by generals. One was tough, and the other was soft. They balanced each other out like yin and yang, so Zhao Fu decided to develop both ministers and generals. There was also one other matter, which was that the academy had been completed. The academy covered about 1 hectare, and there were 12 teaching rooms. It could accommodate 800 or so students, and after being completed, it was waiting to be given a name by Zhao Fu. 120 Confidence to rule the world. This was the Great Qin village's first academy, so Zhao Fu took some time to think about it. The academy could be the Great Qin village's future, and it could become an existence similar to Tsinghua University and Peking University in China. Zhao Fu thought about it for a while, and he decided to name it Rising Qin Academy. The meaning behind this name was quite simple. First, this was an academy created by Great Qin. Second, this academy would witness the rise of Great Qin. Third, this academy would foster many talents. Meng Han became the first principal of Rising Qin Academy, and it would be impossible for him to teach all of the students by himself. However, he had long since thought about this problem, and while the academy was being constructed, he had found 10 or so people who could read. He taught them how to teach and gave them some training before making them teachers. What made Zhao Fu surprised was that Asuni actually chose to be a teacher. Even though she was still quite young, she passed Meng Han's tests and became a teacher. Rising Qin Academy only accepted children at or below 14 years of age, as those above 14 years of age were considered to have passed schooling age. In the Heaven Awakened world, they couldn't use the same schooling system in the real world because in a few years, those children would start working or join the army. As soon as Rising Qin Academy opened, many people brought their children to enroll. There were humans, elves, orcs, and many other races. Because they knew how much Zhao Fu valued education, who wouldn't want their sons and daughters to rise like dragons and phoenixes? By enrolling their children in the academy, their children would greatly benefit. This was something that they all wanted. Seeing so many people enroll, Zhao Fu decided to expand Rising Kin Academy, not in education but in military strategy and tactics. Zhao Fu decided to split Rising Kin Academy into a civil branch and a military branch in order to develop both ministers and generals. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Fu went to a vacant piece of land in the Great Kin village and chose to use the special den. Using a den was the same as using a city creation stone. A ripple of light spread out as a round stage came into existence. Zhao Fu then brought out the void beast from within his clothes and told it to conquer the den. The void beast obediently jumped down, went to the silver clay, and chose to conquer it. Following this, the den's information changed. Den, void beast, basic, 0 out of 5,000, grade, silver, description, a den of void beasts that will spawn one void beast every 3 days. It really could spawn void beasts, and Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh in delight. Because of this, he would be able to open paths to the entire world. Zhao Fu would be able to send his subordinates to every corner of the world ahead of everyone else and silently observe the other factions, gaining comprehensive intelligence reports. He could also create a merchant group and import and export goods. He would be able to buy ordinary things in this region for low prices and sell them for high prices in other regions, and the more valuable the items, the greater the profits would be. At the same time, with his status as a second-rank baron, he could continue to open restaurants and expand his restaurant empire throughout the world. If the entire heaven-awakened world was filled with his restaurants, his wealth would rival that of nations. Zhao Fu smiled and picked up the void beast before stroking its head and stretching his hand out towards it. The void beast nodded before closing its eyes and grimacing, and the rhombus-shaped crystal fell from its head. As the owner of this void beast, Zhao Fu now understood that he didn't actually have to kill the void beast to use its void crystal. However, it took void beasts a very long time to condense a void crystal, so he could not mass-produce them. After the void crystal fell from the void beast's head, the void beast became quite weak, and Zhao Fu stroked its head and fed it a little spirit pill, saying, "Don't worry, I definitely won't neglect you in the future. From now onwards, I'll call you Little White." Little White ate the little spirit pill and weakly mewed before licking Zhao Fu's finger a few times. Seeing this, Zhao Fu smiled and held it in his arms. Now that this den could spawn a void beast every 3 days, this meant that Zhao Fu could open up a path to the outside world every 3 days. This was incredibly important to the Great Kin village, and if Zhao Fu wasn't confident that he could rule the world before, he now had a trace of confidence. This matter was so important that it completely changed Zhao Fu's future plans for the Great Kin village. Zhao Fu held Little White in his arms and gathered Li Si, Bei Qi, and his other important subordinates before starting to talk with them. This discussion was the longest one that they ever had, and it went on for more than a day. Despite this, they had only made rough plans, but that was all they could do for now. In the future, they would develop those plans more. After concluding this discussion, it was night time, and Zhao Fu went 50 kilometers east of the Great Kin village to use the dark gold rank city creation stone that he had recently obtained. That seemed quite far away from the Great Kin village, but Zhao Fu was thinking long-term. Dark gold rank city creation stones were quite rare, and they would give many stats bonuses. In the future, it would also become an important city, which was why Zhao Fu had placed it so far away. First, Zhao Fu wanted to completely solidify his rule over the 100-kilometer radius area around the Great Kin village, and after making sure of this, he would expand outwards. Zhao Fu placed the dark gold rank city creation stone on the ground and ripples of golden light spread out. Buildings started to come into existence, and a few people appeared as well. System announcement. Congratulations, you have used a city creation stone. Please give your village a name. When using a city creation stone that had never been used before, one could name the village whatever one wanted. Zhao Fu originally wanted to call it Eastquell Village, as its purpose was to suppress and quell the area east of the Great Kin village. However, at that moment, the sun started to rise, casting light over the darkness and creating a glorious scene. The majesty of this scene caused Zhao Fu to change his mind, and he named the village East Dawn Village in the hopes that it would be like the sun dawning in the east. After giving the village its name, Zhao Fu looked at the 3 people who had appeared with the village, the blacksmith, tailor, and apothecary, who were all A grade. Zhao Fu sent many soldiers to guard this village and then decided to use the void crystal from Little White to open up a path to another region. At this moment, one of the exploration teams finally conquered an intermediate village elsewhere, causing a large amount of experience point to pour in. The Great Kin village's city creation stone clinged, and a black light exploded out from it and rushed up into the clouds. 121 Who dares not to submit? The black light shot into the clouds, causing the clouds to move and the heavens and the earth to darken. Countless dragon-like wisps of black air rose up from the ground not only within the Great Qin village but also throughout all of the places that belong to China in the Midland continent, and they madly rushed towards the Great Qin village. This was a massive gathering of fate, and this shocking scene caused a countless number of people who had been sleeping to wake up. They felt the fates within their bodies feel greatly unsettled, and after seeing the massive amount of fate rushing somewhere, many people rushed out of their houses and stood outside, gazing towards the same direction. Soon, a massive black whirlpool formed in the sky above the Great Qin village, covering the surrounding 1,000-kilometer radius area. A mighty aura of suppression descended, and from a distance, it seemed as if some demon god had appeared. Within the Forest of Horror's 3 main cities, 3 people were given a great shock. When they looked at the changes above the Great Qin village, they felt that they couldn't simply sit by and watch. They all leaped up and disappeared. Boom! An indescribably powerful spirit suppression descended, and the 3 figures who had just disappeared reappeared in the next second, and they were smashed into a 30-meter-wide crater. Within the crater, the 3 people coughed up mouthfuls of blood, unable to move. They felt as if all of their bones had been smashed, and they weakly lay there, looking heavily injured. They had underestimated the power of this heaven and earth fate. Anyone who raised his or her village to an advanced village would be acknowledged by the heavens and the earth, and he or she would receive his or her respective empire's fate legacy. However, Zhao Fu was the first person to raise his village to a town, and all of China's fate started to gather towards him. China was one of the greatest ancient civilizations, and if the heaven and earth fate was apportioned, China would have 60% of it. The fate that was gathering towards Zhao Fu was 60% of the heaven and earth fate, and the power it contained was not something that just anyone could endure. The 3 people had underestimated this power, and even though they had special identities, they were still heavily injured in spite of their powerful cultivations. At Eastbourne Village, Zhao Fu looked up and was quite surprised. He had never thought that leveling up to a town would bring such an abnormal sign. At that moment, the image of a gigantic domineering black dragon appeared beside Zhao Fu's body, and it raised its head and coldly looked at the abnormal sign in the distance. Zhao Fu could feel changes happening within his body, and he quickly returned to the Great Qin village. By now, all of the Great Qin village's residents had came to the heaven prayer platform and were reverently kneeling. They all understood that Great Qin was gathering all of China's fate, and the benefits would be unimaginable. As such, all of Great Qin's residents felt incredibly joyful and humble. Your Majesty. You've finally returned, hurry and put on the dragon robe, Li Si said quickly to Zhao Fu when he arrived. Even Li Si, who was normally steady, felt somewhat worried. It was the first time that Zhao Fu had seen Li Si like this, and he smiled and nodded. A few female attendants helped Zhao Fu put on the black gold dragon robe and the black gold dragon crown. The longer that the whirlpool swirled above the Great Qin village, the greater the heaven and earth suppression became. The Great Qin village's residents beside a heaven prayer platform had their heads pressed against the ground, unable to move an inch. Zhao Fu started to walk up the heaven prayer platform. This time, walking up the heaven prayer platform felt quite different. Zhao Fu felt quite heavy, however, it was not a physical heaviness but a mental heaviness. It was the feeling that came from experiencing a long and arduous journey, from when the Chinese people had originated by the Yellow River and created their own civilization to modern times, the heavy feeling of 5,000 years of history. Even though China had many different dynasties and nations, they all belonged to China. This gathering of fate represented all of China, and Zhao Fu seemed to realize something. Zhao Fu walked up the heaven prayer platform step by step. Finally, Zhao Fu stood at the center of the heaven prayer platform and slowly spread out his arms, giving off the noble airs of an emperor. He said with a majestic and steady voice, I, Zhao Fu, legatee of the Great Qin Empire, will definitely bring China to great heights in the heaven-awakened world. Our legacy will continue forever, and it will regain its former splendor. Boom. Just as Zhao Fu finished speaking, the center of the whirlpool quickly spun, and a black pillar of light descended from the sky and landed on Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu felt countless ancient and boundless roars enter his body. Roar. A forceful and vigorous dragon's roar sounded out, and it was as if it was asking who under the heavens dared not to submit. The roar sounded out throughout the heavens and the earth, and in the surrounding 10,000-kilometer radius area, both humans and other creatures trembled and felt terror within their hearts. The fates within CG, Bi Wushan, Ji Shenming, and Liu Yi's bodies reacted like furious dragons, causing all sorts of abnormal signs. However, they were unable to resist Zhao Fu's abnormal sign. This happened to not only those 4 people but also everyone with a legacy in China. All of them were incredibly prideful. How could they accept this sort of thing? All of their expressions were extremely unsightly. Far away, a woman stood on a hill and looked into the distance. This woman had long, golden hair and a pair of blue eyes, and her looks were incredibly beautiful. However, what people were often attracted to were not her looks but that confident, courageous, righteous, and bright smile on her face. She was wearing a silver knight's dress and holding a double-handed sword that gave off a golden light. She gave off the airs of a queen that made others want to submit to her and give their lives for her. Right now, there were 12 knights with extraordinary auras standing behind her. One of them put his arm in front of his chest as a salute as he asked, "Queen, what is it?" Tina Pendragon lightly smiled but did not say anything. Elsewhere, a handsome-looking man with golden hair stood on a tall structure and looked into the distance with a serious expression on his face. This was the Roman Empire's legatee. In another place, a dark-skinned youth wearing a golden headdress and holding a golden staff looked into the distance solemnly. 122 Four great generals of the Warring States period back at the Great Qin village, a massive amount of fate streamed into Zhao Fu's body, making his emperor's aura seem even more dignified and awe-imposing. Standing there, he seemed to give off airs that would make even gods retreat before him. We pay our respects to our king. The Great Qin subjects, regardless of which race they were, knelt down and shouted out. As the massive amount of fate flooded into Zhao Fu's fate dragon next to him became completely corporeal, and it was almost 100 meters long as it coiled around the heaven prayer platform. It gave off a terrifying aura, making it so that no one dared to raise his or her head. At this moment, the black light descending from the sky gradually weakened until it disappeared. However, the abnormal sign in the sky did not disappear, and countless golden rays of light shot out from the center of the massive black whirlpool, covering Zhao Fu's body. Following this, tens of thousands of rays of light slowly pierced through the entire black whirlpool and fell to the ground, creating a majestic scene. By now, the center of the black whirlpool had been pierced, and it was replaced by a holy, noble, dignified golden light, within which something was slowly descending. Suddenly, countless three-colored flowers descended. They were not real and were something formed by the condensing of fate, and they floated down like snowflakes. This made the scene seem extremely dreamlike and beautiful. At that moment, the object within the golden light came close enough to see what it was. It was a jade ruler's seal that gave off an incredibly noble aura. There were also 9 golden fate dragons swimming around the jade ruler's seal as it descended. Finally, the jade ruler's seal fell into Zhao Fu's hand, and the 9 golden dragons entered into it. Only then did the abnormal sign start to disappear, and the black dragon entered Zhao Fu's body again. Zhao Fu looked at the jade ruler's seal. It was extremely beautiful, and there were 5 exquisite divine dragons carved into it. Each of the divine dragons looked incredibly real, and each one of them gave off a different aura. At the bottom of the jade ruler's seal were the words, "To become emperor by the grace of heaven, to bless the common peoples and prosper the nation." Looking at these words, Zhao Fu realized that this was the imperial seal of China, which represented the official emperor's authority. To every emperor throughout China's history, this was the most important and precious item. To obtain this meant becoming an emperor by the grace of heaven, and losing it meant that his time was up. Emperors without the ruler's seal were called fake emperors, a condescending term. The first emperor of Qin ordered Li Si to create the imperial seal from his jade disc, an exceptional piece of jade. The words "to become emperor by the grace of heaven, to bless the common peoples and prosper the nation" were carved by Li Si himself. The imperial seal was thought to have been lost a long time ago. Who would have thought that the imperial seal would return to Great Qin after gathering China's fate? Zhao Fu then looked at the imperial seal's description. Imperial seal of China, white, the symbol of the official emperor of China, and it symbolizes utmost authority. What surprised Zhao Fu was that the imperial seal was a nation armament, but it was more powerful than most nation armaments, as it represented all of China. There was only one such nation armament in all of China, which showed its value. However, because the imperial seal represented all of China, it meant that it was different compared to most normal nation armaments. While normal nation armaments could only be used by their respective legatees and would be destroyed if anyone else took it, the imperial seal could be taken and used by any Chinese person. Zhao Fu carefully put the imperial seal away, and after the Great Qin village leveled up into a town, a chain of system announcements sounded out in Zhao Fu's mind. System announcement. Congratulations, your village has become a town. System announcement. Congratulations, Great Qin's fate has greatly increased. System announcement. The special structure Heaven Prayer Platform has automatically leveled up, and you will now be closer to the heavens. System announcement. Your town has unlocked ministers and generals. System announcement. Under the influence of Great Qin's fate, the 3 historical figures sleeping within Great Qin's legacy have awakened. Zhao Fu ignored most of the system announcements, but the final one caught his attention. 3 historical figures? Zhao Fu was quite curious as to who these 3 historical figures would be. Historical figures like Bei Qi and Li Si were all exceptionally capable, so Zhao Fu was looking forward to meeting the 3 historical figures. He slowly walked down from the Heaven Prayer Platform and went to the origin. He waved his hand as a black light shot out, and Zhao Fu chose to awaken those three people. Three figures appeared on the origin. After coming to their senses, they paid their respects to Zhao Fu and said together, "Your Majesty." Zhao Fu nodded and looked at the three people in front of him. He looked at the two men first. They were both around 24 or 25 years old, and one of them had a kind-looking face, a calm demeanor, and a long beard. Name, Wang Jian. Grade, SSS. Title, 4 Great Generals of the Warring States period, increases own troops' morale. Profession, General. Profession effects, can hold 2 different military professions. Achievement points, Commoner, 0 out of 200, Race, Human age, 25, 100, Loyalty, 100 Stats, Strength, 10, Intelligence, 10, Constitution, 10. Agility, 10 Cultivation, Stage 0 Cultivation Technique, Non-skills, none equipment, coarse cloth clothes, cloth shoes, coarse cloth pets. It was actually one of the most famous generals in history, Wang Jian. This greatly surprised Zhao Fu. Wang Jian was one of Great Qin's famed generals, and he made great contributions to Great Qin. Apart from the state of Han, the other 5 states were destroyed by Wang Jian and his son. It could be said that Wang Jian was the greatest contributor when Great Qin conquered the other 6 states, and even the first emperor of Qin greatly respected him. After looking at Wang Jian's stats, Zhao Fu looked at the other man. He had a cold and handsome face, and while he stood there, he gave off the airs of a sharp, unsheathed sword. Zhao Fu thought that he was Meng Tian, but after looking at his information, Zhao Fu was quite shocked. Name, Jnaya. Grade, SSS. Title, None. Profession, Swordsman. Achievement points, Commoner, 0 out of 200, Race, Human age, 24, 100, Loyalty, 100 Stats, Strength, 10, Intelligence, 10, Constitution, 10. Agility, 10 Cultivation, Stage 0 Cultivation Technique, Non-skills, Sword Proficiency Equipment, Coarse cloth clothes, cloth shoes, coarse cloth pets. This is Jnaya. Jnaya was a famous swordsman in the latter part of the Warring States period. However, what made him famous was an extremely shocking matter, Jing's failed assassination of the first emperor of Qin, who was the king of Qin at the time. It was said that the state of Yan's famed assassin, Jing, had faced off against Jnaya, but what Zhao Fu had never expected was that Jnaya was actually part of Great Qin. This was definitely a secret that not many people knew. 123 King's Blood. Zhao Fu looked at the woman. She was quite good-looking and was wearing a plain white dress, and she gave off a gentle and wise aura. Name, Ba King. Grade, SSS. Title, None. Profession, Merchant. Achievement points, Commoner, 0 out of 200, Race, Human age, 25, 100, Loyalty, 100 Stats, Strength, 8, Intelligence, 10, Constitution, 7. Agility, 8 Cultivation, Stage 0 Cultivation Technique, Non-skills, Business Operation Equipment, Dress, Hairpin. Ba King? When Zhao Fu saw this name, he remembered the stories about her. Ba King was also called Widow Ba King, and while she was not as famous as Daoqin and Daji, anyone who was familiar with the Qin dynasty's history would know that she was a epic rank woman. Ba King was China's first entrepreneur, and her wealth could rival a nation's. At the same time, she possessed her own army, but she was not a target of the first emperor of Qin's suspicions. In fact, the first emperor of Qin treated her like an elder sister. For an emperor to treat her like this, it was evident how capable she was. She contributed a lot of money to the construction of the Great Wall of China and provided a lot of the mercury in the first emperor of Qin's tomb. However, her business empire disappeared as Great Qin fell. These 3 SSS great historical figures all had their own strengths. Zhao Fu asked Li Si to make arrangements for them and to introduce them to the Great Qin village. After Zhao Fu finished taking care of all of his matters, he would go and chat with them at greater length. Following this, Zhao Fu went to the city heart and looked at the Great Qin village's new stats. Village name, Great Qin Town, Epic rank, level, basic, 140 out of 250,000, village area, 55 square kilometers. Village territory, 1,680 square kilometers. Residents, 12,950 out of 120,000. Military, 5,640 out of 34,000. Popular support, 85. Village special stats, territory crop output plus 70%, territory crop growing time minus 70%, population limit plus 50%, residence stats can randomly plus 4, soldiers stats plus 4%, population attraction plus 60%. Chance of attracting higher grade population plus 60%. Subsidiary village limit, 72. Subordinate villages, Log Village, Jin Village, Drun Village, Li Family Village, Wolf Village, Ferocious Tiger Village. After looking at this information, Zhao Fu found that its stats had once again greatly increased, and most of them increased by an additional 20%. What's more, Leveling up from a basic town to an intermediate town required 250,000 experience point, while leveling up from an advanced village to a basic town required 150,000 experience point. In other words, he now required an extra 100,000 experience point to level up again. Leveling up from an intermediate town to an advanced town required an extra 200,000 experience point, which was 450,000 experience point in total. Leveling up from an advanced town to a basic city required an extra 300,000 experience point, which was 750,000 experience point in total. 750,000 experience point looked like a lot, but this was not the most difficult aspect, as the requirements for leveling up an advanced town to a basic city also required one to possess 3 or more towns. In other words, if Zhao Fu wanted to level up the Great Ken town into a city, he needed to have at least 3 towns and 3 people who were at least third-ranked barons and could act as mayors. This demonstrated how difficult it was to level up a town into a city. However, the Great Ken town was still only a basic town, and it would take some time for it to level up into an advanced town, much less a city. Moreover, the system's main cities were important cities, and they were above even advanced cities. After looking at the Great Ken town's stats, Zhao Fu took out the Imperial Seal. The Jade Ruler's seal went and floated up above the city heart by itself and gave off a faint, majestic golden light. At this moment, Zhao Fu found that Great Ken's nation armament, the 12 metal colossi, was giving off a faint blue light within its bronze light, so he took a look. It turned out that the 12 metal colossi had also leveled up. The description said that nation armaments required a large amount of fate to level up, and now that Zhao Fu had gathered China's fate, the 12 metal colossi had obtained a large amount of fate, rising from a level 1 nation armament to a level 2 nation armament. A level 2 nation armament was much more powerful than a level 1 nation armament, and it could suppress fate better, making it so that the fate did not flow away. Following this, Zhao Fu looked at the Heaven Prayer Platform stats. Heaven Prayer Platform, a special structure of an Empire Legacy village. It can level up with a village. Special stats: resistance to natural disasters plus 50%, chance of spawning S-grade or above villagers plus 25%. Finally, Zhao Fu went to the barracks, as there was a system announcement that stated that the minister and general professions had been unlocked. After arriving at the barracks, Zhao Fu found 2 new stone steels. The 2 stone steels could allow 5 people to become generals and 3 people to become ministers. Zhao Fu didn't have to think much about who to give these positions to. After all, there were many people who he wanted to nurture, but he hadn't given them a special profession yet. What's more, if he already had 5 generals, the military stone steel could be used to change a person's profession to commander. Commanders could have many generals under their command. In other words, commanders were ranked higher than generals. While generals were responsible for fighting on the field, commanders were more for creating strategies and giving orders. Adding on Huang Jian, who recently joined, Zhao Fu now had 6 generals, so he could allow 1 person to become a commander. Of course, this person was Bei Qi. Zhao Fu called Bei Qi over and told him to change his profession to commander. The commander profession was one that led and gave commands, rather than one of personal strength. Zhao Fu had a look at Bei Qi's new profession. Commander, a grade military. Description: the evolved profession of general. Effect: receives skill, army command. Army command: all soldiers being led will receive orders easier, and not only will morale be increased, but soldiers will also not fear death. All soldiers being led will receive all stats plus 1, does not stack. Receives the ability to arrange troop formations. These were the effects of the commander profession. Not only did it increase morale, but it also made it easier to command soldiers and gave them all stats plus 1, which was 4 stat points. This was equivalent to having an exquisite secret silver rank piece of equipment, and there was no limit on the number of soldiers who could be led. However, what was most important was the ability to arrange formations. Even though they would not be able to use incredibly profound formations, they could use some basic formations to enhance defense and strengthen offense. Formations could cause soldiers to turn into killing machines, and formations allowed soldiers to unleash their full might on the battlefield. After looking at these professions, Zhao Fu went through the other system announcements that he had received. He found that his king profession had also been affected by fate, and he had reached the 2nd stage, King's Blood. 124 royal bloodline. The 2nd stage of a king profession turned all of his blood into king's blood. In the future, Zhao Fu's blood would contain a massive amount of king's power. The Heaven Awakened world possessed many different bloodlines and rankings of bloodlines. For example, bloodlines of angels and demons were more powerful than bloodlines of humans, which was why humans became much more powerful upon obtaining a bloodline. Zhao Fu's king's blood was definitely not any weaker than those bloodlines, and as Zhao Fu became more powerful, his bloodline would become more powerful as well. Bloodlines in the Heaven Awakened world were split into 24 levels. Levels 1 to 3 were low-grade bloodlines, Levels 3 to 6 were mid-grade bloodlines, levels 6 to 9 were high-grade bloodlines, levels 9 to 12 were royal bloodlines, levels 12 to 15 were imperial bloodlines, levels 15 to 18 were sovereign bloodlines, levels 18 to 21 were divine bloodlines, and levels 21 to 24 were origin bloodlines. Right now, Zhao Fu's bloodline was only a level 3 low-grade bloodline, as the great kin bloodline that he possessed was not very pure. Indeed, he was part of the collateral family, and even though he had gotten lucky and obtained great kin's legacy, he did not yet have a high-grade bloodline. However, even though Zhao Fu had a low-grade bloodline, he went to the heaven prayer platform and started to convert his bloodline into a royal bloodline. He sat cross-legged at the center of the heaven prayer platform and closed his eyes before starting to circulate his king's power. Traces of black aura streamed out from within Zhao Fu's body and covered him, forming a gigantic black ball. Within the black ball, Zhao Fu felt quite warm and comfortable, and he could feel his bloodline being refined. The sun rose and set, and soon, 3 days passed. The black ball slowly dispersed into traces of black aura again, revealing Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's appearance had greatly changed. His somewhat delicate face now looked more dignified and imposing, and it contained coldness, majesty, and elegance. His black eyes became terrifyingly deep, and his short black hair now reached his waist. Now, Zhao Fu's bloodline was a level 9 royal bloodline, and it became much more powerful. In the future, Zhao Fu's blood would naturally contain king's power. After coming down from the heaven prayer platform, he saw that Li Si had been waiting for a long time. When Li Si saw Zhao Fu's changes, Li Si didn't dare to look at him directly. He could only lower his head as he said respectfully, "Your Majesty, everything has been taken care of, and the exploration teams have returned today." Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded and went to a room, which had 3 people, and said, "What do you think about the great Ken town?" Wang Jian paid his respects to Zhao Fu before saying, "Your Majesty, we think that everything has been taken of quite well. I have faith that Great Ken will one day return to its former glory." Zhao Fu smiled and started to talk with them. His main goal was to understand them more, and after talking with them, he decided on what to do with them. Zhao Fu then took some of the people who had not yet become generals and Wang Jian to the barracks. He made Wang Jian a commander. Wang Jian was a historical figure on the same level as Bei Qi, and he would fit this role well. Right now, Great Kin had 2 commanders, Bei Qi and Wang Jian, and 10 generals, Zhang Du, Li Wen, Zhao Jian, Old Log, Dog, Sar, Lach, Daisy, Chen Shang, and Nico. Wang Ergu and Liu Mai were both assassins now, so Zhao Fu did not plan to make them generals. Out of the 10 generals, 3 were from the general platform. Li Wen became a general through the undead profession Change Stone, and 5 were through the Great Ken's General Stone Steel. The final general, Chen Shang, was spawned by the system. Because of the various buffs from the Great Ken town and the Heaven Prayer platform, they typically spawned 2 grade villagers per month. The first this month was Meng Hen, and Chen Shang spawned while Zhao Fu was refining his bloodline. Not only did he already have a general profession, but he was also S-grade. After deciding what Wang Jian would do, Zhao Fu turned his attention to the cold and handsome Jnaya, who gave off a cold sword aura. Jnaya was SSS grade and extremely talented at swordsmanship. By the end of the Warring States period, he was already a famed swordsman, so Zhao Fu decided to make him his bodyguard. With his supreme swordsmanship, he was worthy of this position. Before, when he lacked people, Zhao Fu used Bei Qi as both a general and a bodyguard. However, he could no longer do this, as Bei Qi had become a great commander in charge of thousands of people. Finally, Zhao Fu turned to Ba King. Of course, Zhao Fu gave her all of the businesses to manage. Before, they were managed by Xiaming, but with Ba King in charge, Zhao Fu felt even more assured. After giving the 3 of them roles, Zhao Fu remembered that there was still something he had not taken care of because of how busy he had been. It was about something interesting that one of the exploration teams had brought back. The item was quite special, and it looked like a little temple that was about 1 meter wide and 1 meter tall. There was also a statue of a little old man within it, who had a long beard and was holding a wooden staff, and he had an amicable and kindly appearance. Earth Temple contains a trace of divine power and can protect a piece of land. It requires sacrifices of incense, and the more incense there is, the more powerful the Earth Temple will become. Current stats: crop production time -10%, crop output +10%, resistance to natural disasters +5% compared to Western godly spirits. Zhao Fu preferred Eastern godly spirits. This was because while Western godly spirits were above the rule of kings and emperors, Eastern godly spirits were below the rule of kings and emperors. Zhao Fu believed that a king's authority should surpass all, even a god should submit to a king or an emperor. The Earth Temple's stats were quite good. After all, even a bronze-grade village would not have such stats. The 5% resistance to natural disasters was of key importance, and it was not something that just any item would have. What's more, the earth temples seemed to be upgradable through incense sacrifices. Incense seemed to be like faith or worship, but the difference was that incense was a type of sacrifice that was below a king's rule, so Zhaofu permitted this. Zhaofu allowed faith and worship, but no matter what it was, it had to submit to him. Zhaofu would absolutely not allow situations like in the Western world where religion trumped the rule of the king. After finding a place for the earth temple and making arrangements for its incense sacrifices, Zhaofu prepared to open up a path to the outside world. However, what Zhaofu didn't know was that the real world had exploded into chaos because of him, and countless people almost went mad. 125 emperors' fate. This chaos had been caused by Zhaofu, but to be more precise, it was because of that domineering dragon's roar. These people were all of noble descent, and they were incredibly prideful. How could they allow someone to suppress them? What made them even angrier was that their fate dragons were unable to resist that mighty dragon's roar, making them feel incredibly resentful. They couldn't help but gnash their teeth and roar, "Great Qin!" At the same time, the dragon's roar was heard not only by the people of China, but also by factions that were keeping an eye on China. After hearing this roar, which could shake the world, they were all greatly dismayed. Everyone who heard the roar felt incredibly small and weak, and everyone reconsidered whether he or she wanted to make an enemy out of China. China once again became the focus of the entire world, and one name resounded in everyone's ears: Great Qin. Great Qin had now caught the attention of countless factions, and everyone wanted to know everything about Great Qin. Now, even an idiot would know that Great Qin would become one of the most powerful factions in the world, and this made the other factions feel terror and despair due to how suffocatingly powerful Great Qin was. However, they could not find any information about Great Qin's legatee. There seemed to be a mysterious veil placed over all of Great Qin, and it was always those who were shrouded in mystery who were the most terrifying. As such, all of the other factions desperately wanted to tear apart this veil and see what Great Qin was like. In fact, many presidents, prime ministers, and kings in the real world expressed their desire to meet with Great Qin's legatee, and there were many foreign media channels that reported about a dormant dragon awakening in China and that China would once again lead the advancement of the world. There were even some foreign media channels that had unfavorable opinions of China, and they reported that China would unify the world and enslave all other races and that the rest of the world should unite against this terrifying, evil dragon. No matter which country it was, anyone who did not know of Great Qin's name must have been living under a rock. Of course, many people in other countries did not realize the true danger, and they started to search things about China online, especially information about Great Qin. The leaders of the factions who knew that the real world would be devoured by the heaven-awakened world in the future started to deeply worry about facing China. At the same time, they ordered their subordinates to find out who Great Qin's legatee was and to befriend him so that they could rely on his power to continue surviving. Of course, facing that domineering dragon's roar, there were people who were unwilling to submit, such as Oda Nobunaga's descendant, Oda Kamiya. Before, he had wanted to not only unify Japan but also take over China as well. However, only now did he realize how naive and weak he was. Great Qin alone was already something that he could only look up at, but he still refused to give in. His great dream had been suppressed by Great Qin, but he would not give up. At this moment, Oda Kamiya was holding a large katana that was shining with a blood-red light and giving off an evil aura. He swung it around madly and even killed a few female attendants. Half an hour later, Oda Kamiya finally stopped his rampage, and he stood with his hair disheveled and with corpses of female attendants around him. The katana, dripping with blood, gave off an even brighter blood-red light, and its evil aura became denser. This katana was the famous Muramasa. With the other countries going mad, this was even more so for those within China. The legatees of various dynasties and nations desperately searched for any information about Great Qin's legatee. However, if even the Ying family was unable to find anything, how could anyone else? As such, various factions ordered their subordinates with special abilities to use all of their powers to find the Great Qin's legatee. However, all of them failed and died. Back when Zhaofu had first obtained Great Qin's legacy, his fate had already become an emperor's fate. Anyone who tried to use divination or heaven's secrets to uncover information about someone with an emperor's fate who had also gathered a lot of fate would receive a powerful backlash from fate. It was quite dangerous to find out information about Zhaofu through such methods, and this was even more so now that Zhaofu had gathered all of China's fate. No one could survive the backlash. Fuxi's legatee took the risk and performed a divination, but in the next second, he immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground with severe injuries. If he wasn't a legatee and hadn't used many methods to avoid heaven's secrets, he would have died on the spot. CG quickly helped Fuxi's legatee up from the ground and asked with a concerned expression, "Fu Hao, are you alright?" Fu Hao lightly nodded and said apologetically, "The heavens' secrets protecting him are too powerful, and his emperor's fate has already formed. He'll be a powerful opponent in your conquest of China." Hearing this, CG sighed and replied, "I know, it's just that troubled times will be coming. People will fall on hard times, and corpses will fill the land. However, in order to unify China, this is something that we must face. In this world, there will always be winners and losers, and I don't wish to become a loser." After saying this, CG's gaze became incredibly resolute. Elsewhere, Bi Wuxian stood on a tall building, and he looked into the distance. There was a cold, domineering aura about him, and there were 5 enchanting women behind him who had blood leaking from their lips and had pale faces. It seemed that they had used some sort of secret technique. "Humphrey, Great Kin, I, Bi Wuxian, will take you down one day," Bi Wuxian said in an arrogant tone as he coldly gazed into the distance. Ji Shenming and Liu Yi's expressions were also unsightly, and their relationship with Great Qin was quite special. Because Great Shu had been destroyed by Great Qin, there was irreconcilable hatred between them, and the first thing that Ji Shenming wanted to do was destroy Great Qin. However, Great Qin had now become a massive stone that weighed on everyone's heart. As for Liu Yi, he understood that Great Qin would not spare Great Han, as Great Qin had fallen because of Great Han. This sort of hatred was not one that could be put aside, and it would be repaid in full. "Great Qin. Great Han was able to take you down back then, and will do it again in the future." Liu Yi gritted his teeth as his body slightly trembled. Only Zhao Fu was able to make China's 4 great legatees, the top 4 people on the Heaven's Pride rankings, react in such a way. 126 Stirring the world. At a long table within the Li family's hall, the Li family's old patriarch sat at the head seat with Li Baking sitting next to him. Sitting around the table were other important members of the Li family's main family. The Li family's old patriarch said with a serious expression, "Now, Great Qin's legatee has revealed his ferocity, and he has caused an uproar throughout the world. Various factions are trying to investigate Great Qin's legatee. The Li family should also make preparations. After all, Great Qin is simply too powerful, and even China's 4 great families have become incredibly wary of Great Qin. The Great Tang legacy, which is slightly weaker, should do the same. Tell me what you all think." Sitting next to Li Baking was a middle-aged man who was the patriarch of another one of the Li family's bloodlines. However, because Li Baking had received Great Tang's legacy, all of the other bloodlines had to acknowledge Li Baking's bloodline as sovereign and submit. When he thought back to the scene from before, his face became somewhat pale. As a patriarch of one of the Li family's main bloodlines, his bloodline was extremely pure, and he possessed some of Great Tang's fate. As such, he had also heard the domineering roar from Zhao Fu's fate dragon. At the time, he felt as if there was a savage black dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long in front of him, and its terrifying aura made his entire soul tremble. As such, he said, "I believe we should try to establish friendly relations with Great Qin's legatee. At the very least, we must not become enemies." Those who had pure bloodlines heard the dragon's roar, and they became somewhat pale. They could not resist the terror within them, so they all nodded and expressed their agreement. Seeing how cowardly they were acting, the Li family's old patriarch became quite displeased, and he said angrily, "Look how stupid and cowardly you're all acting. We have the Great Tang Empire's legacy, and we were called the Celestial Empire long ago. Do we really have to fear Great Qin's legatee when he doesn't even have the Ying family's support?" Hearing this, the others felt a bit more courage and confidence, but they still could not forget the trauma that the dragon's roar had left on them. At this moment, Li Baking lightly smiled and stood up as he said, "I believe that even though Great Qin is quite dangerous, it's not yet time to focus on allies and enemies. Right now, the most important thing to do is to upgrade the advanced village into a town, and it's best if we do this before the 4 great families. Even though roughly 70% of China's fate has been gathered by Great Qin, there's still about 30% remaining. Even though 30% does not look like much, it's still a massive amount, and it is all that is left for China's other legatees. The Li family must not give up on the fate that is remaining." Those who heard Li Baking's words all nodded, and they approved of what he said. Following this, someone said, "I think that Great Qin's legatee must have some conflict with the Ying family, and now that the Ying family has almost gone mad, they still haven't found him. He must have a very good reason to not join the Ying family. I believe that we should try to convince Great Qin's legatee to join us, by openly working with the Wu family. The Ying family is blatantly disrespecting the Li family." Many people also agreed with this. However, the problem was that there was no information on Great Qin's legatee at all. Let alone trying to curry favor with him, they didn't even know who he was. Following this, after discussing some more things, the meeting was concluded. After everyone left, only the Li family's old patriarch and Li Baking were left. The Li family's old patriarch's attitude was no longer as tough, He had also heard the terrifying dragon's roar, and his expression became grim as he sighed and said, "Kinger, right now, Great Ken has taken the #1 spot in China. It's far more dangerous than any other faction, and it will be your greatest obstacle. You must not relax for even a moment." Li Beiqing sincerely nodded and said, "I understand, Grandpa." The Li family's old patriarch cast aside his worries, and a kind smile appeared on his face as he chatted for a while longer. After this, Li Beiqing left to take care of some other matters. Watching Li Beiqing leave, the Li family's old patriarch mused to himself. He was quite satisfied that he had such a talented grandson, and he had no more regrets. He only hoped that his grandson would be able to become emperor while he was still alive. As for everything that stood in his way, the Li family's old patriarch's gaze became cold as he said, "Butler, find Great Ken's legatee at all costs." The butler outside walked in and nodded before leaving. As for the Ying family, they had nearly gone mad. They had looked almost everywhere, but they still could not find Great Ken's legatee. They didn't mind searching slowly, but their mysterious legatee had caused shock after shock, each one greater than the last. Ever since Zhao Fu had obtained the Fate legacy from last time, the Ying family had been the focus of all of China, and it was now even more so. Now, there were definitely hundreds of spies monitoring the Ying family. The person who had obtained their ancestors' legacy had now gathered China's fate, which brought them glory and made them the focus of the entire world. However, the legatee had also indirectly slapped them in the face, as he still refused to join the Ying family. For the legatee to obtain Great Ken's legacy and cause such a disturbance but not join the Ying family, how could that not be interpreted as a slap to the Ying family's face? In actuality, most of the Ying family's bloodlines had harbored evil thoughts towards the legatee. They wanted to find him and find a way to take their ancestors' legacy. However, things were different now. Great Ken's legatee had made Great Ken the focus of the world without any help. This was enough to demonstrate his extraordinary abilities. With his abilities, he could surpass everyone in the Ying family. Even though they all looked down on the collateral family bloodlines, if he could really bring Great Ken to glory, the Ying family would truly consider submitting to the legatee. However, Great Ken's legatee refused to reveal himself, and they were at their wits' end. By this point, a few of the leaders of the Ying family were prepared to kneel down and beg for him to appear. However, this was too shameful, and if it weren't for the other large families, they most likely would have done something along those lines already. So far, there were only slight clues as to where Great Ken's legatee was, based on the direction that China's fate had flowed. From this, people had deduced that he was in the northern area of Midland Continent. However, the northern area of Midland Continent was a large place, and a single region in the Heaven-Awakened world was larger than an entire province in China. There were thousands of regions in the north, and the total area was 5 times that of the entire Earth's. Even though they had a general direction, it would still be like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, the northern area of Midland Continent became a forbidden region to all factions because they all knew that a terrifying existence resided there. 127 Path of Kings. Within a beautiful and elegantly decorated room, Ying 11 sat on a white sofa with a cold expression on her face as she said, "Who is the person who has obtained the ancestors' legacy? He's truly gained face for the Ying family. However, the longer it takes to find him, the more powerful he'll become, and once he becomes too powerful to control, the entire Ying family will have to submit to him." Opposite her, Wu Qingming lifted her cup of coffee and took a sip, and a slight smile appeared on her face as she said, "What are you going to do then? He'll be able to affect our plans greatly." Ying 11 lightly harumphed. Now that he's gathered most of China's fate, the leaders of most of the Ying family's main bloodlines want to make him the successor of the Ying family and hand over all of the Ying family's forces to him. If he reveals himself, he'll become the leader of the Ying family, while the others and I will have no chance to succeed the Ying family. Hearing this, Wu Qingming smiled as she replied, "You'll have to act before he can reveal himself, and you need to develop your faction's strength to the point that you can stand firmly on the ground. When that time comes, you'll have much more power and authority. Even if you don't want to submit to him, you'll at least be able to keep your independence." Hearing Wu Qingming's words, Ying 11 frowned and said, "It's not that simple. Even though I have most of my bloodline's resources, I didn't receive much of the Fate legacy, unlike the Wu family, which received some of Great Tang's Fate and a dark gold rank city creation stone. In terms of legacy, I'm worse off than the Wu family." Haha. Wu Qingming laughed before replying, "But in terms of resources, the Wu family can't compare to you. Because of the Li family's suppression, all of the Wu family's resources can't even compare to half of yours, and right now, we have to work together to become even more powerful while he hasn't revealed himself." Ying 11 nodded. Right now, she would only be able to stand on her own feet by becoming stronger. At this moment, Wu Qingming thought of something, and her expression became serious as she said, The main thing is that we don't know when he'll reveal himself. The Ying family must be desperately trying to find him, and they will give all of the resources to him. I think that he didn't have the means to protect himself before, so he was reluctant to join the Ying family. However, as his strength grows, he'll definitely reveal himself to obtain those resources. Of course, you heard the domineering dragon's roar, right? Anyone who can receive a legacy like that isn't a kind-hearted individual. That person walks on the path of kings, and those like him are fated to be merciless individuals. If he reveals himself, it'll be beneficial for the Ying family, but your position will be dangerous. He's someone from the collateral family and must have estrangements with the Ying family, so the Ying family will definitely do all they can to get rid of those estrangements. The most direct way is to marry someone from the main family to him. Out of the Ying family's bloodlines, based on status, bloodline, looks, and talent, that woman will very likely be you. Hearing Wu Qingniang's words, Ying 11's expression became somewhat unsightly. What Wu Qingniang said was quite true. This was what large families often did. If that person appeared, she would become a tool for her family to use to bring him closer to the Ying family. However, Ying 11 didn't want to be married off to someone who she didn't know or like. However, she had to face reality. She could not resist the Ying family, as she was born in the Ying family and everything she had came from the Ying family. She felt a wave of helplessness, making her feel quite uncomfortable. She lowered her head and looked quite distraught. Seeing this, Wu Qingniang felt quite sympathetic. She understood the difficulties of being born into a large family, but she wanted to change her predicament. Seeing her good friend of many years looking like this, Wu Qingniang came over and sat by Ying 11's side, putting her arm around Ying 11. She smiled as she comforted her, saying, "All right, Lil 11, it's not as bad as you think. As your longtime friend, I'll definitely help you." Hearing Wu Qingniang's words, Ying 11 felt quite touched, and she looked at her with gratitude as she said, "Thank you, Qingniang." Seeing that Ying 11 had recovered, Wu Qingniang wickedly smiled and asked, "How are you going to thank me then?" Hearing this, Ying 11 frowned slightly and started to think it over. Suddenly, Wu Qingniang pulled Ying 11 over, her red lips pressing against Ying 11's lips. Before Ying 11 could react, she stuck her tongue into Ying 11's mouth, her tongue intertwining with Ying 11's tongue. Under Wu Qingniang's intense assault, Ying 11 could not contain her emotions, and her body became hotter and her breathing became quicker. Wu Qingniang grinned wickedly and started to slowly and gently rub Ying 11's large breasts. Feeling her sensitive parts being attacked, Ying 11 was shocked back to her senses, and she pushed Wu Qingniang away with a reddened face as she said, "All right, Qingniang, stop fooling around." Wu Qingniang looked at Ying 11's red face and stopped. Then, she started to laugh. Seeing this, Ying 11 felt both embarrassed and annoyed, and she pushed Wu Qingniang down. The two women began to tussle about. A while later, Wu Qingniang left the room, and a few female bodyguards followed behind her. Her expression was no longer as relaxed as it was before, and it was instead quite serious as she thought to herself. After all, Great Kin's legatee was quite dangerous. Of course, when she had first heard the dragon's roar, her heart had been filled with terror and panic, something that had never happened before. Even though she wanted to help Ying 11, could she really stand up to Great Kin's legatee? It was the first time that Wu Qingniang had felt so unconfident, but this was not her fault. With her mental fortitude, very few things were able to affect her, but that dragon's roar was simply too powerful and overbearing. Wu Qingniang had planned to go to Zhao Fu's place to ask him what he thought of this, but she then realized that because Zhao Fu was part of the collateral family and his bloodline wasn't very pure, he might not have heard the fate dragon's roar. However, Wu Qingniang still wanted to have a chat with him. She held him in high esteem, so she wanted to ask him his views, perhaps he would be able to help her. After coming to Zhao Fu's door, her bodyguard knocked a few times, but there was no response. Wu Qingniang guessed that Zhao Fu was most likely in the Heaven Awakened world, and while in that state, one could not be woken up. Only if one was physically shaken or moved in the real world would one receive a system announcement in the Heaven Awakened world. As such, Wu Qingniang did not persist, and she left in slight disappointment. People from large families did not spend much time in the real world, and they usually spent most of their time in the Heaven Awakened world. If it wasn't for Great Kin's legatee, most people would not have been willing to come out of the Heaven Awakened world. 128 Little Valley. The cause of all of this panic and madness, Zhao Fu, had no idea about all of this. Instead, he was about to create a path to another region. If he knew that he had received such attention, he would have kept a lower profile. Right now, Zhao Fu did not have the strength to reveal himself and ask who did not dare to submit. That would simply be drawing hatred to himself, and even though Zhao Fu was quite powerful, he was not strong enough to fight against the entire world. As such, it was better to keep a low profile. Zhao Fu did not like showing off and trying to look cool, as being watched by the entire world gave him immense pressure. Right now, Zhao Fu just wanted to silently accumulate a massive fortune, but the situation had become like this. Of course, Zhao Fu currently had no idea about all of this. Only after he exited the Heaven Awakened world would he find out. It had now been 3 days, and the special den spawned a new void beast, which would allow Zhao Fu to open up 2 paths to other regions. Zhao Fu decided to open up a path to Little Valley first, as it was the closest. The teleportation channels leading there had already been completed, and when Zhao Fu thought of Little Valley, he couldn't help but think of Zhong Heng, who he had met on the way. Zhao Fu felt that Zhong Heng was quite dangerous, and he was apprehensive about what Zhong Heng had said about meeting again. At this moment, on a silent path in Little Valley, Zhong Heng was riding on his donkey, which was slowly trotting along. How could he not have known about the shocking event from 3 days ago? He had been leisurely sitting on the donkey and had casually plucked a ripe fruit from a tree. Just as he was about to take a bite, the sudden changes in the heaven and earth fate gave him a big fright, causing his entire body to freeze. Such a massive amount of fate would only gather if a shocking event had happened, and he looked towards where the fate was gathering. However, he could only see a murky chaos. Whatever was happening had been blocked by heaven's secrets. Following this, an extremely domineering dragon's roar sounded out, causing his face to pale, and he cried out, "Great kin!" Even after the abnormal signs had disappeared for a while, Zhong Heng continued to space out, deep in thought. Only after a while did he come back to his senses and mutter in a low voice, "Even though Great Kin is powerful, it's unable to change my decision." After saying this, Zhong Heng bit into the fruit. However, he immediately frowned, feeling that there was something wrong with the fruit. He looked down and found that the fruit had long since been eaten by worms on the inside, and he threw away the fruit and spat out the mouthful he had just bitten. The donkey he was riding seemed to laugh, not giving him any face at all, so Zhong Heng hit its bottom in dissatisfaction. Elsewhere, Zhao Fu felt that he was overthinking things. Why should he fear Zhong Heng? Since he was going to open up paths everywhere, they were bound to meet again someday. There was no need to worry about meeting him again. Afterwards, Zhao Fu decided to open up paths to Little Valley and 100 Bamboo, as they were both relatively close to the Great Ken town. Zhao Fu took off his dragon robe and crown, and he put on his black cloak, covering his appearance and body. As he changed, he touched his long hair. As someone living in the modern age, he was unused to having such long hair, but he did not mind it. Following this, Zhao Fu took 10 or so soldiers and 5 scholars to the teleportation channel that they had constructed before, and after teleporting 20 or so times, they once again reached the boundary. They found a hidden place, which was a cave this time, and built a teleportation channel in it. In order to guarantee its safety, Zhao Fu personally destroyed the entrance to the cave. The 5 scholars quickly built the teleportation channel, but because it was within a void zone and couldn't be used, it did not give off any light. At this moment, Zhao Fu took out a void crystal and gave it to one of the scholars. The scholar took the void crystal and fixed it to the center of the teleportation channel. After being attached to the teleportation channel, the void crystal gave off a silver light, and the teleportation channel seemed to come to life, shining with the white light that teleportation channels normally gave off. Seeing this, Zhao Fu and his party entered the teleportation channel, and this time, they were able to use it. After a dizzying blur, the party came to a region with rocks strewn everywhere. There weren't any strange trees like those in the Forest of Horrors. It was a new region. System announcement. Congratulations, you have come to a new region, Little Valley. You have received 10 achievement points. Zhao Fu had never thought that he would be awarded achievement points for coming to a new region. However, 10 achievement points were not much, and they weren't affected by his King's Ring's effect, which made Zhao Fu quite curious. However, that was not the main issue. Zhao Fu quickly led his people to look for a cave. Soon, they found a cave that was 100 meters wide. Zhao Fu took out the Sky Demon sword at his waist. It now had a sheath made from a fine gold drink material called black iron. Its color went well with the Sky Demon sword, so it was used as the material to forge the sheath. Zhao Fu circulated his king's power and slashed the side of the cave entrance. The rocks immediately came tumbling down, sealing the entrance to the cave. Zhao Fu then took out a bronze rank city creation stone and pressed it against the ground before choosing to use it. A white ripple of light spread out and a few buildings appeared. Zhao Fu then ordered the scholars to create a teleportation channel, which was soon completed. Zhao Fu stood on the teleportation channel and 4 options jumped out: Cow Mountain City, Battle City, Firelight City, and Soul Step City. This was why Zhao Fu had established a village here. A teleportation channel in a village could link to the system's main cities in that region. Otherwise, he would have to continuously build teleportation channels as he went around looking for a main city. Now that Zhao Fu had blocked off the entrance to the cave, he clearly couldn't develop this village. After all, in such a remote place, It would require a few hundred soldiers to protect it, or he would have to worry about other people attacking it. If Zhao Fu left behind a few hundred soldiers whenever he opened up a new path, he wouldn't have any soldiers left. As such, it would be better not to develop this village. However, Zhao Fu would still send a few people here to manage the place and to take the newly spawned villagers to the Great Qin village. Bronze rank city creation stones were not very useful, and they were only used to increase the population. The other stats were completely useless to Zhao Fu. Looking at these 4 main cities, Zhao Fu chose Battle City. 129 Fearless Swordsman. This was the first time that Zhao Fu had gone to a main city of a different region, and he looked around with interest. He came here alone because he would be immediately put on the city's blacklist if he brought so many soldiers along. Even though Battle City was a main city, it was a fairly rough and crude place. Most of the structures were built from unrefined stone, and most residents wore fairly crude clothes, looking somewhat wild. Zhao Fu asked someone and found out why this city was called Battle City. Normal system main cities prohibited personal fights and provided arenas for people to settle their grievances. However, Battle City had a massive arena and encouraged fights. Here, one could earn merit points not only by completing quests but also by fighting in the arena. What's more, the lord of the city organized betting according to the strength of both parties, and anyone could bet. As such, there were many arenas, and there were seats for spectators to watch. No wonder the atmosphere here was so tough and wild. The arenas here were one of the biggest attractions. Zhao Fu was interested, so he went over to one to have a look. The arena was a circular structure, and there were rows of chairs made from ironwood. At the center, there was a 100-meter wide cage, and inside of it, 2 people were fighting against each other. There were many people here, and it was quite raucous. All of their eyes were glued on the 2 people battling in the cage as they cheered and shouted loudly. One of the fighters swung his sword, slashing open the other person's stomach, causing his guts to fall out. The scene instantly became incredibly bloody and gory. Seeing this scene, the audience cheered even louder, and the victor lopped off the head of the loser and excitedly yelled at the audience around him. After this, someone who seemed to be a referee walked into the cage and announced that the person had won. Now, people could either redeem prizes for the money they had bet on this person or convert the prize into money. The victors received not only merit points but also money and other prizes. So many players fought in these arenas. There were many different races that participated, players, indigenous residents, and even outlanders and beasts. After watching for a while and thinking to himself, Zhao Fu left the arena and started to take care of the more serious matters. He first went to the real estate office and used his status to purchase 20 lots of land, and he started to prepare to open a restaurant. After dealing with these matters in 2 hours, Zhao Fu went to the other 3 main cities and repeated what he had just done. Afterwards, he looked at Little Valley's special products, and he only returned to the Great Qin town when it was nighttime. After returning to the Great Qin town, Zhao Fu discussed with his main subordinates about starting up a business department that would take care of all of Zhao Fu's businesses. Before, business matters fell under the Internal Affairs Department. Zhao Fu employed many players and indigenous residents, but he only had a few managers. Now that he would be opening up paths to new regions, he needed a department to look after these businesses. For example, managing the restaurants, buying specialty products, selling specialty products, and conducting trade required many people, and the current departments couldn't take care of these matters well, so Zhao Fu left this to Ba King. After discussing this matter, everyone left except Zhao Fu and Jnaya. Of course, Zhao Fu had asked Jnaya to stay behind because he wanted to talk to him in private. Zhao Fu wanted to nurture Jnaya to a peerless swordsman, the type of person who had exceptional insight on the way of the sword, a sword saint who could instantly kill a crowd of people with a flick of his sword. From what Zhao Fu had seen in the arenas, that sort of cruel, bloody, and cold place was quite suitable for Jnaya, and he could gain enlightenment on his sword skills through endless fighting and killing. Zhao Fu told Jnaya about everything he had seen today, and he asked him for his opinion. After listening to Zhao Fu, Jnaya did not think for long before cupping his hands and saying, "Your Majesty, I feel like that place will be quite suitable for me to train my skills. I'm willing to go." Hearing this, Zhao Fu reminded him, "It's quite dangerous there. You could die, so be prepared for that." Jnai earnestly nodded, indicating that he understood. Seeing this, Zhao Fu took out a fine gold rank sword from his king's ring and gave it to Jnai, saying, "I'll give this sword to you. I'll prepare some high-grade skills for you soon." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Jnai surprisingly apologized, "I thank your Majesty for your generosity, but this subordinate would like to choose a sword. Moreover, it's enough for your Majesty to just give me a few basic skills." Zhao Fu was quite surprised by Jnai's words, but he understood Jnai's thinking. Those who pursued the way of the sword could not overly rely on external things. Zhao Fu agreed to Jnai's requests, and he took Jnai to the Great Qin Armory. In the armory, There were weapons from the region of bones, equipment forged from bronze concentrate, and equipment brought back by the exploration teams. Jnaya looked around at the countless weapons around him and lightly breathed in as he closed his eyes. He walked step by step past weapon after weapon, and he continued this for a while. Seeing this, Zhao Fu frowned slightly and thought to himself, with so many weapons, surely there's one that Jnaya's happy with. Jnaya continued to walk, and as he was about to reach the end of the armory, he suddenly opened his eyes. His hand shot out and grabbed a sword that was covered with bloodstains. After picking up the sword, Jnaya gently caressed it, feeling the coldness radiating from the sword, and he gave a satisfied smile. This smile caused Zhao Fu to feel quite surprised. After interacting with him for so long, Jnaya had seemed like an ice block, and he always had a cold expression on his face. This was the very first time that Zhao Fu had seen him smile. After choosing a sword, Jnaya returned to Zhao Fu's side and bowed as he said, "Your Majesty, I've chosen my sword." Hearing this, Zhao Fu curiously looked at Jnaya's sword. He thought that Jnaya had chosen a sword of excellent quality, but it was only a bronze rank sword that they had most likely obtained after conquering a village. What's more, there was nothing special about it. However, since Jnaya had chosen it, there was definitely something special about it. Following this, Zhao Fu went to Holy Light City and prepared to choose a few basic skills for Jnaya when he heard a shocking piece of news. The Lord of Holy Light City had been heavily injured. 130 Jnaya Zhao Fu was stunned when he heard that the Lord of a main city could be heavily injured. Just what had happened? A Lord of a main city was definitely an unimaginable expert who was at least stage 4. They were undeniably powerful, and something shocking must have occurred for one of them to be heavily injured to the point that he or she could not resist it at all. Nothing big had happened in the heaven-awakened world over the past few days, except... Suddenly, Zhao Fu realized that the city lord had been injured when he had caused the abnormal sign. This surprised Zhao Fu, but he was certain that the city lord's injury had to do with him. Now that the city lord had been seriously injured, the main city fell into a special state. The number of guards on duty increased, and patrols became more frequent in order to prevent anything from happening. The atmosphere in the main city was quite suppressed, but they had no choice but to do this. With the city lord injured, this was the only way to make sure that the city remained safe. Zhao Fu went to find Qin Nan and asked about this. Qin Nan said with a serious expression and a slightly apprehensive tone, "I don't know what happened, and the city lord doesn't remember either. All the city lord remembers is that an unimaginably powerful energy descended and smashed the city lord against the ground. The mighty city lord wasn't even able to retaliate." At this moment, Zhao Fu curiously asked, "Big brother Qin, have you heard anything else about the city lord being injured?" Hearing this, Qin Nan looked around before whispering with a serious expression, "This matter has been listed as taboo, so it's best that you don't ask too much about it, otherwise, you'll bring trouble on yourself. The event that took place isn't something that we should pay attention to. After all, we are just small figures." Qin Nan would never have thought that the reason why the city lord had been injured would be right in front of him. By now, Zhao Fu was more or less certain that this matter was related to him, but he still nodded and promised that he wouldn't ask about it further. After saying goodbye to Qin Nan, Zhao Fu found 6 basic sword skills for Jnai and returned to the Great Qin town to give them to him. Following this, Zhao Fu didn't have much to do, so he entered a state where he was asleep but cultivating. Soon, Zhao Fu reached Tier 0 level 8, and he was only a little bit away from breaking through to Tier 0 level 9. Early the next morning, as the golden sun slowly rose from the east, Zhao Fu woke up from cultivating and ate a simple breakfast before taking Jnaya to Battle City. After arriving at Battle City, Zhao Fu and Jnaya went to an arena. Battles had not yet begun for the day, so it was relatively empty and quiet. Following this, they came before a tough-looking big man and Zhao Fu asked, "Is this where we can register fighters?" Zhao Fu had done his research, and he knew that one would receive a wooden token after registering for the arena. This token did not have any use, but it could level up. As a fighter won more and more matches, it would become an iron token, then a bronze token, silver token, gold token, etc. Having such a token brought quite a few benefits. Iron tokens allowed one to buy houses in the residential district, bronze tokens gave one a discount in system shops, and gold tokens gave one a status that was even a bit better than barons. At the same time, it also gave merit points. Winning battles in the arena gave many more merit points than completing ordinary quests, and the merit points could be exchanged for good items. There were dark gold rank equipment, dark gold rank city creation stones, high-grade medicinal pills, and even official government positions. The big man was sitting with one leg over the other. Because it was so early, he was yawning and sitting quite lazily. He looked up and saw 2 mysterious people in black cloaks, and he replied, "Yes, registering costs 5 silver coins." Zhao Fu handed over a pouch containing 50 gold coins and said, "I want to register 1 fighter." The rest is to buy you some wine. My treat. I hope you'll be able to help us out in the future. When the big man received the pouch of money and looked inside, a wide smile appeared on his face. To him, 50 gold coins were quite a lot of money, so he said, "No problem, brother, let me know if you need anything in the future." Indeed, money seemed to be able to bring people closer. In just an instant, this man was calling him brother. Zhao Fu smiled and replied, "Many thanks." The big man took out a pen and paper and started to write as he said, "Don't worry, I'll help brother find some softies to fight." Hearing this, Zhao Fu shook his head and said, "It's not me who's registering to fight, it's the one behind me." Following this, Zhao Fu called Jnai over. The big man looked at Jnai and could feel weak cultivation ripples coming from him, and he was quite surprised. He laughed as he said, "Really, brother? Him? He seems to have only cultivated for a few days. This place isn't for someone like him. With his current strength, he'll simply be committing suicide. Anyone will be able to easily kill him." Hearing this, Zhao Fu laughed, as he knew Jnai's potential and his true strength, so he said, "That's right, it's him." The big man once again looked at Jnai before tilting his head and asking, "Are you sure? This isn't a place to play, brother. I can tell that you're quite strong, so how about you fight?" This big man didn't believe that Jnai could survive here, and it was as if he could already see him dying. Because his eyes were quite sharp, he could tell that Zhao Fu was a good fighter, so he wanted to pull Zhao Fu in. Of course, Zhao Fu refused and said, "I'm not suited to fighting in a place like this." "Don't worry, I'm sure he's strong enough to survive here." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the big man once again looked at Jnai. Since Zhao Fu was so insistent, he had nothing to say, so he asked, "Do you want to use your real name or use an alias?" Some people use their real names, but because others did not want to expose their real names, they made up aliases for themselves. Normally, it was something like Starving Wolf or Ferocious Tiger. Zhao Fu looked at Jnai and waited for him to think of a name. Zhao Fu was quite certain that Jnai wouldn't use his real name. Sword training. Jnai coldly said those two words. His aim here was to simply train his sword skills. Hearing this, the big man nodded and recorded that before handing Jnai a wooden token with the name sword training on it. Following this, the big man took out a list of fighters and said worriedly to Zhao Fu, "Brother, it's too hard to find anyone with cultivation below tier 0 level 1. Zhao Fu lightly smiled and replied, "Just find someone around tier 0 level 3. "What?" The big man was completely flabbergasted. 131 is single strike, brother. Is there some enmity between you two? If you want to kill him, just do it. Isn't his method a bit too roundabout? Without even thinking about it, the big man knew that someone who had only cultivated for a few days going up against someone at tier 0 level 3 would simply lead to death. He did not believe that Jnai would be able to live, so when he heard that Zhao Fu wanted him to find a tier 0 level 3 opponent for Jnai, he thought that Zhao Fu wanted to use someone to kill Jnai. Zhao Fu smiled and did not reply to the big man. Instead, he turned to look at Jnai and asked, "Do you feel confident enough?" "Yes, young master." Jnai said resolutely as he lowered his head and cupped his fists together. Because it was not very convenient for his subordinates to address him as Your Majesty when outside, Zhao Fu had ordered everyone to call him young master when they were outside. This sort of address was quite common, so it would not raise any suspicions. Hearing this, Zhao Fu turned to look at the big man and said, "Just look for opponents around tier 0 level 3. Since Zhao Fu kept insisting, the big man could only give in and look at the list. The big man said, "There's a match later against someone at the peak of tier 0 level 3 called Evil Tyrant. Brother, are you sure about this? If you are, I'll arrange it. Don't blame me when he goes to fight though." The big man continuously tried to talk Zhao Fu out of it. After all, he had accepted Zhao Fu's money, so he felt a duty to act in Zhao Fu's best interests. Normally, he wouldn't care, as the fighters' deaths had nothing to do with him. Zhao Fu nodded before heading with Jnai to the preparation area for fighters and started to wait. Time gradually passed, and people started to fill up the arena. By the time the battles started, the arena was packed with people. At this moment, a person walked onto the stage and said with a loud voice, "Good morning everyone, I'm Lone Wolf, the mech for this arena. I'll now introduce the first fighters for today. We have the notorious Evil Tyrant, whose cultivation is at the peak of tier 0 level 3, I'm sure everyone's familiar with him. Last time, he used his massive hatchet to split a person with tier 0 level 4 cultivation in half." As the mech spoke, a man with a ferocious-looking face walked out with a large hatchet in his hand. Seeing him walk out, countless spectators yelled out his name. It seemed that he was quite popular here. Hearing these cheers, Evil Tyrant grinned. He enjoyed the feeling of thousands of people looking at him and cheering, and he waved back before walking to the mech's side. The mech then continued, "Next, I'll introduce Evil Tyrant's opponent. He's someone who has only cultivated for a few days, and he has not reached Tier 0 Level 1 yet. His name is Sword Training. Following this, Janaya walked out while wearing his black cloak. However, as soon as he walked out, the cheers stopped, and many people started to complain. They were here to see brutal fights, not boring massacres. Why the hell is there someone who has only cultivated for a few days fighting here? That's right. What's the point of this fight? Isn't this just suicide? Hurry up and finish it so we can move on to the next fight. The mech felt quite awkward. However, Janaya did not react at all, and he went next to the mech. Following this, the mech started to announce the betting odds. If Evil Tyrant won, those who bet on him would earn a bit less than double, but if Janaya won, those who bet on him would earn 30 times what they bet. It was obvious that no one believed that Janaya would win. The spectators all believed that Evil Tyrant would win, so after the mech finished making the introductions, everyone placed his or her bet on Evil Tyrant, as everyone thought that it would be easy money. Seeing this, Evil Tyrant felt quite pleased, and he looked towards Janaya and harumphed. Janaya ignored this provocation, remaining cool and expressionless. Seeing this, Zhao Fu couldn't help but lightly laugh. He took out 1,000 gold coins and bet it all on Janaya. Zhao Fu felt completely confident in Janaya, and if it wasn't for the fact that bets were limited to 1,000 gold coins per match in order to prevent people from going bankrupt, Zhao Fu would have bet all of the money he had on Janaya. Following this, after everyone made their bets, Evil Tyrant and Janaya entered the 100-meter wide cage from opposite sides. The mech loudly announced, "Let the battle begin." At that moment, the countless spectators yelled, "Hurry up and kill him, Evil Tyrant. Finish it quickly so we can move on to the next battle. Give us an easy win and we'll keep betting on you." Hearing the shouts from outside, Evil Tyrant grinned in satisfaction. He was completely confident that he would defeat this person, who had only cultivated for a few days, and he called out, "Oi, if you count out 3 times, I might just spare your life." Janaya did not reply to Evil Tyrant, and he continued to stand still. The only thing he did was take out his sword, and he did not even take off his cloak. The cloak could hide his appearance and body, but it would restrict his movements, especially when fighting. This caused Evil Tyrant and all of the spectators to loudly laugh. They all thought that this person was here to commit suicide. The mech watched on and said to the big man in charge of registrations, "Bro, did you make some sort of mistake? Why did you put this person, who has only cultivated for a few days, against Evil Tyrant?" The big man felt quite helpless as he replied, "I didn't want to do this, but the man in charge insisted that he fight against someone around Tier 0 Level 3. "Really?" The mech was quite surprised and looked at Janaya. Because of the cloak, he couldn't tell much, so he didn't place much hope in this person. Facing Evil Tyrant's arrogance, Janaya did not react at all. He held his sword with one hand and did not move, making him look like a piece of wood. Seeing that Janaya did not react at all, Evil Tyrant felt quite displeased, and he coldly harumphed and said, "Since you want to die, don't blame me." Evil Tyrant raised his large hatchet and circulated his cultivation power as he rushed at Janaya. Evil Tyrant was quite strong, and he gave off the airs of a massive wild beast. Soon, Evil Tyrant arrived in front of Janaya. The spectators were all here to see bloody battles, and when they saw Evil Tyrant's hatchet descend towards Janaya, they were all certain that Janaya was doomed, so they all cheered loudly. Evil Tyrant was also certain that Janaya was about to die, and he laughed savagely as he swung downwards with his hatchet. At this moment, Janaya slowly raised his head, and his icy eyes caused Evil Tyrant's body to pause. At that moment, Janaya finally moved. Shing! Janaya's sword hummed as an arc of sword light flashed momentarily. That sword strike was incomparably fast, and most people had not been able to see it clearly. Kai! Evil Tyrant's body froze, a confused look on his face. Blood started to spurt out from his neck, forming a bloody mist, while Janaya, who was wearing a black cloak, gave off a terrifying aura. The raucous arena instantly became deathly silent. 132 Sword Demon Bang. A thud echoed as Evil Tyrant's body half kneeled before collapsing to the ground, and blood started to flow out from him. His expression before he had died was one of disbelief. He had died at the hands of someone who had cultivated for only a few days. Everyone present also looked incredibly shocked. All they saw was Janaya raise his hand, and an arc of sword light flashed before everything had ended. It was just that simple, just that fast. Is this really possible for someone who has only cultivated for a few days? The audience could not believe their eyes. The feeling that Janaya gave them was one of an extremely strong expert, not that of a newbie. Some who were perceptive could tell that Janaya had indeed only cultivated for a few days, and after they saw the sword light he had unleashed, they could tell that his power came from his sword techniques. From a single glance, they could tell that he was on the level of a master, and he could even start his own sect. Indeed, Jnaya was this powerful because of his sword skills. Back then, Jnaya was one of the most famous swordsmen under the heavens, and he pursued the way of the sword his entire life. That experience seemed to have passed on to this life. What powerful sword skills! The mech said. Even the mech couldn't help but gasp when he saw those sword skills. The big man in charge of registration stared at Jnaya with wide eyes, and he was incredibly shocked. He had never expected Jnaya to be so powerful, and he had thought that Jnaya was doomed. Hearing the mech's words, he couldn't help but nod. All of the spectators' attitudes immediately changed upon seeing how powerful Jnaya was. After a brief spell of silence, all of the spectators started to shout his name: sword training. Sword training. Sword training. It was extremely lively within the arena, and Xiaofu stood with his hands behind his back as he looked at Jnaya and smiled. He wasn't shocked at all that Jnaya could kill evil tyrant so easily. This was all within his expectations. The mech walked to the stage and yelled, as everyone can tell, the victor is sword training. However, what came next left most people feeling quite bitter. Almost everyone had bet on evil tyrant, and since Jnaya had won, most of them had lost quite a bit of money. However, Xiaofu had made quite a large sum. Because the odds were 30 times for Jnaya, Xiaofu's 1,000 gold coins had turned onto 30,000 gold coins. Since the battle had ended quite quickly and the spectators were still quite excited, the big man and the mech quickly talked between themselves. The big man ran to Xiaofu's side and asked, "Brother, do you want your subordinate to fight a few more rounds?" Hearing this, Xiaofu thought about it. That match could not even serve as a warm-up for Jnaya, so he nodded as he said, "Find 5 tier 0 level 4 people and get them to fight him together." Hearing this, the big man was quite shocked, but he still agreed nonetheless. After all, he realized that he could not gauge Jnaya's true strength at all. Following this, the second match started. Jnaya's opponents all looked quite different. Some were tall, some were short, some were decent looking, and some were quite ugly. However, they all had one thing in common, which was that they had extremely savage and evil looks in their eyes. None of them were good people. Some of them had only just broken through to tier 0 level 4. While others were at the peak of tier 0 level 4 and were incredibly close to stepping into tier 0 level 5. Originally, when the big man had asked them if they would like to fight Jnaya, they had refused. However, after finding out that it would be the 5 of them fighting him together, they readily agreed. With 5 of them, they felt quite confident. No matter how powerful Jnaya's sword skills were, he was still a newbie who had only cultivated for a few days. They thought that evil tyrant had been too careless, and they were certain that they would not make the same mistake. If it was before, the spectators would have cursed angrily if they saw 5 tier 0 level 4 people fighting against someone who was not even at tier 0 level 1. They would have said that the match was rigged or that the fighters were being shameless. However, all of them stared at Jnaya and wanted to see just how strong this mysterious, cloaked person was. All of them were filled with hope and expectation. As the mech announced that the battle had begun, the 5 people turned into black blurs and charged at Jnaya, immediately surrounding him. Despite being surrounded, Jnaya continued to stand his ground, holding his sword by his side and looking like a block of wood. The 5 people looked at Jnaya seriously, walking around him and looking for an opening, but they could not find anything. The spectators also watched seriously, and they did not say anything because they knew how amazing this fight was going to be. After a short while, one of the people finally acted. He raised his large saber and chopped at Jnaya from behind. At this moment, Jnaya also moved. He spun and slashed out with his sword, creating an icy sword light. The person who had attacked Jnaya felt a chill in his heart and his hairs stood on end, and before he was able to hit Jnaya, his head flew high into the air. Another person grasped this opportunity, and he tried to stab Jnaya with his sword. In response, Jnaya turned his body, causing the sword to stab past him. He then swung his sword downwards, causing that person's body to be split from his left arm to his waist. Blood flew into the air as the 2 halves of that person's body separated and fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, a third person attacked, driving his spear towards Jnaya. The spear shot out as fast as lightning towards Jnaya's heart. This was the person who was incredibly close to breaking through to tier 0 level 5, and his gaze was incredibly vicious. He had attacked the instant that Jnaya had started to retaliate against the second person, and he had attacked incredibly quickly. Seeing this, the spectators couldn't help but gasp. However, just as the spear was going to drive into Jnaya, he flipped backwards. Not only did he dodge the attack, but he also slashed out with his sword in midair. Kai! A sword light flashed, and a bloody line appeared across that person's face as he fell to the ground. Another one of the fighters also rushed up, but in the next second, Jnaya landed and did not even bother looking at him before thrusting his sword into the person's neck. That person held his neck with his hands and struggled on the ground in pain for a little while before dying. Finally, Jnaya coldly looked at the last person. This person was a relatively skinny youth who had only just broken through to Tier 0 Level 4. He had joined for an easy victory, and he hadn't expected Jnaya to be so powerful. Feeling Jnaya's icy gaze fall on him, a wave of terror spread through his body, and he started to tremble. He threw down his weapon, knelt on the ground, and begged for his life, screaming surrender. Seeing this, Jnaya did not make a move against him. In the blink of an eye, yet another battle had concluded. The arena once again fell completely silent, and the spectators stared wide-eyed at the cloaked, mysterious person, who was holding a sword dripping with blood and giving off a cold and murderous aura. The spectators now no longer called him Sword Training but Sword Demon. 133 Battle City Legend Jnaya participated in a few more battles, and he came out as the victor each time. Now, all of his opponents were Tier 0 Level 5 or above. Anyone below the cultivation level would, without a doubt, die, and after these battles, Jnaya's status token upgraded to an iron token. At the same time, more and more people learned about Jnaya's powerful sword skills, and the name Sword Demon started to spread. Many people heard that an expert skilled in the way of the sword had came to Battle City, and this was only the first day of Jnaya's Battle City legend. In the future, his name would become more and more famous, making him respected and worshipped by all. After watching a few battles, Zhao Fu left Jnaya at the arena and told him to keep refining his sword skills. Zhao Fu then went alone to one of the lots he had purchased and prepared to set up his restaurant. The building was currently being renovated and decorated, and it would soon be open for business. Just like before, Zhao Fu hired some players as waitresses, and as for the chefs, Zhao Fu had already nurtured a group of chefs. In order to prevent his chefs from being lured away, Zhao Fu started to nurture his own chefs. Of course, these chefs were all Great Ken's subjects, so they were much more loyal to Zhao Fu. They would not be as easily lured away by money as player chefs would. Zhao Fu could accept it if his chefs left to join other restaurants. If it came to that, he would just find new chefs. Rather, what Zhao Fu was worried about the most was his chefs being bribed to sabotage their dishes. If such a thing happened, the restaurant would be doomed. What's more, this sort of thing now happened quite regularly, so to protect himself, Zhao Fu started to nurture his own chefs. As for this restaurant, Zhao Fu naturally did not name it Westfall Restaurant. After all, it would be too suspicious for there to be Westfall restaurants in the Forest of Horrors and in Little Valley as well. The restaurant already had 3 managers, who were from the business department. All of the managers had business experience, so they would be able to take care of matters here quite well. Because the advertised salary was quite good, there were already many female players in line to apply as waitresses, and it took Zhao Fu some effort to get past them. Seeing Zhao Fu walk in, the 3 managers quickly stood up and bowed, saying, "Young master." Zhao Fu nodded and replied, "Don't mind me, I'm just here to take a look." The 3 managers continued to do interviews, and when the girls realized that Zhao Fu was the boss, they looked over at him curiously. Zhao Fu only watched for a short while, and just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw someone who he knew among the interviewees. She had a delicate, pretty appearance, and she was quite slim. She was also roughly the same age as Zhao Fu. She was called Sun Qin and one of Zhao Fu's former classmates at university. Zhao Fu never thought that he would meet a former classmate because everyone was sent to random places within the Heaven Awakened world. Even if 2 people were right next to each other in the real world, they would be split up in the Heaven Awakened world. Zhao Fu thought about it. As he opened up more paths into other regions, he would meet more and more people he knew. Zhao Fu didn't really have an opinion on this, and he was only normal classmates with Sun Qin. They had only spoken a few times, but he had a decent impression of her. Sun Qin felt Zhao Fu's gaze and looked at the mysterious, cloaked figure, feeling a sense of familiarity. However, considering her low status, how could she have met such a grand figure before? From what she knew, this was the first player-owned restaurant in Battle City, and just the land alone would have cost 80 or so gold. 80 gold in the real world would be $8 million. Even though currency in the real world was now greatly devalued, $8 million was still a massive figure. Sun Qin took Zhao Fu to be the young master of a large family, so when facing Zhao Fu's gaze, she did not dare to say anything or hold his gaze. After all, such a large figure could kill anyone he wanted quite easily. Zhao Fu withdrew his gaze. He remembered that Sun Qin was someone from the countryside, and she had 4 younger brothers and sisters. Her family was most likely in financial trouble for her to be working in the Heaven Awakened world. Zhao Fu went over to one of the managers and told him to accept Sun Qin. The manager respectfully nodded and looked over at Sun Qin, making her feel quite strange. After saying this, Zhao Fu left. When it came to things like this, Zhao Fu would help if he was able to. After Zhao Fu left, the manager came over to Sun Qin and smiled as he said, "Congratulations, you've been accepted." What? Sun Qin was shocked. She had not even been interviewed yet, So how had she been accepted? When the manager approached her, she thought that she hadn't been accepted, as there were almost 300 women here. With this sort of competition, Sunken did not have much confidence. However, what she did not expect was that she would be accepted. She felt that this had to do with the mysterious boss looking at her, and she wondered if she really knew that person. "Ms. Sun, you can start work tomorrow," the manager said to Sunken in a friendly tone. Sunken came back to her senses and quickly nodded. Even though she didn't know why she had been accepted, working here would earn her a large sum of money. This would go towards her tuition and help out her family, so she naturally felt quite happy. "Thank you. I'll be going now." Sunken thanked the manager and left. After going out of the heaven-awakened world, she told the good news to her family. Xiaofu went to another building that was being renovated, which belonged to the merchant alliance that Xiaofu had created. The merchant alliance was called Drizzle Merchant Alliance, and it would manage all sorts of businesses. It was directly managed by Great Kin's business department. This merchant alliance would own many different businesses, and it would generate massive profits. As such, it would be quite attention-catching. Xiaofu planned to create 4 merchant alliances that would open up at different places and different times so that people wouldn't suspect that they all belonged to the same person. At the same time, Xiaofu wanted to create a few factions that mostly consisted of players. There would be many uses for them, and Xiaofu would control them from the shadows, never revealing himself. However, Xiaofu still hadn't met anyone who could help him with his plan, so he could only put this plan on hold for now. After looking around Battle City, Xiaofu went to the 3 other main cities and repeated the same things. Afterwards, he returned to the Great Ken town feeling satisfied, and he prepared to open up a path to another region. 134 Divine Soldier Soul. With his experience from the first time, Xiaofu didn't take that many people this time. In total, he took 5 scholars, who now specialized in building teleportation channels, and 3 normal soldiers. This path was 200 bamboo, and the method used was essentially the same as before, teleporting 20 or so times and finding a cave before using a city creation stone and connecting 200 bamboos 4 main cities. 100 bamboo was, of course, named after its bamboo trees. There were lush, jade-green bamboo forests everywhere, making it seem as if there was a massive green ocean. It was both beautiful and majestic. There were also many different types of bamboo, and some even grew tens of meters tall and were as wide as buckets. Here, bamboo had replaced normal wood materials, and most structures were built from bamboo, giving the place an elegant feeling. Xiaofu went to the 4 main cities and started to look for land to buy. After doing this, Xiaofu had some time to walk around the main cities, and he saw what specialty products there were. After walking for a while, Xiaofu indeed found something. The bamboo rats here were incredibly big and tasted abnormally delicious, and many dishes used bamboo rats. Because there were countless bamboo trees here, there was also an abundance of bamboo rats. There was never a lack of bamboo rats, and they were quite cheap. A 2 or 3 kilogram bamboo rat cost only 30 copper coins. Xiaofu decided to buy some and take them back to make some dishes with. As time passed and factions grew, more and more people would rise to the rank of baron, and they would be able to purchase properties in main cities. If they also started restaurants, Xiaofu's restaurants would be greatly affected. If he could make special dishes that no one else could make, he would have an advantage over the others. This was how restaurants competed against each other. After this, Xiaofu returned to the Great Qin town and found that Li Wen was waiting for him with a strange look of joy on his face. There were now 2 teams exploring the underground passages, and because they had so little information, it was quite dangerous. As such, Xiaofu had ordered Li Wen and the teams to be especially careful. Even though this meant that they had to slow down, Xiaofu's priority was their safety and lives. Li Wen was normally in the underground passages, so Xiaofu would rarely see him. When Xiaofu saw that Li Wen was waiting for him, he curiously asked, "What is it, Li Wen?" Hearing Xiaofu's words, Li Wen first paid his respects to Xiaofu before smiling and taking out 10 orbs from his spatial ring. These orbs all gave off a faint white light, and they had a soldier's image within them. Indeed, they were all soldier souls. Seeing so many soldier souls, Xiaofu was quite happy because with the soldier souls that he already had, he now had 103 soldier souls. This meant that he could now form a general armament. Xiaofu had wanted a general armament for a long time, so now that he could finally form one, he was especially happy. "Owner, I want it," the Sky Demon's voice said in his mind. Such a large number of soul-type items would be great nourishment for it. However, Xiaofu immediately refused because soldier souls were quite rare. Xiaofu wanted to obtain 24 general armaments as soon as possible to form a king armament. Xiaofu's king's ring had been formed using the ancient king armament shard, which contained only a fragment of a king armament's power. How powerful would a true king armament be? The Sky Demon immediately became quite unhappy, and it retreated within the sword to sulk. Following this, Zhao Fu took out soldier souls and started to fuse them together. He started off by fusing 2 soldier souls together, however, the resulting soldier soul wasn't much different. The image became clearer and the energy it gave off became stronger, but that was it. Following this, Zhao Fu continued to fuse the soldier souls, a third, a fourth, a fifth. As Zhao Fu fused more and more soldier souls together, the image of the soldier within the orb seemed to become corporeal, and it gave off a mighty power. This was after Zhao Fu had added a 10th soldier soul. Zhao Fu looked at the orb stats and found that there were changes. Divine Soldier Soul, an item combined by fusing many soldier souls. It can enhance equipment or can be used as a summoning item. It can also be fused with a formation or structure to become a guardian spirit. Divine Soldier Souls were much more useful than soldier souls. It had a summoning ability, and Zhao Fu guessed that it was similar to a soul crystal in that regard, such as the soul crystal Zhao Fu had used to summon the Ironback Demon Bear. However, the Divine Soldier Soul did not seem to have summoning restrictions, so it could most likely be reused. After looking at the Divine Soldier Soul's stats, Zhao Fu tried to continue fusing soldier souls into it, but he received a system announcement that he could not do so. What's going on? Didn't it say that fusing 100 soldier souls could form a general armament? How come it won't let me fuse anymore? Zhao Fu stared at the Divine Soldier Soul before coming to a sudden realization. Rather than fusing 100 soldier souls together, he needed to fuse them into 10 Divine Soldier Souls and then fuse the Divine Soldier Souls together. Finally, someone with a general profession would have to do the actual fusing. Realizing this, Zhao Fu asked someone to bring Beiqi over. Many people heard that a general armament was going to be formed, so they came over to watch, curiosity written all over their faces. Their first encounter with a soldier soul was after they took down a skeleton captain, which had seemed quite powerful back then. They could all tell that it was something extraordinary, and all of them had been eagerly awaiting the day that the soldier souls could be fused into a general armament. Your Majesty. Beiqi hurried over and cupped his fists respectfully. Zhao Fu looked over and smiled. He handed the 10 divine soldier souls to Beiqi, allowing him to do the final fusing. Beiqi knew why Zhao Fu had called him over, so he was not too surprised. He was also curious about general armaments, and he eagerly started to fuse them. The 10 divine soldier souls gave off a brilliant light and floated in the air, forming a circle of orbs around Beiqi. The light coming from them became brighter and brighter until they became 10 massive orbs of light in the air. Boom! An explosion sounded out as the 10 massive orbs of light exploded out with energy, seeming to cause the heavens to quake. In that instant, the clouds swirled, and a massive storm gathered with Beiqi at the center. At this moment, the 10 corporeal images of the soldiers within the orbs of light melted like ice and became traces of violet air as the 10 orbs of light started to spin. Boom! Another shocking explosion sounded out as a massive violet star, which gave off a noble light and a boundless aura, appeared above the great Ken town. In that instant, countless espers and ability users seemed to detect something, including He Xianru. They looked towards the violet star that had appeared in broad daylight, and they couldn't help but say to themselves, a general star has returned. 135-7 Murders Star. How could someone have his or her general star return so quickly? Countless espers and ability users looked up at the violet star and felt completely shocked. The return of a general star symbolized an aligning of fate, and it meant that one would become a great general. Such generals were extremely powerful and versed in both civil and military matters. They could help govern the nation and lead an army, supporting their liege in various ways. They also gathered a lot of fate. Since ancient times, Feng Shui masters had said that those who had a general star would have an extraordinary future, and they would become a person with great power and authority. Examples were Han Xin, Zhu Zhuliang, Qin Kaiyan, and so on. These people were all pillars of China's history, and all of them had made great contributions to their respective lords. When the Heaven Awakened world was opened, many historical heroes were brought back, but their general stars had been sealed. When their general stars were unsealed, espers and ability users called this the return of their general stars. Of course, a violet star appearing in the sky also symbolized a general star entering one's life. A general star entering someone's life and returning were different. When a violet star appeared upon one's birth, it meant that the general star was entering his or her life and that one was destined to be a great general. The general star returning meant that one's general star had been unsealed. Currently, no one in the Heaven Awakened world had been discovered to have a general star entering his or her life. However, this did not mean that it was impossible. Usually, general stars only entered one's life during massive rises and falls of fate. During extremely chaotic times, there were many people who had general stars entering their lives, and they became great generals. Similarly, this often happened when the country was unstable and there were outer forces attacking it. They appeared during the rise and fall of nations, and the heaven-awakened world was currently in an extremely chaotic state. Therefore, many people with general stars entering their lives may appear. Right now, the espers and ability users believed that the violet star was a general star returning instead of entering one's life, as the changes still had not stopped and the star gave off an ancient feeling. Back at the Great Ken town, at the center of the massive storm and under the violet star, Beiqi slowly drew the star-slashing sword at his waist and pointed it up towards the sky. Beiqi roared as a massive aura exploded out from his body, and a blood-red aura rushed out from him. By now, the storm had become many times stronger, causing sand and small rocks to fly everywhere. Those who had been watching did their best to resist the wind, but they were still blown far away. Zhao Fu unleashed a black screen with dragon inscriptions in front of him and was able to resist the wind. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a few arcs of blood-red lightning flashed around Beiqi. Following this, a massive blood-red pillar of light rushed up from Beiqi towards the violet star. As the blood-red pillar shot towards the violet star, which shined with a noble light, was dyed with a blood-red color and gave off a cold and murderous aura. The instant that the countless espers and ability users saw this, their pupils contracted and cried out, 7 murders. Out of the 13 general stars, the 7 murders star was the most wrathful, and it was also the one most oriented towards killing. Moreover, when the 7 murders star shined with the voracious wolf star and the army destroyer star, the formation was called the murder destroyer wolf. Once these stars were gathered, great changes would happen underneath the heavens. The 7 murders star gave off a blood-red light as it hung in the blue sky, creating a strange scene. At this moment, the blood-red pillar of light around Beiqi started to weaken before it disappeared, and an explosion followed this. Boom! A blood-red pillar of starlight descended from the 7 murders star and fell on Beiqi's body, causing the surrounding air to explode. This massive impact caused the ground to crack, and even Zhao Fu took a step back. Luckily, the storm had stopped by then. Under the blood-red pillar of starlight, Beiqi continued to point his sword towards the sky, and the starlight started to cause changes to his body. His eyes shot out a cold, blood-red light, and his long black hair blew in the wind. The killing intent he exuded seemed to reach the heavens, and he was incredibly terrifying. At this moment, the 10 orbs of light slowly floated towards Beiqi and entered the sword he was holding. After the orbs of light entered it, the silver star-slashing sword turned into a noble violet color, following which, it became a blood-red color. The color was just like that of the 7 murder star, and it radiated a cold-killing intent. The words 7 murders were carved by themselves on the blade. After that, the transformation was complete. The pillar of blood-red starlight slowly disappeared, as the blood-red 7 murders star also faded. After all of these abnormal signs disappeared, the ground was left in a completely disordered state. Beiqi stood in the center, and because his killing intent was almost corporeal, no one dared to approach. Right now, Beiqi seemed to have become the Beiqi that was recorded in the annals of history. Killing a single person makes one a murderer, killing 10,000 makes one a hero. Killing 9 million makes one a hero among heroes. During ancient times, Beiqi had a 7 murders fate. He fought on the battlefield for 37 years, took down more than 70 cities, and killed millions of enemies. However, in the end, Beiqi was eventually seen as a threat, and he was ordered to commit suicide. Zhao Fu couldn't help but internally sigh when he thought about that. That had been the first emperor of Qin's fault, not Beiqi's. Zhao Fu definitely wouldn't do such a thing in the future. As the blood-red star slowly faded, the countless espers and ability users looked away, resisting the urge to perform a divination. The backlash from doing such a thing would only be slightly lower than divining someone with an emperor's fate, and if this general belonged to the person with the emperor's fate, the backlash would be 3 times greater. After all, since this was the return of a general star, the person most likely already had a liege. Who was that person? Who was his lord? He was the first person to unseal the 7 murders star, and his name will definitely resound across the world in the future. Suddenly, the espers and ability users realized that the 7 murders star had appeared in the north. Upon realizing this, the espers wondered to themselves, surely this 7 murders star doesn't belong to Great Qin? Because the northern region of Midland continent was quite big, that 7 murders star may not belong to Great Qin. However, there was at least a 50% chance that it did. 136 effects. Upon realizing that Great Qin had gathered most of China's fate and had obtained the 7 murders star, many of the famed espers and ability users determined that Great Qin would become an incredibly powerful faction in the future. As such, some of them even started to have thoughts of joining Great Qin. As for the ones who already had lords, they reported this matter with serious expressions on their faces to their legatees, causing that ear-piercing name, Great Qin, to once again sound in their ears. The matter about Great Qin gathering the fate of China had already caused a lot of anger and dissatisfaction, and now, The last thing the other legatees wanted to hear about was Great Kin. However, it wasn't likely that the 7 Murders star belonged to Great Kin, so the waves caused by this information were not as great. However, it still resulted in some worry. Zion-Ru stood on the balcony of a building and looked towards the Great Kin town. She couldn't help but beautifully smile and say, "Your Majesty, you didn't disappoint me at all. Beautiful teacher, what are you doing out here? There are things that require your attention in the kitchen." Yu King asked curiously when he saw Zion-Ru standing outside. Zion-Ru turned around and looked at Huo King before shaking her head and saying, "I'll leave whatever needs to be done in the kitchen to you. I need to go out of the Heaven Awaken world for a short while." "Okay." Huo King replied as he watched Zion-Ru's body slowly fade. He looked towards the kitchen, and now that he was in charge, he laughed happily. He wanted to see how his skills had improved. Zhang Heng was currently riding his donkey towards Battle City, and while looking at the disappearing 7 Murders star in the sky, his expression became serious and solemn as he said, "Great Kin is destined to become one of the most powerful nations in the future." Within Demon Tree City, an elderly person and a young person, both from the Mohists, watched the 7 Murders star disappear. The man called Uncle Lin sighed as he said, "What powerful killing intent. In the future, that man is bound to draw a lot of blood." The youth beside him agreed as he said, "He gives me a very uncomfortable feeling." Uncle Lin nodded and replied, "Mohism believes in universal love, the condemnation of offensive war, economy of expenditures, the will of heaven, and ghosts. It is only natural for such killing intent from a general star to make your heavencraft Inkais feel uncomfortable." The youth nodded and did not say anything, and he continued to play with the wooden puppet in his hands. After everything ended, Bei Qi looked at the disorderly scene around him and apologetically cupped his hands towards Zhao Fu as he said, "I apologize, Your Majesty." Zhao Fu lightly laughed. How could he blame him? He shook his head to show that he did not mind, and even Zhao Fu hadn't expected a general star to appear when fusing a general armament. Zhao Fu was confused about all of this. As such, Zhao Fu curiously asked, "Bei Qi, how does it feel to have your general star unlocked?" Bei Qi thought for a moment before replying, "Your Majesty, my stats haven't changed, but I feel much stronger than before." After listening to his vague answer, Zhao Fu realized that unlocking the general star must have changed Bei Qi's fate, which could not be seen through physical means, so he didn't ask him any more questions about it. Zhao Fu turned to look at the blood-red sword in Bei Qi's hand. Zhao Fu was quite interested in it, as it had fused with a general armament and seemed to possess a connection with a general star. As such, its effects should be quite extraordinary, so Zhao Fu took it and had a look. 7 Murders Sword, Grade, Legendary, Stats, Strength plus 25, Intelligence plus 15, Constitution plus 15, Agility plus 15, Description, a fragmented epic rank weapon that has become rusty over time. However, after fusing with a general armament and the power of the 7 Murders General Star, it has become a general armament, and it has 6 powerful special effects. Special Effect 1, General's Power, all soldiers led will receive all stats plus 5. This effect can be stacked up to 4 times, but the effect will be decreased with each additional stack. After looking at just the first effect, Zhao Fu was quite happy because all stats plus 5 was equivalent to 20 points of stats. This was on the same level as a low-grade dark gold rank piece of equipment. When Bei Qi led soldiers, it would be as if all of them had a free piece of dark gold rank equipment. Anyone would be overjoyed at this. The most shocking thing was that the effect could stack up to 4 times, but the effect would decrease with every stack. For example, if Zhao Fu had multiple generals with general armaments, the first would give all stats plus 5, the second would give all stats plus 4, the third would give all stats plus 3, and finally, the fourth would give all stats plus 2. If he had 4 general armaments, that would be a bonus of 56 points of stats for every soldier, which was simply monstrous. It would almost be as if every soldier had an epic rank piece of equipment. However, right now, it was impossible to obtain so many general armaments. Special Effect 2, General's Courage, greatly raises morale and increases soldiers' mental fortitude. Increases resistance towards illusions and formations by 200%. This effect can be stacked up to 6 times. This effect was also quite good. In future battles, they would definitely face people who were proficient in illusions and formations, which would make this effect quite useful. After all, it could reduce the effectiveness of illusions by 200%, and it could stack 6 times. This meant that illusions could be 12 times less effective. Special Effect 3, General's Light, increases soldiers' recovery rates and has a slight healing effect. This effect can be stacked up to 12 times. Special Effect 4, General Soldiers, increases the limit for one's unique military profession, and all soldiers with the unique military profession will have an additional 50% bonus to Special Effects 1, 2, and 3. This effect cannot be stacked, and the bonus only applies to the base special effect. This meant that Special Effect 1, Special Effect 2, and Special Effect 3 would be 50% more effective to those who had Beiqi's unique military profession. However, if, for example, there were two general armaments, causing Special Effect 1 to have an additional stack, the 50% bonus would only apply to the base all stats plus 5 and not the additional stack from the second general armament. Special Effect 5, Soldier Aura Formation. Each soldier gives off his or her own soldier aura, and the soldier aura is confused to form a powerful weapon or beast. Seeing this, Zhao Fu realized how powerful the fifth special effect was. It could gather every soldier's aura and fuse them all together. For example, if 1,000 soldiers' auras were fused into a tiger, it would have the might of 1,000 soldiers and be an utter killing machine on the battlefield. Next was Special Effect 6. 137 Slaughterer. Special Effect 6, Slaughter, causes soldiers to go into a crazed slaughtering status, and all soldiers in this status become 5 to 8 times stronger and obtain 7 murders power. Because the 7 murders power belongs to the 7 murders general star, the soldiers also receive magic damage minus 30%, mental damage minus 80%, and become immune to illusions and mysterious arts. However, once the effects disappear, the affected soldiers will lose their minds. This was the 7 Murder Sword's 6th special effect, and it was created by the 7 Murders Star. This special effect was incredibly powerful, as it increased the affected soldiers' strength by 5 to 8 times, gave them the 7 Murders power, and gave them immunity to many things. In this state, the soldiers would become incredibly devastating human-killing machines. However, the downside to this effect was clearly quite severe. The soldiers would lose their minds afterwards. This meant that the soldiers would not be able to be controlled so easily, and apart from someone with the 7 Murders Sword and the 7 Murders General Star Fate, it would be difficult for anyone to suppress soldiers who were so filled with bloodlust. The 6th special effect could only be used in dire circumstances. After looking at the 7 Murders Sword stats, Zhao Fu returned it to Beiqi. Now that Beiqi had the 7 Murders Sword, Zhao Fu anticipated fusing a king armament after obtaining 24 general armaments even more. Now, the Great Ken Town had 2 pieces of legendary rank equipment, the 7 Murders Sword and the Sky Demon Sword. This was quite the achievement, as apart from Zhao Fu, no player faction had obtained a legendary rank piece of equipment yet. After this, everything returned to normal. Beiqi was in charge of the exploration teams, Wang Jian was in charge of defending the Great Ken Town, Li Si was in charge of managing internal affairs, and Ba King was in charge of managing the businesses. Now, every task had someone specialized in taking care of those matters, and Zhao Fu could somewhat relax. Apart from going to the various main cities to buy land, he could leave almost everything else to others. He had already opened up 2 paths, and since it took 3 days to spawn a new void beast, Zhao Fu had nothing to do for now. As such, Zhao Fu wandered around the Great Ken Town for a while before arriving at Rising Ken Academy. Zhao Fu was surprised to see Asuni wearing a scholar's robe. Her appearance was no longer as mystical and fantasy-like, and she instead had an elegance and dignity to it, looking much more like a teacher. Even though conditions in Rising Ken Academy were quite tough, the students were all very diligent. Usually, the rarer something was, the more people would treasure it, and only with great pressure was there great motivation. In turbulent and troubled times, people would often study to help their nation rise again, but in a time of great material prosperity, studying was just a way for one to have a comfortable future. After looking around, Zhao Fu found that there was not much to do, so he returned to his room and sat cross-legged on the bed. He swallowed a few little spirit pills and spent the rest of his time on increasing his cultivation. Time gradually passed, and soon, it was the next day. Zhao Fu breathed out and slowly opened his eyes. Now, his cultivation had reached Tier 0 level 9, and he was a step away from breaking through to Stage 1. Zhao Fu was not quite sure what would happen when a player reached Stage 1. When Zhao Fu realized that he hadn't left the Heaven Awakened world in a while, he decided to return to the real world. Just as his consciousness returned to his body, the familiar sense of hunger assaulted his body. This was the downside to staying in the Heaven Awakened world for a long time. If one didn't leave the Heaven Awakened world, one would really starve to death. Zhao Fu asked the security guard outside to bring him some food, and he heard that Wu Qingnian had came to find him. Zhao Fu was confused as to why she would come looking for him, but the security guard said that she left after she saw that he was in the Heaven Awakened world. Zhao Fu guessed that the matter she was going to talk to him about wasn't very important, so he didn't pay it much mind. Zhao Fu ate his food while looking through the Heaven Awakened world forum, and he saw that things had really gotten out of hand. His hands trembled, and he almost dropped his bowl and chopsticks. Only now did Zhao Fu realize how much of a commotion he had caused. The very top thread on the Heaven Awakened world forum, which had countless replies on it, was about Great Kin. What's going on? Zhao Fu didn't know that Great Qin had received so much attention. Zhao Fu always kept a low profile, unlike the other legatees who did things in a high-profile way. No matter what they did, they were watched by countless people and would often be mentioned in the top threads. The benefit of acting in a high-profile manner was that it greatly affected the public. It was like creating an ad for oneself, and the more famous one became, the more support one would receive. Even though villagers could be spawned in the Heaven Awakened world, ordinary people from the real world made up a large portion of the total population. These legatees could act in a high-profile way because they had large families supporting them, and after modern China's power had been exposed, it also started to act high-profile. Threads about modern China often appeared on the front page of the Heaven Awakened World Forum, and they often talked about modern China displaying the soul of the Chinese army and where the Chinese army was attacking. Zhao Fu was too weak in the real world, so he had to act low profile. In order to avoid being discovered by others, he always tried to remain mysterious so that people would not pay much attention to him. However, threads about him continuously made it to the front page, and more people were starting to pay attention to him. Zhao Fu guessed that it was because he had gathered China's fate. Even though he was somewhat prepared, when he clicked on the thread, he was still shocked. Many prime ministers and kings wanted to meet him. Just what was going on? What's more, it wasn't just foreign leaders, but even China's highest authority had praised him as a young talent and expressed that he wanted to discuss national matters of importance with him. Great Xian, Great Shang, Great Zhu, and Great Han's legatees all said things to the effect of, "Great Qin, don't get too arrogant. We won't be any weaker than you." A worldwide poll has ranked Great Qin's legatee as the biggest mystery out of the 10 top mysteries. One of the most famous actresses, Su Yuan, has expressed that she likes the kind of domineering man who wishes to conquer the world. She also said that she pretends that he is her boyfriend, breaking countless fans' hearts. Recently, countless foreign media outlets have fought over information about Great Qin, which has become one of the big questions on everyone's mind. Great Qin has greatly boosted China's power, and it will spur the spread of Chinese culture to the rest of the world. Countless hot-blooded youths have been shouting Great Qin's praises. Thailand's super internet celebrity, who is acclaimed as the #1 drag queen, has bravely expressed his love to Great Qin's legatee, and he wants to give his body to him. He wants to meet at a certain place and time and has started a 24-hour broadcast so that everyone can watch the blissful moment if Great Qin's legatee comes. He also said. Zhao Fu felt a chill go through his body and couldn't read on, so he skipped further down. 138 Qin resistance. There were many more replies, and Zhao Fu skipped over most of them, choosing only to read the more important ones. There was a reply about the Ying family's leaders publicly expressing that they would hand over all of their factions and resources to Great Qin's legatee. They also said that they would make him the patriarch of the entire Ying family if he returned to the Ying family. They believed that Great Qin's legatee would bring Great Qin to unsurpassed glory, and they had even promised that they would meet Tragicans if they had deceptive intentions. For these people to make a public declaration and such a promise, one could see their sincerity. However, regardless, Zhao Fu did not plan on revealing himself. Would anyone really hand their life over to someone who had made an unenforceable promise? Even though the Ying family's factions and resources were extremely tempting and they seemed quite sincere, Zhao Fu was simply too weak in the real world. He was unable to protect himself, and he didn't believe that his enemies would have mercy on him. Before he had the power to protect himself, he would not reveal himself. The second thread was about the legatees of a few small nations in the northern region of Midland continent. There were the state of Wei from the Warring States period, the kingdom of Qi from the 16 kingdoms, later Zhou from the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, and the short-lived Great Shun. The 4 of them spent every day and night in terror because of Great Qin. As such, they gathered all of the legatees in the north and formed a Qin resistance alliance. Because China had an extremely long history, there were many small nations, and because they belonged to different dynasties, there would often be overlapping names. This second thread caused Zhao Fu to frown, as this was simply too early. Most factions were only at the town level, and they had not yet upgraded to cities. Most of them could not even leave their region, and the system factions were the sovereigns right now. They wanted to make an alliance to resist Great Qin already? What sort of joke was that? Even though Great Qin has gathered China's fate and is one of the 5 great empires of China, he's only dangerous on the surface. Could Great Qin go over and destroy all of them right now? Impossible. And yet, they had all decided to start resisting Great Qin. Zhao Fu hadn't expected this. However, only 6 people had joined the Qin Resistance Alliance so far, while all of the other factions in the north had remained silent. After all, this was like a public declaration of war against Great Qin. Everyone else understood that although Great Qin was the greatest threat, they knew that standing up against Great Qin at this point in time was incredibly irrational. After all, development should be the main focus right now. The other factions saw those 6 factions as little children who were publicly provoking an adult. They were simply asking for a spanking. Even though it seemed that the Qin Resistance Alliance wouldn't be able to harm Great Qin right now, its existence was dangerous enough. Zhao Fu could even feel something strange, and it was as if someone was starting to plot against Great Qin. The only ones who would be able to do something like this so early on would be the school of vertical and horizontal. After all, this was clearly the vertical alliance system that had been employed against the original Great Qin in ancient times. Zhao Fu felt quite angry about their conduct. Since this generation of the school of vertical and horizontal had decided to set themselves up as enemies of Great Qin and wanted to use Great Qin as a pawn in their chess game, Zhao Fu wouldn't show a hint of mercy to them. Back then, Su Qin allied the 6 states together, forcing the state of Qin to abandon its plan to become emperor and making it so that Qin didn't dare to cross Hanggu Pass for 15 years. Zhao Fu wanted to see if they had the ability to stop Great Qin from rising. The third thread was titled, 7 Murders Star has appeared. Does the General Star belong to Qin? Zhao Fu had never thought that the matter about the General Star would have received so much attention and that people would have already guessed that it belonged to Great Qin. Luckily, they had no way of verifying this and could only guess that it was most likely Great Qin. Right now, Zhao Fu truly didn't want to do anything extremely eye-catching that would draw too much attention. This would make things very inconvenient for him, and it would be detrimental to Great Qin's development. There were many replies, and they said that they were from the Ma Shan sect, Qin Mountain's Zhang family, and Nanjiang's Miao family. They stated that they were willing to serve Great Qin. Of course, Zhao Fu ignored these replies. Perhaps they were capable, but they were equally likely to be useless. After looking through this information, Zhao Fu quickly finished his food. Just as he was about to enter the heaven-awakened world, his maternal grandma called him. She told him that it was his grandpa's birthday and that they wanted to have a family dinner together. If it was a normal matter, Zhao Fu could have politely declined, but since it was his grandpa's birthday, he decided that it would be best to go even though he had just eaten. He brought along his personal bodyguard and bought a gift before heading to his grandparents' residence. Zhao Fu had complicated emotions attached to his relatives because he felt that he wasn't very close to them. He wanted to leave after giving his grandpa his present, but they kept him there by chatting with him. They even asked if he had a girlfriend, and they wanted to introduce someone to him. Even though they talked for a long time and most of the content was pointless, Zhao Fu felt closer to them, and their relationship felt more like family. After staying there for a while, he went into the heaven-awakened world and spent a day there. A new void beast had spawned, and after taking its void crystal, Zhao Fu started to prepare a third path.